When in China, the Zhao family has always been Zhou Hao's greatest political support. As a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, Zhao's father ranks third in the Central Committee in terms of actual power and is also one of the direct leaders of the First Army. Where is General Zhao and Zhao Dingzhou? Zhou Hao asked Ulysses. What about General Zhao? Ulysses said, General Zhao's original position remains unchanged, and he is still the commander of the Guangzhou military region. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was basically certain that Mr. Zhao's departure from the Standing Committee was not the result of political opponents. Otherwise, as the second-generation leader of the political group with the Zhao family at its core, Zhao Dingzhou would definitely not be able to maintain his original position. But why did Mr. Zhao withdraw from the Standing Committee? Because the central leadership with Chairman Jiang at the core will only change in 2 years, and even if the central government changes, it will not be a problem for Mr. Zhao to do another term. By the way, for the First Army, in addition to the departure of the original fourth head Li Shuian, the big head has also been transferred. Ulysses said suddenly. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. What? The boss has also been transferred? Where has he been transferred? Just listen to Ulysses saying, the Great Master was mentioned as the director of the General Political Department of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, and the rank was also raised to the rank of general. However, because the First Army has not appointed a new candidate to replace the Great Master, so the First Army is still led by the Master. Suddenly hearing this news, Zhou Hao was also a little stunned. The director of the General Political Department is one of the highest generals in the domestic military. Like the directors of the General Armament Department and the General Logistics Department, his military rank will automatically be promoted to general, ranked among the Central Military Commission. Although the First Army is an organization directly under the orders of the President, the Prime Minister, and Mr. Zhao, the third in command, in many cases it does not need to be recombined like other large military regions, and its power is even farther in the country, above the spy agency. However, the First Army is an unknown organization after all, and its political status is low. As for the General Political Department, it is the leading body of the national military, and the director is a general known as the Big Chief. In ancient times, it was equivalent to the level of general. Zhou Hao had heard something about the leadership of the First Army from Mr. Zhao. According to Mr. Zhao, the current leader is the third leader since the founding of the First Army, and the leaders of the first 2 terms have dismissed the position of leader of the First Army before the age of 50. Nor did they hold positions in other countries, because they have hidden their identities because of the First Army for most of their lives. If they are exposed to the public eye, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be discovered by the country or the enemy of the First Army and take retaliatory measures against them. Moreover, as the commander of the First Army, they also hold the secrets of many big figures in the country, and people like this are generally not put to the actual position of power. The same was true for the first 2 First Army leaders. After leaving the First Army, they retired and enjoyed life with large rewards from the state. Of course, if these people are interested and the country has this need, they will come back to be a consultant position to give pointers to the younger generations in the First Army. But now that the big boss is being promoted to an important position like the director of the General Political Department, Zhou Hao wondered if this was what Elder Zhao meant. When he withdrew from the Standing Committee, he pushed the leader up. After all, politics often involves negotiation and compromise. However, Zhou Hao's speculation is useless now. The actual situation needs to go back to China to know. Ulysses, you can take care of your injuries here first, and then go back to China with me in a few days. Zhou Hao said. Ulysses nodded, with a smile on his face. After searching for more than a year, he finally found Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao also recovered his memory, which comforted him. After inspecting Ulysses' injury, and using his strong qi to help him dredge several major meridians, Zhou Hao left the room. When he went outside, he saw Hong Yehina waiting for him there. The sun. Hong Yehina looked at Zhou Hao expectantly. Madam, she woke up. Sister Sun wakes up? I'll be over right away. Zhou Hao had a pause and immediately walked to the residence. Seeing Zhou Hao's nervousness towards Nanami Keiru, the hanging heartwood of Hong Yehina lowered. She was worried that after Zhou Hao recovered her memory, she would remember her former enemy with Keiru Nanami, and Kaoru Nanami took advantage of his amnesia to occupy him. If Zhou Hao really hated Nankai Kaoru, it would be very troublesome. In particular, Hongye Hina is from Nankai Kaoru. In ancient times, it was regarded as a dowry maid. If Nankai Kaoru couldn't be with Zhou Hao, she definitely couldn't. Therefore, the relationship between Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru is extremely important to Hongye Hina. Hongye Hina followed Zhou Hao to the room where Nanami Kaoru was located. This was another room in the manor. At this time, the doormen of the Jingu Yufengliu were patrolling and guarding the house, and Jingushiro was guarding. Outside Kaoru Nanami's room, Shinji Kanzuki is accompanying Kaoru Nanami in the room. I saw Kaoru Nanami lying on the bed in the center of the room, still holding the stars in her arms. Nanami Kaoru's face was a bit pale, on the one hand because she was shocked just now, on the other hand, because she had just heard Hongye Hina say that Zhou Hao had recovered her memory. This has always been the thing she feared the most. She was deeply afraid that once Zhou Hao recovered her memory, she would deny her feelings with him and change back to the previous hostile relationship. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Zhou Hao rushed in like a gust of wind. Sister Kaoru. Zhou Hao came to the bed of Kaoru Nanami, grabbed Kaoru Nanami's catkin, and held it tightly, with concern over his face. Sister Kaoru, are you okay? Then he looked at his daughter, his eyes full of love and tenderness. Seeing his father's stars, he immediately stretched out a pair of small hands, obviously for his father to hold him. Zhou Hao carefully hugged Xing'er in his arms and nodded her little nose with his finger, making Xing'er giggle. Nanami Kaoru saw Zhou Hao's true love for her daughter, and her eyes were filled with tenderness and honey, and the big stone in her heart was let go. How? I heard Hina say you. Although Zhou Hao's sincere care and love can be clearly felt, Nanami Kaoru is still a little nervous, afraid that he will blame himself for occupying him during his amnesia. Up. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Yes, my memory has been restored. Thanks to the palm of the wind demon Kotaro, who slapped my heavenly spirit cover. It smashed my head. Ha 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 ha. Then, you don't blame me, Blame you? What's the blame for you? Zhou Hao laughed. Blame you for saving me drifting on the sea? Or because you love me? Or because you gave birth to stars for me? If that were the case, I would be more. Blame you a little, so you will pay more for me. Kaoru Nanami knew that Zhou Hao hadn't blamed herself anymore. He sighed in his heart and smiled sincerely. Oh, thank you. Thank me for what? Zhou Hao smiled. You have done so much for me, but thank me? I should be the one who said thank you. He clasped Nanami Kaoru's cat tightly and said affectionately, remember when you were in Hong Kong, you guy disguised as Heike Kaoru to seduce me and made me feel emotional but couldn't touch you. Now it's fine. It's still in my hands. Thinking of the contact with Hai Qixuan in Hong Kong at that time, and even the feelings of her, Zhou Hao's heart was still rippling. As for Nanami Kaoru's enemies with herself in the past, Zhou Hao now knows that the culprit is actually the Tokugawa family, and Nanami Kaoru helped the Tokugawa family implement those plans for her status in the Tokugawa family. Moreover, Nanami Kaoru had almost given up everything she had obtained through years of hard work for Zhou Hao before. Zhou Hao had no reason to blame her, nor did he want to blame her. This is a woman who would rather sacrifice everything for herself, and the first woman to have a child for herself. How could Zhou Hao cherish her and protect her? That's right. Nanami Kaoru suddenly remembered something and clutched Zhou Hao's hand and said, Hina said that you just used the energy of the Jade Seal of the Kingdom to recover from your injury in order to deal with Fuma Kotaro? Zhou Hao was also a little worried, but in order to make Nanami Kaoru feel at ease, he smiled and said, Sister Kaoru, who is okay. I don't feel anything strange. Moreover, the evil being passed down the country's Jade Seal, although it is the price of vitality to stimulate potential, but only I didn't overestimate my life force. At most, my life was only a few years shorter than normal. It's worth it to protect you and Xingzi, mother and daughter, and to get rid of the big trouble of Fuma Kotaro. No, Nanami Kaoru said flatly. Quickly let someone check it for you. Kayashiro, come in. I saw Jingushiro opening the door and entering, and asked Nanami Kaoru, Madam, what's your order? You immediately take Hao for a detailed examination to see what's wrong with his body. Nanami Kaoru said, and Zhou actually wanted to check. After all, this problem was found early and resolved, so he didn't refuse Nanami Kaoru's request and followed Jingushiro to check. Before leaving, Zhou instructed Hongya Hina to keep the Chuangwa Yushi carefully, because the radiation of this thing should not be underestimated. To prevent him from affecting Nanami Kaoru and Shinger, Zhou asked Hongya Hina to isolate the radiation. The material wraps it up. After that, Zhou and Jingushiro went for a physical examination. After a detailed examination, Shungong Kaishiro and the famous doctors who were hired back by Kaoru Nanami paid a lot of money. Zhou's body was not abnormal. If he insisted on saying something abnormal, then Zhou's body was too strong and ordinary. A scalpel or a needle can't penetrate his skin at all, and his pulse is far stronger than normal. In addition, Shungong Kaishiro and the famous doctors discovered that Zhou's injuries had healed without bandaging treatment, including the knife that Fuma Kotaro almost killed him, which is now scarred. In addition, they couldn't detect any side effects caused by the transmission of the Jade Seal. Zhou himself felt weird, but he soon figured it out. He guessed that the ambergris he had taken in those years could not help making his body much stronger than ordinary people, and it neutralized the weird energy of the Jade Seal. Lost. The more I thought about Zhou, the more I felt the truthfulness of this possibility, and he was relieved. After all, the energy of the Jade Seal of the country came at the cost of vitality, and no one wanted to shorten his lifespan. Zhou was also forced to help. Only use this weird power to deal with Wind Demon Kotaro. After the examination, he took another hot bath and changed into clean clothes. Only then did Zhou go back to see Kaoru Nanami. And Shungong Kaishiro had long told Nankai Kaoru about Zhou's inspection results in detail, and let Nankai Kaoru's heart be put down. Since Tokugawa Naomasa has brought us such a good gift, we should also return the gift. Zhou sat on the bed of Kaoru Nanami, hugging his daughter Shinger, and teasing her while facing Nankai. Kaoru said. Nanami Kaoru also hated Tokugawa Naomasa at this time. He sent Fuma Kotaro and almost killed his family of 3. She felt very uncomfortable if she didn't spit out this breath. Moreover, if Tokugawa was not dead, he would still take action on his side, because he used a plan to seize most of his Tokugawa family's property. Zhou said. But what I find strange is that Naomagami Tokugawa used the energy of the Chuanji Yushi to help him rejuvenate his old age and rejuvenate him. How come this half a year has passed, and he hasn't used up his original vitality? Nanami Kaoru shook his head. I don't understand this. Could it be that the energy of the evil creature Chuangwa Yushi differs from person to person? I don't see it. Naomasa Tokugawa has done enough harm in the world. If this can't kill him, God won't open his eyes too much. Zhou said. However, even if you pass the country, Yushi's energy really didn't help him. He was dead this time. I personally went to Japan to take his life. Sister Kaoru, you are here to get ready and wait for the news of Tokugawa's death. Immediately take action on the properties he has. Kaoru Nanami nodded, and then heard Zhou say. But before dealing with Tokugawa Naojuan, I must first eliminate the hidden danger of the Wind Demon clan, lest they have another Wind Demon Kotaro. Oh, do you know where the Wind Demon clan is? Nanami Kaoru asked. Zhou shook his head, but immediately showed a firm expression at the beginning. I don't know that I will find them out. At this time, Hongya Hina walked in with a map of Japan and spread it out in front of Zhou. Zhou looked deeply at the map of Japan in front of him, feeling it with heart. He wanted to use his intuition to find out the Wind Demon clan, because he knew his intuition was very keen and accurate. Suddenly, there was a feeling in his heart, and his eyes fell on the Shikoku Island on the map of Japan. He stretched out his hand and pointed there and said, It's there. Zhou's action was very quick. He immediately mobilized a group of elite Jingu Yifengliu clerks, and with the help of Kaoru Nanami, he purchased a batch of heavy weapons from the arms dealer, including several small nuclear bombs. The arms dealer was also a little surprised, wondering which small country the guest was about to attack this time. But he was just surprised, and he didn't mean to stop it, because even if the world is destroyed, they don't care. They only care whether their arms can be sold. The best is the outbreak of World War III, then they're business enough. Shikoku Island is located in the southwestern part of Japan, bordering the Seto Inland Sea in the north and the Pacific Ocean in the south. It has a mountainous terrain, dense forests, and abundant water sources, and the natural ecology is very well maintained. And in the woods under Mount Tengu, the highest peak of Shikoku Island, there is an ancient ethnic group unknown to the world. This is the origin of Japanese ninjas, the Wind Demon Clan. The Funma clan was originally an armed force of a large vassal nation in Japan, and later went to the Great Tang Dynasty with the lord of the vassal nation. By chance, they were able to learn the Chiman Duanjia of Middle-earth and various fighting skills. At that time, the commander of this armed force was also a talented person. After seeing the magic of the Chiman Duanjia in the Middle-earth and the profoundness of the martial arts in the Middle-earth, he began to study eagerly and madly. At that time, Buddhism was prospering in the Middle-earth Tang Dynasty, and this ruler inadvertently obtained a Buddhist secret book Jaya Sutra. After returning to Japan, the great vassal state immediately fell into war. During the war, the lord of the Manchu clan was barbarized, and the commander escaped with the heavily wounded armed forces. After that, he didn't take refuge in other vassal kingdoms. Instead, he took his subordinates to live in seclusion among the mountains and ridges. I have to say that this commander is indeed a talented person. After decades of painstaking research, he has practiced the martial arts in the Jaya Sutra to the highest level and combined the Chiman Duanjia art and fighting skills. Get up, and finally combine into the original ninjutsu. A master of martial arts, he traveled across the country after he walked out of the mountains. In the process, he challenged martial arts masters from all over Japan, but no one could do the 3 tricks under his hand. He became the well-deserved #1 in Japan at that time, master of martial arts. However, he did not continue to challenge other masters later, but carefully selected some children with excellent physiques and talents from various places, and then brought them back to the mountains where he had previously lived in seclusion, and taught them the ninjutsu he created. After he knew that he was going to die soon, he picked out the most capable of leadership among his apprentices, and then taught him the Jaya Sutra, so that he would take his place and continue to lead this powerful branch hidden in the mountains. Ethnic group. The man who created ninjutsu was named Funma Kotaro, and the rigorous tribe he organized was also called Funma Clan. In order to commemorate this great ancestor who created the ninjutsu and the Wind Demon Clan, the people of the Wind Demon Clan set his name Feng Demon Kotaro as the title of each generation of patriarch. This vast forest at the foot of Mount Tengu on Shikoku Island is the hiding place of the Funma clan. From generation to generation, they thrived here and branched out from the 2 most famous Japanese ninja clan, Iga and Koga. Even though it is the society of the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, the life of the wind demon in this woods is still very primitive and simple. They live in a tree house and eat wild fruits and animals on the mountain. It is not that they don't have enough money to survive, but to exercise the people's adaptability in the difficult environment. Now, within the living area of the Wind Demon clan, on the largest tree, a few men in black robes and masks are discussing one thing, a matter concerning the future of the Wind Demon clan. How about it? Can we start training Xiaoyu now? A person with a hoarse voice and a Tengu mask said. Xiaoyu is an heir carefully selected by the patriarch. Although he is still young, he has already shown with outstanding talents. He is a good successor. Another person wearing a white fox mask said, although it is the successor selected by the patriarch, but this also needs to go through the selection process stipulated by the clan. And the patriarch had no objection before. I think I still let Xiaoyu go. Face the test within the clan. As long as he passes, he will be a veritable successor to the patriarch and can teach him the Jaya Sutra. Okay. The man wearing the Tengu mask sighed. In fact, he was afraid that Xiaoyu would lose his life after failing in that test. After all, Xiaoyu was extremely talented, and he was the successor chosen by Funma Zayataru. If he were to lose it, it would be a great loss to the Funma family. However, every candidate selected as a successor has to undergo the test within the clan and overcome many difficulties to become the successor of the Wind Demon clan. This is a rule passed down from the Wind Demon clan thousands of years ago, even for every generation of Wind Demon Kotaro. Dare not disobey? Then make a decision like this. From tomorrow, Xiaoyu and other candidates will be tested in the clan. Another man wearing a black cat mask said, "The winner is the next generation of my Feng Mo clan. The successor, we will teach him the Jaya Sutra so that he can take on the important task of being our wind and demons." Then I heard the man wearing the Tengu mask say, "The final result, I think we should inform the patriarch. There is no need for this." A strange man's voice suddenly came, and the men who had a very high status in the Wind Demon clan were all startled. I saw a tall figure appearing on the branch of their heads without warning, and said with a sneer, "The Wind Demon Kotaro will not come back, and you don't need to choose any heirs, because you, the Wind Demon clan, are destined to in this generation. There will be no future." The high-ranking people of the Wind Demon clan were shocked when they heard this sudden sound. Their own martial arts cultivation skills are very high, but the other party can sneak to them so quietly, which makes them all surprised inexplicably. And this young handsome man is naturally Zhou Hao. He stood steadily on this branch, condescendingly overlooking the masked people below, sneered, "You should be the elders of the Wind Demon clan and discuss the next generation of Wind Demon Kotaro? Humph. I don't think this is necessary anymore. This guy is Zhou Hao. It's the enemy of the patriarch." The person wearing the Tengu mask shouted loudly, and at the same time it jumped up, with a double-headed fork in his hand, and it stabbed up fiercely. Zhou Hao of the face. Sneeze. The body of this Tengu only rushed into the air, and suddenly came from the waist, spraying a rain of blood, but it hadn't touched Zhou Hao for half a minute. The other elders of the Wind Demon clan were shocked and stood up and took out their weapons, but when Zhou Hao snorted coldly, without speaking, they jumped down and launched a fierce offensive against these elders. Although the martial arts of these elders of the Fengma clan were high, they were not as good as Fengma Kotaro, and even less than Zhou Hao, who had absorbed the power of the Jade Seal of the kingdom and made the martial arts even stronger. In a few rounds, these elders were defeated one by Zhou Hao, and they were either dead or seriously injured. I saw the man with a white fox mask lying on the ground, his chest undulating violently. His eyes full of resentment and unwillingness glared at Zhou Hao. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't help spitting out blood without saying no. "Speak out. Don't worry, your entire Wind Demon clan will go to hell, and you won't be lonely in hell," Zhou Hao said, waving a palm at the elder, hitting his chest with a biting palm, and immediately his chest was dented, and this elder was also killed on the spot. At this time, there was a sound of killing and flickering around, and there were bursts of fire flickering. But it was the doorman of the sacred palace Royal Mary, brought by Zhou Hao, that launched a surprise attack on the Feng Mo clan. In fact, the martial arts of the people of Shun Gong Yu Feng Lu are not as good as those of the Feng Mo clan. But Zhou Hao previously bought a large amount of arms, and before coming here, he also ordered the people of Shun Gong Yu Feng Lu to let them don't clash head-on with the members of the Wind Demons, use guerrilla tactics, use long-range shooting, drop bombs, or even release biochemical poisons, in order to cause the Wind Demons to the greatest degree of lethality. The Fengma clan had no preparations, so when they came up, they were caught off guard by the Jingong Yifengliu people, killed by sniper guns, bombed to death, or poisoned by biochemical agents. Whenever the people of Shun Gongyu Fenglu encounter those enemies with high martial arts, Zhou Hao will immediately pass by to support them. Wind Demon Kotaro is dead, and the elders who pass the power and protect the law are also dead. The remaining members of the Wind Demon clan have limited martial arts, and they often cannot survive Zhou Hao's tricks. With Zhou Hao's help, it was much easier for the Shun Gongyu Fenglu to kill the Feng Mo clan, but occasionally he would be attacked and killed by the Feng Mo clan, who were good at hiding and assassinating. In this dense woods, a figure appears from time to time, and every time he appears, it will bring a rain of blood, killing the Wind Demons hiding in the dark to death. The people of the Fengma clan were originally experts in hiding and assassinating, but under the attack of this ghostly figure, they were unable to fight back. Those with high martial arts were killed less than 10% in less than half an hour. This person was naturally Zhou Hao, but when he attacked and killed the Wind Demon clan and reached the middle of the forest, he saw a surprising sight. Several teenagers who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old stood back to back with the people of Jinggu Yifengli, The knives in their hands were all stained with blood, and the expressions on their faces were not those of their age. The childishness and innocence that a teenager should have, on the contrary, are all cold killing intent. On the side of Shengong Yifengliu, more than a dozen people surrounded these teenagers, and there were more than 10 corpses on the ground. Among them were Shengong Yifengliu, people and 2 or 3 11 or 12-year-old teenagers. Seeing Zhou Hao coming, a Shengong Yifengliu doorman who led the team said, "My son, these children are so powerful, and they work together very powerfully. Several of our brothers have died in their hands." Zhou Hao looked at the teenagers who were surrounded by the center, but had no fear on their faces, thinking that these should be the candidate heirs of the Wind Demon clan. Especially the look in the middle is not amazing, but a pair of eyes are like eagles. The killing intent in that eyes can be said to be firm. Moreover, several other teenagers were obviously looking forward to the boy's head, which showed the boy's extraordinariness. In this kind of predicament, he can organize his companions to launch a counterattack against the enemy. It seems that a boy who is only 11 or 12 years old is very good, and he must be a good man when he grows up. Suddenly, Zhou Hao remembered the memories held by the elders of the Wind Demon clan and mentioned an heir personally selected by the Wind Demon Kotaro. So Zhou Hao said to the boy Xiaoyu, the gatekeeper of Shengong Yifengliu, would naturally translate into Japanese for Zhou Hao, who knew this could understand Chinese. So he asked Zhou Hao directly in Chinese, "Do you know my name?" Zhou Hao was even more surprised when he heard the boy's voice with a strong Hunan accent, because if he were not Chinese, it would be impossible for him to have such a strong local accent even after learning Chinese. It can be seen that Xiaoyu is a Chinese people. "Are you Chinese?" Zhou Hao frowned and asked. Xiaoyu stared at Zhou Hao coldly. "I used to be from China, but I am not anymore. Now I am a member of the great Fengma clan, and I am selected by the patriarch to inherit the great duties of the Fengma clan. You are a Chinaman. Well, you dare to sneak attack on our Feng Mo clan. The patriarch will not let you go, and we will not let you go." Zhou Hao suddenly felt ridiculous when a Chinese boy pointed to his nose and said he was a Chinaman. Obviously, this Xiaoyu should be brought back from China by the Wind Demon clan, and after a series of brainwashing, he became a die-hard member of the Wind Demon clan. Zhou Hao knew that this kind of brainwashed people, even the Chinese, would develop allegiance to the Fengma clan after the brainwashing, and it couldn't be reversed at all. The Wind Demon clan often select children with smart talents and bring them back for training. Because the training of the Wind Demon clan is very cruel and the mortality rate is very high, it often needs a large number of personnel to supplement. Japan's population base is inherently small. On this basis, if a child disappears, the government will definitely find out. Therefore, the Fengma clan set their sights on China, a populous country, and the situation of child trafficking in China itself is very serious, which gives the Fengma clan a chance. However, when Zhou Hao saw that a Chinese boy became a die-hard member of the Feng Mo clan and pointed at himself and called himself a Chinaman, this feeling was both absurd and angry. "Then you are going to kill me?" Zhou Hao's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I must break your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. The thick Hunan accent now sounds very ironic. Zhou Hao opened the doorman of the Shengong Yifengliu on both sides and said, "I will take care of these few." Seeing Zhou Hao coming forward, Xiaoyu stopped talking. He clenched the Japanese sword in both hands and rushed towards him shouting, but when he rushed halfway, his figure disappeared. Zhou Hao sneered when he saw this. Unexpectedly, "You are not too old, but this ninjutsu training is not superficial. However, because of this, I must kill you, lest you become a disaster for our Chinese people in the future." After that, Zhou Hao suddenly punched the front left. With only a bang, I saw a slightly thin figure appearing there and being hit by Zhou Hao's fist in the chest. The whole person rose from the ground, flew far away, and finally hit on the big tree. Xiaoyu is impressive. The power of Zhou Hao's punch, even the elders of the Wind Demon clan could not bear, let alone Xiaoyu who hadn't started learning the Jaya Sutra. He was bleeding from 7 holes in his sternum. His eyes were staring at Zhou Hao in surprise and unwillingness, but he couldn't say anything. He died after 2 chuckles in his throat. The other teenagers were all dumbfounded when they saw it, but no one showed a look of fear. Instead, they looked at each other, and then they raised their swords and rushed towards Zhou Hao. These teenagers were not even Zhou Hao's opponents. Zhou Hao didn't know how many of them were children from China, but he was merciless and killed all the candidates for the head of the Feng Mo clan with a few hands and feet. Finally, when Zhou Hao looked at the juvenile corpse all over the floor, he felt an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Especially there may be children from China. They were not wrong, but were washed by the wind and demons. The brain has become like this. He has never killed such a young person, but he has to kill these people. Otherwise he will suffer endless troubles in the future. Thinking that it was the wind and demons that caused all this, and thinking that they used Chinese children to deal with the Chinese, Zhou Hao felt an unquenchable anger in his heart, and immediately ordered the doorman of the Shun Gongyu Fenglu, "Kill. No one from the Wind Demon clan will stay." After a day and night of hunting, encirclement, and suppression, the Fengma clan living in this Tianguiyu was completely pulled up by Zhou Hao. Although some members of the Wind Demon clan used the concealment technique to hide, they couldn't hide from Zhou Hao's intuition, so in the end, Zhou Hao caught them and killed them one by one. As a result, the roots of the Wind Demon clan were completely wiped out by Zhou Hao. As for the others, because they were performing tasks in the field and escaped a disaster. However, they would also be chased by Zhou Hao, and none of the remnants of the Wind Demon clan were considered core members. Even if a few of them became slippery fish, they would not pose a threat to Zhou Hao. After solving the Feng Mo clan, Zhou Hao did not go back to Australia, but went directly to Osaka, preparing to deal with the Tokugawa family. In a 5-star hotel in Osaka, Zhou Hao met Shinji Kanyue, who came from Australia. "Shinji, why are you here?" Zhou Hao asked Shinji Kanyue, who was dressed in plain clothes, but was still beautiful. "The madam sent me to say that you don't have a maid by your side. I'm afraid no one will take care of your daily life. Sister Hina wanted to come, but she wanted to take care of the wife and the little princess by her side, so she had to send me here," Kanzuki Shinji said. Zhou Hao laughed. "No, Sister Karu really treats me like those old masters?" However, seeing that Shinji Kanyuki gave Zhou Hao a meaningful look, Zhou Hao felt a little guilty. Because in fact, since Zhou Hao has been with Karu Nanami after losing his memory, there is really no lack of people around him to take care of his daily life. Sometimes Nanami Karu personally waits for him, and more often it is Momiji Hina, and Kansuki Shinji occasionally takes on this responsibility. Before he knew it, Zhou Hao really got used to having someone around him taking care of everything, and he became lazy. To solve the Fengma clan, and even the Tokugawa family this time, he only brought a group of Jingu Yafenglu doormen, but they were all men. Although they knew how to serve their masters, they let men serve him, Mr. Zhou Hao. Feel very awkward. Now that Shinji Kanyue is here, Zhou Hao is much more convenient. Sure enough, Shinji Kanyue immediately found a lot of dirty clothes from the bathroom, but Zhou Hao put it there. He doesn't bother to wash his clothes now. If he wants to change it, he will directly let his subordinates buy new ones. As for the dirty clothes, he will let the hotel people come and take them when they accumulate to a certain extent. Now that Shinji Kanzuki saw this embarrassment, Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed. And Shinji Kanzuki didn't say anything, and took the pile of clothes to wash, and then asked the hotel to deliver some fresh meat dishes. She personally cooked for Zhou Hao in the kitchen in the suite. This is a hotel after all. Let's go down and eat. You don't have to work hard. Watching Shinji Kanyue, who is decisive and capable on weekdays, standing in front of the stove with an apron cooking at this time, Zhou Hao is kind of unreal a feeling of. Kanzuki Shinji did not look back, and while cooking, said lightly, "Madam said that too much food in the restaurant is not good after all. Let me cook more for you. I have received cooking training, Chinese, Japanese, French, Italian. I can cook even Indian food." Zhou Hao felt a little surprised when he heard it, because he really hadn't tasted the dishes made by Kanzuki Shinji. However, looking at Shinji Kanyue's skillful technique, Zhou Hao knew that her cooking skills must not be much worse. At the same time, the look on Shinji Kanzuki's face was always faint, and Zhou Hao also knew that although this woman was Karu Nanami's maid, she was actually very arrogant when she treated other people. If it hadn't been for Nanami Karu's instructions, she would probably not condescend to take care of Zhou Hao's daily life. After a while, Kanyue Shinji made 3 dishes and 1 soup. They were all authentic Cantonese dishes, which Zhou Hao liked to eat. During this period of amnesia, Although Zhou Hao lost his past memories, his taste has not changed. He still likes to eat Cantonese food. Nanami Kaoru, Hongya Hina, and Kanzuki Shinji all know his preferences. They eat Cantonese on weekdays. Mainly dishes. Come on, have soup. This is black-bone chicken stewed with cordyceps. Shinji Kanua poured a bowl of thick soup for Zhou Hao. Thank you, Zhou Hao said after taking the hot soup. Seeing the beautiful face of Kanua Shinji, Zhou Hao felt a little emotional. This woman can help Nanami Kaoru manage the various group companies outside and can take care of the family's life inside. She is really a woman who can inside and outside. It's just that Kanua Shinji's personality is somewhat similar to that of Li Shuihan, and even doing the job of taking care of people is calm, but it looks special. After tasting these foods, Zhou Hao immediately felt that his eyes were bright. Shinji Kanua's cooking skills are really extraordinary, and his skills are better than many authentic Cantonese housewives. The most important thing is the taste of home. It seems to be able to eat a strong warmth. According to our previous investigation, Naomasa Tokugawa is here in Osaka now. What are you going to do? Shinji Kanzuki put a piece of chicken thigh into Zhou Hao's bowl and asked him. Zhou Hao said, I'm going to see him first and figure out why the side effects of Chuan Guoyu she hasn't affected him after so long. Kanzuki Shinji nodded. You are planning to dive into his house, right? Well, I'll go with him. Zhou Hao did not refuse the request of Shinji Kanzuki, because Shinji Kanzuki himself was a man of good martial arts, and he had himself watching over him, so I believe nothing will happen. After dinner, Zhou Hao changed his face to another look with the help of Kanua Shinji, because Osaka is the base camp of the Tokugawa family, and the surrounding area is full of Tokugawa's eyeliner. Zhou Hao doesn't want to be surprised. Although Kanzuki Shinji's disguise technique was inferior to Hongya Hina's, it was also excellent enough. Even though Zhou Hao's face was disguised, he didn't feel any discomfort. And Kanua Shinji disguised himself as a young woman, but wanted to pretend to be a husband and wife with Zhou Hao. When he left the house, Shinji Kanua immediately entered into the play, took Zhou Hao's arm, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He was totally different from the gentle and calm appearance just now, making Zhou Hao different. I was surprised. What to look at? Don't forget that we are now a couple. Don't show anything unusual, so as not to cause people to doubt. Kanua Shinji glared at Zhou Hao and said. Zhou Hao was speechless, so he had to withdraw his gaze and pretend to continue walking forward as if nothing had happened. The two deliberately took a taxi and came to the vicinity of the Tokugawa family mansion. After getting off the car, under the cover of night, they sneaked towards the Tokugawa family mansion like a ghost. Within a few minutes, Zhou Hao and Kanzuki Shinji sneaked into the Tokugawa family mansion. Although the surroundings of the Tokugawa family mansion were heavily guarded and there were countless secret guards, these were nothing more than nothing to Zhou Hao. It would be easy to cross these lines of defense without being discovered. Zhou Hao had been to this mansion when he first took the Jade Seal of Chuan Kingdom and Naomi Tokugawa to trade, so the environment here is not unfamiliar. He knew that Naomasa Tokugawa was in the central main building, so he took Shinji Kanzuki and walked straight there. This main building is the residence of Naomasa Tokugawa, and it is guarded by masters around it. However, these masters are just relative to ordinary people. In Zhou Hao's eyes, they are no different from 3-year-old children. So Zhou Hao took Shinji Kanua and sneaked into the building without hindrance and hid on the beam of the ceiling. Here, they also finally met Naomasa Tokugawa. I saw the wide room with Naomasa Tokugawa sitting alone in the center. In front of him was a coffee table with sake and top-quality tuna sashimi for Tokugawa Naomasa to enjoy. Tokugawa Naomasa had a calm face. He looked like he was only in his 50s, and his hair was black. If he weren't for someone who knew him, he would never believe that he was an old man who was nearly 100 years old. At this moment, he was leisurely tasting the tuna sashimi, and one person ate the whole plate of sashimi. And when he drank the bottle of sake, he snapped his fingers, and the paper door of the room was pushed open immediately. And then 2 beautiful girls in kimonos came in from outside and came straight in. Kneel respectfully in front of Naomasa Tokugawa and greet him by kowtow. Naomasa Tokugawa gave an and the 2 girls stood up. One of them received the coffee table, and the other waited on Naomasa Tokugawa to let him take off his clothes. In the end, only a white cross was left. Cloth cover shame. Next, The two beautiful girls also took off their kimonos, revealing their white and charming naked bodies. Zhou Hao, who was hiding on the beam, frowned, apparently guessing what Tokugawa Naomasa would do next. He subconsciously looked at Shinji Kanzuki next to him, but saw that her expression was calm and could not see any clues. Looking at the Tokugawa Naomasa below, he was already embracing the two young girls wantonly. Zhou Hao felt awkward watching an old man who was nearly 100 years old and two girls under 20 years old doing that. Before long, I heard the moans of women coming from below. When Zhou Hao looked down, he saw that the private parts of the girl who was under the control of Tokugawa Naojing was slowly overflowing with bright red blood. Virgin, I don't know if it was caused by the energy of the jade seal of the kingdom. Naomasa Tokugawa was extremely fierce in sexual intercourse, and made the young girl who had just started to groan. The other girl lay on Tokugawa Naomasa's back and licked him with her tongue. Seeing this lewd scene, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel a little strange. He couldn't help but glanced at Shinji Kanzuki next to him, and saw Shinji Kanzuki staring at himself, which was clearly a warning. Zhou Hao turned his head a little embarrassedly, and turned his gaze on Tokugawa Naomasa again, and found that Tokugawa Naomasa's face suddenly turned red. Seeing the unusual flushing of Tokugawa Naomasa's face and his eyes gleaming, Zhou Hao felt a little weird, because he also found that the girl under Tokugawa Naomasa's eyes was gradually turning black and her face turned white. She was tender and white. His skin also seemed to dry up, and even the moan became weak, as if a healthy person had suddenly fallen ill. This fellow Tokugawa Naomasa has practiced the evil arts of collecting yin and replenishing yang. Shinji Kanzuki said suddenly. Zhou Hao was shocked and immediately realized it. Who said no? Isn't the change between Naomasa Tokugawa and that girl a typical harvesting yin and replenishing yang situation? The mystery that Naomasa Tokugawa used the energy of the jade seal of Chuanghua for more than half a year without side effects has also been solved. It turns out that he himself practiced the technique of collecting yin and replenishing yang. Using the essence of a woman, the yuan yang that replenishes itself just buffers the wasting of vitality from the power of Chuanghua Yushi. From this point of view, these virgins were also deliberately found by Tokugawa Naomagami, because Zhou Hao had seen records in Shun Nong Baichao before, and the essence of the virgins was far more pure and condensed than the women. It is the best furnace for those who practice evil arts. What are you going to do? Kenwa Shinji asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao snorted coldly. Do you still need to talk? This old guy has lived long enough. Having said that, he turned over from the beam and appeared directly in front of Tokugawa Naomasa. Tokugawa Naomasa continued to sway the girl, working attentively on his evil power of harvesting yin and nourishing yang, and for a while, he couldn't see Zhou Hao's appearance. It was the girl who was lying on Tokugawa Naomasa's back when she accidentally saw Zhou Hao standing in front, and she couldn't help but let out a scream, which made Tokugawa Naomasa wake up. Yeah, Tokugawa Naomasa was also taken aback by the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, but because Zhou Hao had disguised himself, Tokugawa Naomasa did not recognize him at all, but instead took the palm of his hand without saying a word. Zhou Hao sneered, thinking that if your son Fumakotaro attacked me, I would be a little bit jealous. As for you old fellow, I really can't get my eyes. Seeing Zhou Hao lifted his foot and tapped it lightly on Tokugawa Naomasa's palm, he immediately deflected Tokugawa Naomasa's palm. At the same time, Zhou Hao continued to stretch his foot forward and kicked directly at Tokugawa Naomasa, kicked him out on his chest. The two girls were about to scream when they saw Zhou Hao's volley, and they sealed their acupuncture points so that they could neither move nor make sounds. At this time, a slender figure floated down from the ceiling, but it was Kanwa Shinji. Looking at Tokugawa Naomasa, who was lying naked, Kanzuki Shinji frowned and said, "Get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise it will take a lot of trouble to let people outside find out." Naomasa Tokugawa got up from the ground embarrassedly, spit out blood on his chest, then glared at Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanzuki, gritted his teeth, and said, "That Nankai Karu sent you." Zhou Hao found that while Naomasa Tokugawa was speaking, his left hand also quietly stretched out to the ground next to him. I saw Zhou Hao disappearing quickly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Naomasa Tokugawa. As soon as he shot, He directly interrupted Naomasa Tokugawa's left hand and slapped him twice. Angrily said, "You want to be smart when you die?" At the same time that Naomasa Tokugawa fell to the ground again, Zhou stepped on the ground where Naomasa Tokugawa wanted to reach out just now, and he saw that there was a button under it, which was obviously used to notify people outside. Naomasa Tokugawa held the broken bone in his left hand and fixed his eyes on Zhou. He knew that he might not be able to cross this hurdle today, so he said, "I know you are going to kill me, but it's my before I die. At least let me know it. Let me know whose hands I died, right?" "Okay, I'll let you die," Zhou said coldly. "You guessed right just now. It is indeed Sister Sun and I who are going to kill you. Because you, the old fellow, is not dead for us. Big trouble. Huh. You just took the Mitsui family down in half a year. I know you must do something with us next. That's why you sent your son Tokugawa Yukiyuki to kill us. As long as we die, you immediately start with the industries we have. I am afraid that it will not take long before you can retake those industries." Hearing Zhou's words, Naomasa Tokugawa's eyes widened. You are Zhou? You are that Imo Huaishi?" "Yes, I am Zhou." Zhou smiled. "And now I can tell you that your son, Wind Demon Kotaro, has died in my hands. Not only him, but also the entire Wind Demon clan." Uprooted, Naomasa Tokugawa was taken aback for a moment, and then let out a roar, rushing towards Zhou violently. Apparently, he wanted to open his mouth to bite Zhou's neck. It's just that Zhou didn't give him this opportunity, and a knife in his right hand slashed Naomasa Tokugawa's neck, knocking Naomasa Tokugawa to the ground again. Seeing Naomasa Tokugawa staring at Zhou again, he said bitterly, "You hooked up with that Nankai Karu?" "Huh. Sister Karu and I have been together since a year ago." Zhou deliberately destroyed the last point of defense in Naojing Tokugawa's heart and sneered, "Just a few days ago, Sister Karu gave birth to me." Child. Hearing this, Naomasa Tokugawa shook his whole body, because Kaoru Nanami was the woman he wanted most in his life, but was missing. He originally planned to let Kotaro Kazuki kill Imo Huaishi, and then take Kaoru Nanami, catch it back alive so that he can try what he wants. Especially Nanami Kaoru betrayed him a year ago and took away most of his property from him, which made Tokugawa Naomasa very angry. It's just that he didn't want to fight the grass and startle the snake, so he has been holding back not to act on Nanami Kaoru. Tokugawa Naomasa actually doubted whether Nanami Kaoru had other men outside, so he wanted to betray him so absolutely. But Naomasa Tokugawa has been unable to find evidence. At this time, he finally got confirmation from Zhou. For the Chinese, the hatred of taking their wives is often worse than the hatred of killing their fathers. But is this for Japanese and other men around the world? Especially Naomasa Tokugawa has never been able to get Kaoru Nanami. Over the years, Kaoru Nanami has been unable to see even his legal wife because of the aging of his body. After finally getting what he wanted to restore the young and the man's abilities, Nanami Kaoru betrayed him and had children with other men. How could the arrogant Tokugawa Naomasa accept it? Tokugawa Naomasa stared at Zhou, gritted his teeth, and said, "Zhou, I want to kill." "Kill me, right?" Zhou sneered. "You don't have this chance. Go to and reunite with your son." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou clicked a finger, and a sharp finger came out immediately, directly piercing Naomasa Tokugawa's chest and piercing his heart on the spot. "Don't worry. I will immediately send Tokugawa Genshin and Tokugawa Cod Dragon together, so that your Tokugawa family will reunite in Huangquan," Zhou said with cold eyes. Tokugawa Naomasa stared at Zhou unwillingly. He opened his mouth to say something, but he could only make a few cooing sounds in his throat, and then he fell back softly, staring at him. Staring eyes. Zhou turned around to look at Shinji Kanzuki, but saw Shinji Kanzuki just twisted the neck of the last girl, and the other one had already died on the ground. Seeing Zhou frowned, Kanzuki Shinji said lightly, "They just heard the conversation between you and Tokugawa Naomasa. It will be very troublesome if they don't solve them. I have blocked their 6 sleeps a long time ago. They can't see or hear," Zhou said helplessly. However, Kanzuki Shinji shrugged and said, "It's a trouble to keep these 2 people anyway. For the safety of Madam and you, we can't keep even the slightest hidden danger." Since Manhwa Shinji had said so, Zhou couldn't pursue any further investigation, but these two girls were a little bit innocent. After killing Tokugawa Naomi, Zhou Hao and Kanzuki Shinji quietly left the mansion, but the people outside couldn't even notice it. After leaving this mansion, Zhou Hao immediately received the news from the clerks of Shungang Yufeng Lu. When Zhou Hao saw this message, his brows frowned. Because he arranged to kill Tokugawa Naomi tonight, he also sent the people of Jingu Yufengliu to kill Tokugawa Jino and Tokugawa Kodron. Although the martial arts of the Jingyu Yufengliu are not high, they are loyal to learn from, and the tacit understanding between them is very good. The effect of the assassination is no worse than the ninjas of Koga and IGA. But now the people from Jingu Yufengliu reported that they successfully killed Tokugawa Genshin, but when they assassinated Tokugawa Kodron, they were stopped by several bodyguards of Tokugawa Kodron. A bodyguard desperately stopped the Jingu Yufengliu person, allowing Tokugawa Kodron to escape. Now the result is that Tokugawa Naomesa, Tokugawa Ginsuwa, and Tokugawa's fortunate capital, who was the Kotaro Wind Demon, are dead, while Tokugawa Cod Dragon is in exile. Although the Tokugawa family has many ancestors, it is in Zhou Hao and Nanami. In Keiru's eyes, there are no other members of the Tokugawa family who can pose a threat. Then, Zhou Hao and Nanami Keiru can let go of their hands and feet to attack the Tokugawa family. This is a prosperous city in Guangdong province, named Xiangqing. After several years of development, Xiangqing's economy has developed significantly compared with before. There are dozens of high-rise buildings in the urban area. A wide square was built in the center, permeating the atmosphere of a modern big city. A black Audi car drove over from the Ingbin Avenue quickly and shuttled quickly in the traffic. Sitting on the back seat of the car was a couple of men and women. They were handsome men and beautiful women. They were Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanwa. Zhou Hao's eyes looked at the scenery outside the car window from time to time. His brows were a little excited. After leaving Xiangqing for more than a year, he has finally returned. Although it has only been away for more than a year, the changes in Xiangqing are beyond Zhou Hao's expectations. Xiangqing today is much more prosperous and lively than before when he left. There are more pedestrians on the street than before, just a lot. They are not local residents, but people who come from other places to work. This is your hometown? Shinji Kanzuki asked next to him. Zhou Hao nodded, but didn't reply because he was very excited at this moment, and he was a little bit worried. He was so eager to stay away from home for too long. Before returning to Xiangqing, he did not notify Yin Tong and Yin Qing and them in advance. After killing Tokugawa Naomesa and Tokugawa Ginsuwa before, and Tokugawa Kodron escaped without a trace, the Tokugawa family immediately fell into a chaos. Except for the fathers and sons of Naomesa Tokugawa, there are few people in the Tokugawa family who can be a big responsibility. What's more, these people covet the property of the Tokugawa family. Now that the Tokugawa fathers and sons have fled to death, they are even more ready to move. Then, they acted to erode the Tokugawa family's fortune. It's just that Nanami Keiru had been waiting for an opportunity to start, and as soon as Tokugawa Naomesa died, she immediately began to move. Today, most of the assets of the Tokugawa family have been captured by Keiru Nanami. Then, a part of those Tokugawa family united to fight Nanami Keiru, but this had little effect and could not withstand Nankai Keiru's offensive at all. Now that Keiru Nanami stays in Japan to deal with the Tokugawa family's affairs, I believe it will not be long before the Tokugawa family's industry can be collected. Shinger, the little princess, was also with Nankai Keiru and did not come back with Zhou Hao for the time being, because Zhou Hao wanted to test Yin Tong's reaction first. When Yin Tong was mentally prepared, he let Shihai Keiru and Shinger both come here and see the Grandma Shinger. Momiji Hina is also with Nanami Keiru now, helping her deal with the company and the Tokugawa family's industries, and Ulysses also stayed in Japan under Zhou Hao's order to protect the safety of Nanami Keiru and Shinger. So this time Zhou Hao came back to China, still accompanied by Kinwa Shinji. Soon, the car came to the door of a 30-story building and saw 4 huge golden letters on the outer wall of the building. Tongwang Group. With the help of Zhou Hao, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping founded Tongwang Foods Company and operated 2 major chain stores, Mrs. Zhou Restaurant and Romantic Full House Cake Shop. After a lot of hard work, Mrs. Zhou Restaurant and Romantic Full House Cake Shop opened all over the country and almost every city has their flagship store. Long before Zhou Hao disappeared, Tongwang Foods Company was already developing into the supermarket. Now more than a year has passed, and Tongwang Foods has become Tongwang Group. In addition to the two core businesses of Mrs. Zhou Restaurant and Romantic Full House Cake Shop, there are dozens of large-scale restaurants across the country, supermarkets, and even several hotels with 4 stars and above. The current Tongwang Group's total assets have long exceeded 20 billion yuan, and Yin Tong and Lu Shiping have also become the richest people in China. It's just that they are not the kind of high-profile entrepreneurs and usually don't accept media interviews at all. So many people in China know Tongwang Group, but they don't know Yin Tong and Lu Shiping. This Tongwang building was built before Zhou Hao disappeared, and now it has become the headquarters of Tongwang Group. In addition to the various departments of Tongwang Group, there are also supermarkets operated by Tongwang Group and Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. Head office. Whether it is a weekday or a holiday, Tongwang building is very lively here. Now Zhou Hao's car stopped at the main entrance of the Tongwang building. Zhou Hao was also sitting in the car, quietly watching the people entering and exiting at the Tongwang building's gate. Suddenly, a beauty in a black executive costume walked out of the lobby of the building, with more than a dozen men and women in suits and leather shoes walking by her side, reporting this report to her as if she was a strong woman. Seeing the beautiful shadow, Zhou Hao's expression moved, and his eyes fixed on her tightly. Shinji Kenzuki sensed Zhou Hao's strangeness, followed his gaze, and then showed a playful smile. Sure enough, Zhou Hao immediately opened the car door and walked straight to the beauty over there. Kenwei Shinji still sat in the car and didn't move, because she knew that Zhou Hao probably didn't want her in the past to get in the way. Besides Zhou Hao's side, he walked straight to that Liren, and Na Liren quickly found him. Her whole body immediately stiffened, staring at Zhou Hao in amazement. And when she stopped like this, the dozen or so people around her stopped, just in time to see Zhou Hao approaching. Seeing Zhou Hao rushing over, these people were really afraid that he would bump into Na Liren, and immediately 2 men in suits and glamorous clothes stepped out and stood in front of Na Li, intending to be the flower protector. "What are you doing? Get out of the way." The beauty behind her snorted in an anxious and severe tone. The 2 flower protectors shook all over and quickly avoided both sides. Then I saw this beauty take a step, and then rush towards Zhou Hao, and rushed into the arms of Zhou Hao who happened to arrive. The 2 jade arms were tightly looped around his waist, and the pretty face was also attached to him. On Zhou Hao's chest, tears were already streaming down his face, and the appearance of the pair blossoms with rain was really affectionate. Zhou Hao also hugged this beauty intimately, attracting all the people who came in and out of the Tongwang building. Of course, the most surprising thing was the more than a dozen male and female employees who followed Liren, and the 2 security guards in the lobby. Wow, who is that man? One of the security guards blinked and stared at the 2 people who were hugging each other tightly, and said, "For so long, I have seen so many people who pursued Manager Yen. None of them can win. It seems that Mr. Yen has already belonged to what he wanted. TSK Tusk, if I were this guy, it would be beautiful." Another security guard said with envy, "Manager Yen is the goddess in the hearts of all the men up and down our building. She is beautiful, capable, and treats others well. Outside, I don't know how many brothers want to pursue our Manager Yen, but I have driven away 2 stalkers before. I used to think that Manager Yen did not have the heart to fall in love, so I rejected those people. Manager Yen has long been a famous flower, and I don't know what the origin of this man is, so he can actually pick our Manager Yan's flower." The Manager Yen that the 2 security guards talked about, the beauty in Zhou Hao's arms, was Yen Qingqing. For so long, Yen Qingming has been helping Yin Tong and Lu Shiping manage the affairs of Tongwang Group. The position has also been promoted from assistant general manager to general manager, becoming the helmsman of the big ship of Tongwang Group. And Yin Tong and Lu Shiping have also retreated to the second line, unless it is necessary to show up. Today's Yin Qingming is no longer a simple and innocent village girl. She has transformed into a decisive and capable and outstanding entrepreneur. The only thing that remains unchanged is her kind heart and affection for Zhou Hao. How? Yin Qingyi murmured in Zhou Hao's arms. "They said you went to the United States to discuss business. Why did you leave for more than a year?" "A phone call at home. My aunt, and I don't know how much I miss you. I'm sorry. Zhou Hao gently stroked his face and smoothed his black hair. I'm back now. Don't worry, I'm back. He held Yin Qing's face in both hands, gently wiped the teardrops from her face with his thumb, and smiled. Okay, don't cry. Otherwise the image and majesty of your general manager will be ruined. I don't care about the general manager. You are more serious than this image and authority. Yin Qing snorted softly, but crying in front of so many people is not a glorious thing after all, so she quickly took it. The paper towel wiped away the tears on his face, but he still hugged Zhou Hao's arm tightly, for fear that Zhou Hao would leave once again. At this time, Yin Qingqing saw her more than 10 stunned subordinates who had not yet reacted, and immediately regained her general manager's momentum, and indifferently told them, I have very important things to do noon. I won't be back. You help me push the party secretary's dinner. Tell Secretary Situ and let him make another appointment. Having said that, Yin Qing ignored the jaw-dropping expressions of more than a dozen of her subordinates and walked outside the building with Zhou Hao's arm. A security guard had already drove a white Mercedes-Benz car to the front door. Seeing Yin Qing oncoming, he quickly got out of the car and handed her the car key respectfully. Yin gently took the car key and pushed Zhou Hao into the passenger seat. He walked around and sat in the driver's seat. He smiled and said, We will go home immediately. Auntie will be very happy to know you will come back. Sitting in Yin Qingqing's car, Zhou Hao quickly returned to Guanhu Garden, which he had bought before, and lived with Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan's family of 3. Nowadays, with the assets of Tongguan Group, it is not difficult for Yin Tong and Lu Shiping to buy the entire View Lake Garden. But Yin Tong and Lu Shiping are not the kind of people who blindly pursue material comforts. Living standards are enough, so they did not burn money everywhere to show off their wealth like those nouveau riches. On the way home, Yin Qing drove the car and glanced at Zhou Hao with affection from time to time, as if he didn't look enough at all, his mouth always filled with an involuntary smile. Zhou Hao was also a little emotional about Yin Qingqing's perception. Yin Qingqing didn't dare to drive by himself before. He was the kind of person who feel irritating even after driving 20 miles in the legend. But now, Yin Qing was able to sit in the driver's seat with ease. An air of confidence and competence exuded all over his body. How? Are your friends in the car behind? They seem to have been following us, Yin Qing said, looking at the rear mirror. Zhou Hao was stunned, only to think of Shinji Kanyue and the others. After looking in the rear mirror, he saw the Audi that he was riding before, so he nodded. It's my friend. What business did you do in the United States this year? It is related to the country? The uncle said that what you do in the United States is related to national security, and you can't even contact your family, otherwise you will be in danger. Yin Qing said, It made my aunt and I worry about you. When Zhou Hao heard this, he immediately stopped and asked, Uncle? Which uncle? It's your father. Yin Qingjing closed her mouth suddenly, looking at Zhou Hao with some anxiety. He's back. Zhou Hao frowned very tightly. His father, Zhou Liren, has always been one of the few weaknesses in his heart. He hates himself for having a father like this, and even more hates Zhou Liren for his betrayal of himself and Yin Tong for profit. Now that Zhou Liren is back, Zhou Hao's first reaction is that he must come back for the property of Tongguan Group. This shameless has a face to come back. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. Yin Qingqing was also frightened by Zhou Hao's hostility and whispered, How? In fact, uncle, he is not what you think. He has his own difficulties. Difficulties? Zhou Hao sneered. What difficulties can make him abandon his wife and children, and have not fulfilled his responsibility as a husband and father? What difficulties can make him betray the interests of his son and wife, and then leave? Well, how? In short, my uncle really has troubles. You will understand when you see him. Yin Qing said. And my aunt has forgiven him too. You have to think about it for your aunt. Even if my mother forgave him, I will never forgive him. Zhou Hao snarled. Seeing Zhou Hao's resolute expression, Yin sighed softly. After all, he didn't say any more. The two returned to the viewing lake garden. When they got off the car, Kanyue Shinji also got out of the Audi behind and walked straight to Zhou Hao and Yin Qing. Yin Qingchun saw Shinji Kanyue, but he didn't expect Zhou Hao's friend to be such a rare beauty, and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Hao. Then I saw Shinji Kanzuki nodded and smiled at Yin. Hello, I am Shinji Kanzuki, the Secretary of the Sun. Please give me your advice. Oh, you hello. Yin Qingqing also nodded to her. After Kanua Shinji and Yin gently greeted him, they didn't say anything. Standing behind Zhou Hao quietly, Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed. He gently explained to Yin with a guilty conscience. She is my assistant. I brought it from Japan. I'll explain the specific situation to you later. Shinji, you can stay here first, and I'll go up to see my mother first. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Kanua Shinji nodded and turned back to the car. Let her go up and sit down, Yanqing said. But Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't need it anymore. He was afraid that after he went up to see Zhou Liren, he couldn't help but clashed with him. And this kind of ugly thing, Zhou Hao didn't want Shinji Kanua to see it. The two came to the duplex unit on the top floor with their own thoughts. Standing in front of their house, Zhou Hao suddenly felt a little surging. And Wang Shijuan's house opposite made him feel emotional. From Yanqing's mouth, just now, he knew that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying had both gone to Fudan University to study. Zhou Hao once told Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying that he would apply for Fudan University. The two of them may also go to Fudan University for this reason, in order to wait for Zhou Hao to return. At this moment, Yanqing took out the key and opened the door. Zhou Hao, who was following, immediately smelled the familiar smell of rice. That was Yin Tong's food. When he smelled the familiar smell of rice, Zhou Hao felt like he wanted to cry. He hadn't eaten Yin Tong's food for more than a year. Aunt! Aunt! Yin Qingming called Yin Tong as soon as he entered the door. Gently, are you back? Yin Tong walked out of the kitchen while wiping his hands on the apron. When she saw Zhou Hao behind Yin Qingqing, she was stunned on the spot, as if the whole person had become rigid. Then, the gurgling teardrops continued to overflow from the eye sockets. Mom! Zhou Hao called out with a dry throat, and there was a layer of tears in his eyes. I saw Yin Tong take 2 steps forward, and then he banged his fist on Zhou Hao's head, and then cursed. You stinky boy, where have you been all year? I don't know me. Are you worried? You don't even call back. Zhou Hao ignored Yin Tong's reprimand and hugged Yin Tong directly. Right now, Yin Tong couldn't swear anymore. He also stretched out his hand to hug Zhou Hao, and couldn't help but said, Smelly boy, smelly boy, smelly boy. At this time, a tall man appeared behind Yin Tong, staring at Zhou Hao in a daze, with 2 lines of tears shed on his face. And Zhou Hao froze when he saw this man, because this man was his biological father, Zhou Liren. He really came back. An uncontrollable anger rose in Zhou Hao's heart. But when he saw Zhou Liren at this moment, he unexpectedly discovered that Zhou Liren's temperament was completely different from before. In the past, Zhou Liren was a rogue scorn, an image of an unemployed refugee who cheated on food and drink. But now, what Zhou Liren revealed from his body was a steady aura like Yuanhua. Those eyes were piercing and deep and unpredictable, and there was a sense of everyone's behavior between his gestures and feet. It's just that Zhou Hao ignored Zhou Liren's change and immediately passed Yin Tong and deceived Zhou Liren. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed Zhou Liren by the collar, grabbed him and shouted, You still have the face to come back? Zhou Liren did not resist, so he let Zhou Hao pull himself off the ground. Yin Tong and Yin Qing could not help but exclaimed, No. Yin Tong immediately stepped forward to catch Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, let him go. He is your father. How can you do this? He also has the face to be my dad. Zhou Hao glared at Zhou Liren and said in a deep voice, A person like him is not qualified to be your husband and my father. I said before that he went to the north to do business. Lie to you, because this guy stole our Tianhe beverage formula and sold it to the Fengshan Group, and then took the tens of thousands of dollars given to him to run away. Seeing Yin Tong's surprised look, Zhou Hao continued, Mom, at the time I didn't want you to be sad for this bastard, so I kept it from you. I also lied to you that he went to the north to do business. But I didn't expect this. The guy still has a face to come back to you. Zhou Hao, listen to me. Zhou Liren said in a calm tone. Yes, I am sorry for your mother and you, but I have difficulties. I did this for your sake. When Zhou Hao heard this, he turned angrily and laughed. Ha! Zhou Liren, do you think of me as a 3-year-old child? What difficulties do you have to make you treat us like this? How dare you say that it is for our mother and child? How did you make your face? If you don't blush, I will blush for you. Just listen to Zhou Liren take a deep breath and say, because I have been engaged in very dangerous work for so many years, I cannot let others know my true identity, especially the situation of my family. Otherwise it will be let you are in an extremely dangerous situation. I know your mother's temperament, and I can't go home often. She will definitely worry about me, so I can only make her hate me and make you hate me. You hate me better than worrying about me all the time. In this case, if I really can't come back, you won't be too sad. The ridiculous world is absurd. Zhou Hao yelled coldly. Your imagination is very good. You can make up such a reason? What dangerous work can you do as a rascal like you? Wouldn't it be robbing a house? Kill and set fire. Xiao Hao, how can you say that to your father? Yin Tong scolded Zhou Hao. Why can't I? Zhou Hao said. Ask him yourself. Has he done his duty as a father and a husband for so many years? If he has no money, he only knows how to take it from you. Regardless of how hard you endured, why can't I talk about such a man? Not only did I talk about him, I wanted to kill him. Enough, Xiao Hao. When Zhou Hao said that he wanted to kill Zhou Liren, Yin Tong screamed, then grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and shouted harshly, Let go of your dad. Let go. Zhou Hao said, He is not my dad. He is not qualified. But at this moment, Zhou Liren, who had been grabbed by Zhou Hao without any resistance, suddenly stretched out the middle fingers of his left hand and quickly and accurately clicked on the acupuncture point of Zhou Hao's elbow. Zhou Hao, who was caught off guard, only felt his arm numb, and he couldn't help loosening Zhou Liren. And Zhou Liren fell on the ground lightly and firmly, looking safe and sound. Zhou Hao stared at Zhou Liren with staring eyes and said in disbelief, You can martial arts. Although he was caught off guard just now, Zhou Hao is a top-notch expert after all, and Zhou Liren's hand can let Zhou Hao let go, which shows that his martial arts are not low at all. Especially Zhou Liren's aura of a grandmaster at this time made Zhou Hao feel incredible. In an instant, the anger in Zhou Hao's heart became more violent, and he deceived himself without saying a word and slapped Zhou Liren with a palm on his chest. Zhou Liren's eyes condensed, and he extended his right palm to welcome Zhou Hao. Bang! The two of them held their palms firmly and immediately burst out a strong real air current, which scattered the indoor furnishings. At the same time, what surprised everyone was that Zhou Liren's right hand, which was facing Zhou Hao, was torn up from the palm of his hand until it became a little bit of fragments and fell to the ground at the elbow. Zhou Liren was also slapped by Zhou Hao's hand and withdrew 2 steps back. Then he looked at Zhou Hao in surprise and said, Zhou Hao, I didn't expect your skill to improve again, and it's better than the American battle. You Hao. Looking at Zhou Liren's right arm with only his elbow and the fragments of metal and silica gel and other special materials, Zhou Hao suddenly gave birth to something very absurd, a feeling of. Moreover, Zhou Liren obviously knew what he was doing in the United States, which made Zhou Hao feel unbelievable. What makes Zhou Hao unacceptable most is that Zhou Liren in front of him brings him a familiar feeling, which makes Zhou Hao feel like a person the master of the First Army. Yin Tong and Yin Qing were shocked to see Zhou Liren's broken right hand. Yin Tong just saw that Zhou Liren's right hand was broken by Zhou Hao and almost fainted in fright, waiting to find that place, right hand. The fragments are all metal and plastic, not the flesh and blood of normal people, and they will come over. This is basically Zhou Liren's prosthesis. Seeing everyone showing dumbfounded expressions at his prosthetic limbs, Zhou Liren smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, my right hand has disappeared more than 10 years ago. Now it's just a special prosthetic limb. It's none of Zhou Hao's business. Zhou Hao raised his eyes to Zhou Liren. You. And Zhou Liren also looked at Zhou Hao resolutely and said with piercing eyes, You guessed it right. I am him. Impossible. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. How could you be that person? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing Zhou Liren took out something from his arms, it turned out to be a highly simulated human skin mask. He skillfully put this mask on his face, and he immediately became another person who looked like a master. Well, are you willing to believe it now? Zhou Liren, who has turned into a big master, stared at Zhou Hao and said. Zhou Hao saw Zhou Liren become a master in front of him. His face was pale, and he involuntarily stepped back 2 steps, muttering to himself, Impossible. Now all I can say to your mother and son is I'm sorry. The master, or Zhou Liren, said to Zhou Hao and Yin Tong with a sad expression. Actually, I joined when I was 12 years old. It's been the first army, and it's been 28 years until now. I don't believe you lied to me. How could you be the master? How could it be him? Zhou Hao still said. Zhou Liren exclaimed and said, I'm sorry, because it is a top-secret country, and this job is very dangerous. Not only hostile forces from foreign countries, but also many people in China will be unfavorable to our First Army. The members of our First Army will face the disaster of extinction, especially our family members. Once they are known by those people, they will all fall into extreme danger. Zhou Hao's face became paler because he had known him for so long, and Zhou Hao had always admired him. In Zhou Hao's mind, the master has always been an image of a teacher and friend, not only helped by the energy of the First Army. Zhou Hao has a lot, and Zhou Hao has gained a lot in martial arts. In particular, Zhou Hao admired everything that the master did for the country. Because of this, when the master was caught in the American trap by hunting down the traitors of the Chinese military in the United States, Zhou Hao would not hesitate to go to the United States and try his best to rescue him. In order to rescue the master, Zhou Hao was severely injured in the siege of top masters such as Fengma Kotaro, Mohandas, Cui Shiming, and those secretly manufactured super biowarriors made by the United States, and let the master and Li Shuihan escape, and stay. He and Ulysses were on a bomb-loaded plane, and finally under a strong explosion, coupled with falling into the sea from a high altitude causing a concussion. This was the result of amnesia and disappearance over the past year. It can be said that all of Zhou Hao's sacrifices are for the great master, because in his heart, the great master is a hero who has contributed a lot to the country, and he deserves to be admired and sacrificed. But now, the big boss he admired most, and his biological father Zhou Liren, who he hates and disdain, are the same person. Zhou Hao couldn't accept this at all. One was the person he admired the most, and the other was the person he hated for a lifetime. Now he is the same person, and Zhou Liren is the master. In this way, you have abandoned our mother and son for more than 10 years, leaving me and my mother alone, making my mother suffer from blinding her eyes, and her body is broken. All of this, you actually say it is for us now. Zhou Hao died staring at Zhou Liren. He suddenly laughed. Ha! Even if you are the master, you are the hero who is willing to sacrifice himself for the country and the people. From the standpoint of the Chinese, I can forgive you. But, from the standpoint of myself and my mother, I won't forgive you. No. After that, Zhou Hao's figure suddenly became blurred and then disappeared. This weird sight made Yin Tong and Yin Qing shocked, and Zhou Liren sighed and said, Don't worry. This is the afterimage left by him because he moved too fast. Now he is already leaving this house. Xiao Hao, he can also martial arts? Yin Tong asked in surprise. Zhou Liren nodded. That's right, and his martial arts is higher than mine. I'm afraid there is no one who can beat him in this world. Is this so powerful? Yin Tong and Yin Qing were both taken aback, because Zhou Hao kept the martial arts secret from them, so they just thought Zhou Hao was an ordinary person from beginning to end. But now, Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao and his son are both top-notch masters. Yin Tong still doesn't understand what a top-notch master is, otherwise it would be even more shocking and incredible. After a pause, Yin Tong said anxiously, This kid, he treats you, his prejudice against you is too deep. How can this be good? You are two fathers and sons after all. Alas, let him go quiet. Zhou Liren also looked sad. This fact is really hard for him to accept. Let's let him be quiet. I believe he is a reasonable person. He will figure it out after all. Otherwise, he would not risk his life to come to America to save me. That's right. But Yin Tong was staring at Zhou Liren tightly. What is the matter in the United States? You never told me? Also, I think Xiao Hao is right. You are a family, but you have pretended to be a bad person for more than 10 years for our safety alone, and you have tried every means to make us hate you. Are you afraid that I will really hate you forever? Zhou Liren stepped forward and hugged Yin Tong's shoulders, sighed and said, I'm sorry, please forgive me for my irresponsibility over the past 10 years. But you can rest assured, Tong, now I have come to the front desk, no more I hide my identity like I did before. So I won't leave you in Xiao Hao again. Now Zhou Liren has served as the director of the General Political Department of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. He is one of the few big chiefs of the military, and he is officially standing in the foreground to face the people of the whole country and even the world. After getting rid of his status as the head of the First Army, Zhou Liren no longer has to worry about his family being known by the enemy. He was very guilty of Zhou Hao's mother and son. He didn't want to take care of them with his heart all the time. Now he can finally do what he wants. And as a national leader, he is also required to have a complete family in the organization. Therefore, both public and private, Zhou Liren can come back to take care of Yin Tong and Zhou Hao. At this time, Yin Tong saw Zhou Liren's right arm above the elbow again, and tears couldn't help but shed tears. Why do I never know your hand? Because my prosthesis was secretly manufactured by the National Research Institute, and coupled with my infuriating control, it does not act any differently from ordinary people, Zhou Liren said. Also, the artificial skin has a very high degree of simulation. It can simulate the body temperature of the human body, so if it weren't for being smashed by Xiao Hao as just now, others wouldn't know that I was just a prosthetic. Yin Qingli let Zhou Liren and Yin Tong stay in the Lakeview Garden. After all, they had lost more than 10 years of getting along with each other. Now the truth about Zhou Liren has finally come to light, and the two of them should return. Reunited, Yin Qing didn't want to be an obstacle to the two of them, and Yin Qing wanted to find Zhou Hao, because she had never seen Zhou Hao as angry as before. When Zhou Hao just said that he wanted to kill Zhou Liren, Yin Qing could really feel the chill radiating from Zhou Hao. Later, when Zhou Hao knew that Zhou Liren was the master, Yin Qing also felt what kind of impact Zhou Hao's spirit had been. Although Zhou Liren said to let Zhou Hao stay quiet, Yin Qing still couldn't help looking for him. And I have been separated from Zhou Hao for more than a year. If it weren't for the busy work of Tongguan Group to support his life, I am afraid that just missing Zhou Hao would make Yin Gentle go crazy. So now Yin Qing didn't want to leave Zhou Hao anymore. When she came downstairs, Yin Qing saw the previous Audi car still parked there, so she walked over. At this time, the door of the car opened, and Shinji Kanzuki walked out of the car and came to meet Yin gently. Miss Guanyua, did you see Xiao Hao coming down just now? Yin Qing asked. The sun is out. Kanua Shinji frowned slightly. I didn't see him. Yin Qingqing said. Thank you, I'll go find him by myself. Wait, Miss Yin. What a keen woman Kanua Shinji is. He immediately noticed Yin Qing's strangeness and quickly stopped her and asked, did the sun just happen to have something on it? Yin Qingming is not the unmotivated girl in Shuahua village before. She also knows to be vigilant and guarding against strangers, but Kanua Shinji came with Zhou Hao, so Yin Qing said. He just went with home. People came out after a fight, and I was worried about him, so I came out to look for him. The son quarreled with his family? Shinji Kanzuki asked in surprise. Because in her opinion, Zhou Hao is a person with a very strong sense of family. It can be seen from his attitude towards Karu Nanami and his mother, and he kept the stars before the full moon in order to come back to China to see his mother. In Japan, you can know that Zhou Hao attaches great importance to family affection. Just such a person who cares for his family, especially if he has been separated from his family for more than a year. How can he quarrel with his family? This made Shinji Kanzuki very puzzled, but seeing Yin Qingqing not wanting to say more, Shinji Kanzuki didn't ask any more, but said, Miss Yin, I'll go find it with you and get on the bus. After that, Kanua Shinji immediately got into the car, giving Yin Qingqing no chance to refuse. In this way, the two set out together to find Zhou Hao. Yin Qingming knew Zhou Hao very well, so he didn't look around blindly, but directly pointed out the direction for Shinji Kanua, who was driving Shuahua village. In the car, Yin Qing was still worried. In addition to worrying about Zhou Hao's soul being hit, he also worried about how Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren's father and son could untie the knot. In fact, Yin Qingqing still finds the truth about Zhou Liren strange. Prior to this, because Zhou Liren's notoriety in Yin Tong's family had spread, and he knew how difficult the lives of Yin Tong and Zhou Hao were, Yin Qingqing was also very angry with Zhou Liren and married Yin Tong like this. The people are unwilling. Because I heard from my parents and grandparents that when Yin Tong was young, she was a famous and beautiful girl in Shuahua village. I don't know how many young men liked her, so the matchmakers who came to Yan's house almost stepped on the threshold. But no one thought that Yin Tong would eventually marry Zhou Liren. And Zhou Liren has never stepped into Yan's house once in so many years, and even his father-in-law and mother-in-law have not visited him, making the Yin family angry at him. At that time, Yin Tong's parents opposed Yin Tong's marriage, but Yin Tong insisted on going his own way, and even left Shuohua village alone and went to Xiangqing to marry Zhou Liren. Later, the brothers Yin Mudong and Yin Munin, who came to visit Yin Tong's mother and son, did not know how difficult the lives of Yin Tong and Zhou Hao's mother and son were. Zhou Liren was often away from home, often not coming back every few months. Ask Yin Tong for money. After all, the Yin family still cherished Yin Tong's daughter, so they helped Yin Tong mother and son more, and at the same time hated Zhou Liren, an irresponsible man, even more. Zhou Hao's grandparents even persuaded Yin Tong to remarry many times, but Yin Tong refused. Yanqing's parents often spoke ill of Zhou Liren in front of her. For a long time, Yanqing also hated Zhou Liren. However, the way Zhou Liren came back this time was very shocking to Yanqing and Yin Tong and others. Not long ago, a person from Beijing approached Yin Qingqing and suggested that Yin Qingqing and Yin Tong let Tongwang Group go public to raise funds. However, Tongwang Group has always had sufficient funds, and there is no need to go public to raise funds. Moreover, Zhou Hao repeatedly reminded that Tongwang Group should not be listed. Even if it is listed, it should not be listed in China. So Yin Qingqing immediately rejected this person's suggestion on behalf of the Tongwang Group. Later, this person opened up his identity and turned out to be a member of the National Development and Reform Commission. And not long after, the National Development and Reform Commission really organized a team to come to Xiangqing to investigate Tongwang Group, and then asked Tongwang Group to go public. That's right, the National Development and Reform Commission, as an important department at the national level, requires Tongwang Group to go public, not for it. Yin Qingming and Yin Tong have run the Tongwang Group for so long, and they know the things in the mall and how powerful the National Development and Reform Commission is. If they are determined to set up that company, I believe no company can resist it. Unable to find Zhou Hao's discussion, Yin Qingming found Situ Li, the secretary of the Xiangqing Municipal Party Committee. During this year, Situ Li had been promoted from the mayor of Xiangqing to the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Of course, this was also inseparable from the help of the Zhao family. And the reason why the Zhao family wanted to help him was naturally the reason for Zhou Hao. Therefore, Situ Li is very good to Zhou Hao and Zhou Hao's family. Tongwang Group, as the representative company of Xiangqing, enjoys the most preferential policies in Xiangqing. Situ Li was able to become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Apart from the help of the Zhao family, of course he also had good abilities, and he was also a deep man in the city. So when Yin Qingming told him the matter, he immediately guessed that this was someone who came to the Tongwang Group and wanted to borrow the Tongwang Group's listing to collect money. These people are most likely the legendary princelings in Beijing. The energy of this princeling is obviously not small. Even Stuart feels a headache. However, the headache is the headache. The Tongwang Group is regarded as Zhou Hao's family property, and the relationship between Zhou Hao and his daughter is so unclear. Situ Li, the half-old man, can still help. So he immediately went to the Development and Reform Commission team that came to Xiangqing to investigate Tongwang Group and said that Tongwang Group is a local enterprise in Xiangqing. The people from the Development and Reform Commission came to investigate why not pass the Xiangqing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. This is indeed against the rules. Although Situ Li is only a local official, he is also an uncompromising person in Xiangqing. He is truly a powerful official who can coordinate the overall situation of Xiangqing. Therefore, he came forward. Those from the Development and Reform Commission are really at a loss. However, the Development and Reform Commission is not a soft persimmon. It immediately issued a document saying that Tongwang Group would be investigated, and the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection personnel also suddenly notified Situ Li and asked him to go to the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection for a disciplinary investigation. Situ Li felt the unprecedented pressure and could not defy the instructions of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Department. And he also knew that once he left Xiangqing, the Tongwang Group would become the flesh on the anvil of others. Before leaving Xiangqing, Situ Li asked Yin Jintel to go to the Guangzhou Military Region headquarters to find Zhao Dingzhou. However, When Yin Qingming was about to go to Guangzhou to seek help from Zhao Dingzhou, Zhou Liren came. Moreover, Zhou Liren did not come alone, but on behalf of the General Political Department to come to the Guangzhou military region to condolences to the sergeants here and to conduct military investigations with Zhao Dingzhou, commander of the Guangzhou military region. It's just that Zhou Liren didn't go to Guangzhou right away, but came to Xiangqing and checked into the hotel inside Tongwang building. Zhou Liren is not an ordinary official, but the head of the General Political Department of one of the 4 major military ministries. He is strictly protected by the state, and no media dare to follow him. Therefore, he came to Guangzhou to investigate and live in Tongwang building. There is no report in the newspaper. As soon as Zhou Liren came to Xiangqing, he directly approached the National Development and Reform Commission team in the Tongwang building. The people in this team did not know what Zhou Liren was from at first and were very arrogant, until Zhou Liren's accompanying secretary told them that Zhou Liren had been caught recently. The Standing Committee of the Chinese National People's Congress and the director of the General Political Department appointed by the Central Military Commission were stunned by the talents of the Development and Reform Commission. Those who responded quickly called back to Beijing for verification. After they were finally confirmed, the response was wonderful. Yin Tong and Yin Qing, who were surprised because Zhou Liren came back suddenly, realized that Zhou Liren, who had always been an unemployed vagrant who was addicted to gambling, has now become the director of the General Political Department. Amidst Yin Tong and Yan's stunned eyes, Zhou Liren directly asked his sergeants to expel all the people from the National Development and Reform Commission who were in the Tongwang building. If they dare to come again, he directly ordered the 2nd Department of the General Political Department responsible for intelligence collection. Investigate these people. Not many of these NDRC members dared to say that they were clean, so as soon as they heard Zhou Liren say this, they fled Xiangqing in embarrassment and returned to Beijing to return to their master. The development of the matter can be regarded as a matter of course. The princelings in Beijing, who was interested in Tongwang Group who wanted to use its listing to make money, heard that Zhou Liren, who was newly appointed as the head of the General Political Department, actually came forward to keep Tongwang Group. After the tough attitude, he immediately gave in, and personally came to Xiangqing from Beijing to find Yin Tong and Yin to apologize gently. Because Zhou Liren won the position of director of the General Political Department completely in a dark horse situation, and was almost unanimously elected by the central leadership, completely defeating other competitors by an overwhelming advantage. Many people in the capital didn't know much about Zhou Liren's origin and background. Later, I learned that Zhou Liren was promoted from the intelligence department, and I couldn't find out which department it was. These people also know that the members and cadres of the intelligence department are kept secret, and it is difficult for even high-ranking officials in the country to know their details. Individuals, or even the highest leaders, know their existence. Therefore, after Zhou Liren became the head of the Politburo, many people at home and abroad were investigating his details, but they found nothing. Before the incident of Tongwang Group, Zhou Liren had been very low-key since taking office. The family of that princeling is also considered powerful, but no one thought that such a trick on the Tongwang Group would lead out the great Buddha Zhou Liren. Although Zhou Liren's details were not found, Zhao Rixin, who was still in office, was the first to recommend him, and after he took office, Zhou Liren deliberately met with Zhao officials frequently. So many people in the capital knew that Zhou Liren was the same as Zhao Dingzhou. Most likely they are the core figures of the Zhao family. Zhou Liren himself is the head of the General Political Department. It is already prominent enough, and now he represents the huge political group of the Zhao family, whose energy is even more unimaginable. You know, although Zhao Rixin has just retired from the Politburo Standing Committee, his influence is still there, and the Zhao family was originally a very powerful political group. As long as the new generation of leaders after Zhao Rixin can be found in time, this political group will continue to be passed on. Obviously, Zhou Liren and Zhao Dingzhou are the new generation leaders of this aircraft carrier of the Zhao family. So after the family of the princeling knew that Zhou Liren had come to the Beitongwang Group in person, he immediately asked the kid who caused the trouble to apologize to the Tongwang Group. As for Situ Li, who was suddenly summoned to the Provincial Department of Discipline Inspection for disciplinary investigations, he was immediately released. Disciplinary investigations conducted by the Disciplinary Inspection Department were originally not a judicial procedure. To put it bluntly, they were aimed at certain officials. The investigation can last for a year and a half. There is no result after uploading. You can also investigate for a few days before releasing. After returning, Situli was also surprised after knowing the whole story. When did the Tongwang group go up to such a big Buddha? He thought it was Zhou Hao's relationship, which made the Zhao family spare no effort to help Tongwang group. So he became more determined to sit on the same boat with Zhou Hao. For Zhou Liren, who suddenly became the head of the general political department, it was difficult for Yin Tong and Yin Qing to accept it in a short time. However, this can also explain why Zhou Liren has not come back often for so many years. If you check carefully, you will find that even in Zhou Liren's hometown, there are no people who know him. Everyone only knows the village. Zhou Lichang, a well-to-do man, has a younger brother named Zhou Liren, but he has never seen Zhou Liren. Now that I think about it, Zhou Liren deliberately faded out of people's sight to maintain his concealment. As for Yin Tong, she did not completely give up on Zhou Liren, and always hoped that he could turn his back on the prodigal son. But now she found that Zhou Liren had never fallen, and only deliberately alienated her mother and son for the benefit of the country, so she easily forgave him. The most angry thing in my heart was that Zhou Liren didn't tell her the truth, and Zhou Hao hated him for so many years. The matter this time, the son is very tricky. Yin Qing, who was immersed in his thoughts, suddenly heard a pleasant female voice beside him, and when he turned his head, he saw Shinji Kanzuki talking to him. She came back to her senses, sighed, and said, "It's very tricky. You know Xiao Hao not long ago, and you don't know him as a human being. He is sometimes very stubborn. If he recognizes certain things, then 9 cows can't be pulled back." It is the first time that Shinji Kanzui has heard someone describe Zhou Hao this way. He unconsciously pulled out a smile from the corner of his mouth and said, "Do you know where the sun is?" Yin nodded lightly. When he was a kid at our home, he would go to the back mountain pomegranate tree in a daze every time he was unhappy. He should be there now. The two of them soon came to Shuahua village, and the facts were exactly as Yin Qing expected. Zhou Hao was indeed under the pomegranate tree on the back mountain of Shuahua village, and Shinji Kanzui saw it far from the bottom of the mountain. "Since the sun is here, I won't go up. Miss Yin, you go? I'll be waiting for you here." Shinji Kanzui can see that the relationship between Yin Qingqing and Zhou Hao is not simple. If he follows up, it may hinder others. Yin Qing did not refuse, so he went up the mountain alone. I saw Zhou Hao sitting under the pomegranate tree with his hands on his knees, staring at the front blankly. The whole person was lost in thought. Lian Yin came gently from behind and didn't notice. "You're still the same as when you were a kid. You come here every time you feel unhappy," Yin Qing said. Zhou Hao returned to his senses, turned his head and saw a gentle face. He sighed and said, "You are the same. You can find me every time." Yin Qingxi sat down next to Zhou Hao, took his arm, and said softly, "Who made me grow up with you since I was young? Apart from my aunt, I am afraid that I know you best in this world." Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said bitterly, "Cousin, I feel so uncomfortable in my heart." His eyes touched the melancholy look on Zhou Hao's face. Yin Qing's heart also trembled, and she pressed her face to Zhou Hao's heart and said, "It's okay. I'm here. I'll be with you." Gently hugging Yin Qing's soft body, Zhou Hao said affectionately, "Cousin Qing, I miss you so much." "Me too. If it weren't for the company's business to keep me busy day and night, I'm afraid I will go crazy because I miss you." Yin moved slightly to make himself closer to Zhou Hao. "Sorry, I should be back earlier." Zhou Hao hugged Yin Qingqing tightly and said as he kissed her hair. Yin gently shook his head. "It's okay, as long as you come back safely." Listening to Yin Qing's gentle words and smelling the fragrance on her body, Zhou Hao, who desperately needed comfort at this time, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to lift Yin Qing's chin and kissed it as soon as he lowered his head. Yin Qing's lips are soft and moist, and they have a sweet feeling, and their movements are always a little shy. They are completely different from Nanami Keiru's bold enthusiasm. It is another unique taste that makes Zhou Hao linger. Yin Qingqing's kiss to Zhou Hao was also a long time ago, and she was emotionally moved for a while. A pair of jade hands hooked Zhou Hao's neck tightly, kissing until her cheeks were red and breathing hard, before she let go. Zhou Hao, gasping for breath. Yin Qing had been obedient to Zhou Hao before, and at this time he missed Zhou Hao so much. How could he refuse him, and only let Zhou Hao do what he did? Yin Qingqing's deliberately suppressed groans soon sounded in the woods, as well as Zhou Hao's sweet words to Yin Qingqing. Only a gust of breeze passed by, covering up the private voice. After a long time, Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing stopped. They sat leaning against the pomegranate tree. Yin Qing was naked and dressed in Zhou Hao's coat. A pair of snow-white slender thighs were exposed from below, in the flowers and green grass. The time is more charming. Zhou Hao gently hugged the jade man next to her, kissing her on the cheek on her forehead from time to time, while Yin Qing was resting on his shoulder, her skin still showing a lavish pink color. Compared to before, Zhou Hao felt that Yin Qing was plump, but that style was even more moving. It's just that Yin Qing's personality is still gentle, and she is always shy when she is in the fish and water with Zhou Hao, often biting the back of her finger to stop her groaning. But she doesn't know that she can more attract Zhou Hao's desire. "Cousin, let's have a baby," Zhou Hao said suddenly. Yin gave a slight shock and looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, but he didn't find any signs of joking on Zhou Hao's face. Zhou Hao has figured it out now. Anyway, Kaira Nanami has already given birth to stars for herself, so there is no need to worry about other women. After all, Zhou Hao loves them very much. But would Aunt and the others agree? Yin Qingqing was naturally very willing to have children for Zhou Hao. But after all, the two of them were cousins who were related by blood, although the relationship between the two had already gained Yin Tong the acquiescence, but there are still concerns in this regard. Only Zhou Hao laughed and said, "I think Mom will agree to it, but what I am worried about is whether uncles will object after they know about our affairs." Yin Tong knew about Zhou Hao and Yin Qing's affairs, but Yin Mudong and the others were still in the dark. At this time, Yin Qing had a few rays of maternal brilliance in her eyes. Thinking of being able to give birth to Zhou Hao, Yin Qing was immersed in this happiness. Her eyes faintly revealed the brilliance of maternity, and she unconsciously glanced at her lower abdomen. Zhou Hao laughed at this and said, "What are you looking at? How can it be so fast?" Yin Qing's face blushed, and suddenly thought that Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren's heart hadn't been opened, and couldn't help but say to him, "Xiao Hao, Uncle He." Zhou Hao's face sank as soon as he heard Yin gently mention Zhou Liren, and frowned. "Why do you mention him well, Xiao Hao? Even though you and your aunt have suffered for so many years, in fact, your uncle really has difficulties. Moreover, now that he has the opportunity, Uncle wants to compensate you very much." The crisis that Tongguang Group encountered before, and Zhou Liren's appearance as the head of the Politburo, scared the people of the Development and Reform Commission back to Beijing and asked the princelings to come to Xiangqing to ask them to apologize. They told Zhou Hao one by one. Zhou Hao never expected that Zhou Liren would help Tongguang Group with such a high profile. After all, military giants like the director of the General Political Department are also important members of the Central Military Commission. Unlike other senior political officials, they need to keep their identity secret, rarely appear in front of the public or the media. Moreover, due to the high level of official positions, such giants generally do not easily make moves, because they will surely set off a storm and cause shocks from all parties. In particular, the Tongguang Group is Yin Tong's industry. Although Zhou Hao is concerned about it, it is undeniable that Yin Tong is Zhou Liren's wife after all. Zhou Liren is now the head of the Politburo, and he needs a complete and stable public and private sector family. Therefore, the fact that Yin Tong is Zhou Liren's wife is very likely to have been prepared by the military and the central government. Zhou Liren's high profile help to Tongguang Group might be regarded as partial by some unkind people. Of course, whether anyone so boldly dared to chew on the chief of the General Political Department is another matter. After all, Zhou Liren is only in his early 40s this year, and he is considered very young in the officialdom. With such a young state, Zhou Liren can actually take up the entire General Political Department, and his future can be imagined. Therefore, at this stage, it is estimated that not many people will burn their heads to offend Zhou Liren. This is also the reason why the princelings who wanted to attack the Tongguang Group came to Xiangqing to apologize in person. Although Zhou Liren came forward to help the Tongguang Group for Yin Tong and Zhou Hao, His irresponsibility to Zhou Hao's mother and son for more than 10 years still made Zhou Hao hard to let go. As for Zhou Liren's repeated harm and betrayal of Zhou Hao's mother and son, Zhou Hao believed the reason he said in order not to let their mother and son miss him, so they deliberately made them hate him. However, believing is one thing, not forgiving is another. In particular, Zhou Hao clearly remembered that in the previous life, Yin Tong finally died of liver cancer due to overwork. At that time, Zhou Liren never came back. Even in Yin Tong never came back to see her for the last time before he died. According to the time of the previous life, Yin Tong became ill at about this time. Zhou Hao remembers unforgettable that he was in college at that time, but he never asked Yin Tong for money. Those tuition fees were earned by his own work-study program. But despite this, Zhou Hao still didn't have enough money to treat her when Yin Tong found out that she was suffering from liver cancer. At that time, he borrowed money everywhere, and all his relatives and friends visited. But in the end, he couldn't keep Yin Tong's life. This is why Zhou Hao hates Zhou Liren most. In today's life, if Zhou Hao hadn't changed his life in advance, Yin Tong would still be working everywhere for his livelihood. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "I won't forgive him. Mom was right. We were originally a family. Even if he has something, we should take it together. He thinks he is a great person. I took the whole burden and even deliberately hurt us for that so-called reason. Humph. If you really didn't want my mother to worry about being afraid, he shouldn't have come to harm my mother in the first place." Yen Qing couldn't help but glared at Zhou Hao. "What are you talking about? If you weren't with your aunt back then, where would you be? Also, listen to me. In my opinion, and as I've never really hated my uncle. I'm also a woman, and I also have someone I love. I understand her feelings. Speaking of, I also have someone I love." Yen Qing blushed and looked at Zhou Hao and said, "If my uncle is the kind of hopeless person from beginning to end, then Aunt is not stupid. Why did you join him in spite of your grandparents' opposition? Now it seems that my aunt's vision is very accurate. Also, have you ever thought that my aunt didn't want to come back to take care of your mother and child for so many years? No, not wanting, but not being able to." Suddenly hearing these words, Zhou Hao suddenly shook his whole body, and a glimmer of light flashed in his mind. In the previous life, Yin Tong died of liver cancer, but Zhou Liren never came back to see her from beginning to end. Is there a possibility that Zhou Liren doesn't want to come back, but can't come back? If, in Zhou Hao's previous life, Zhou Liren was also sent to the United States to hunt down those military traitors who had betrayed the motherland, and eventually he was ambushed and attacked by the U.S., as Zhou Hao knew in his life, leading to falling into the enemy's hands. In the previous life, Zhou Hao was just the most ordinary person. It is even impossible to know Zhou Liren's true identity, let alone Zhou Liren's trap in the United States. Even in the life of Zhou Hao's reincarnation, if it were not for Zhou Hao's desperate rescue, Zhou Liren would probably not be able to return home safely. So in the previous life, without Zhou Hao's rescue, will Zhou Liren eventually die in the United States? The more Zhou Hao thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high, because even in this life, when Zhou Liren was ambushed and trapped in the United States, the country was afraid of a full-scale conflict with the United States, so it dared not send personnel to rescue him. It was Zhou Hao who did everything possible to take measures to finally rescue Zhou Liren. The process was very dangerous after 9 deaths. For this reason, Zhou Hao had amnesia for more than a year and did not return from Japan until today. Seeing Zhou Hao sinking into thought, Yen Qing continued to say, "Xiao Hao, think about it. My uncle has been for the country for so many years, and he has sacrificed no less than you. The you, a water controlling in ancient times, did not go home 3 times. Don't you? Don't you forgive someone like this for the country and the people?" After a pause, Yen said gently, "Also, when my uncle is performing tasks outside, he has to face all kinds of dangers anytime and anywhere. He doesn't want you to suffer such dangers, so he just kept it from you." Yen Qing's words made Zhou Hao's heart more shaken. He is still thinking about the past life. Zhou Hao was thinking, in the previous life, even if Zhou Liren really died in the United States, he was the head of the First Army and sacrificed for the country. For public and private, the country should take care of Yin Tong, with Zhou Hao's mother and son. But the fact is that Zhou Hao and Yin Tong have never received compensation from the state. According to Zhou Hao's current speculation, There are probably two possibilities. The first possibility is that Zhou Liren may have concealed the country. The country does not know that he has relatives. The second possibility is that Zhou Liren had forged many enemies when he was the head of the First Army. After his death, these enemies suppressed the state's compensation for Zhou Hao's mother and son. If this is the case, Zhou Liren really can't be blamed. However, Zhou Hao always felt a little awkward, and within a short time he could not accept Zhou Liren's change of status. Zhou Liren, who had always been a shameless and selfish person in his own mind, suddenly became an unpredictable and great hero for the country and the people. This hero is still someone Zhou Hao has always admired and respected. He still remembers that after Zhou Liren stole the beverage formula of the Tianhe Beverage Company and sold it to Fengshan Group, Zhou Hao also entrusted the Big Master to help Zhou Liren. No wonder he said that he couldn't find it all the time. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Huh? What did you say? Yin asked the Prime Minister gently. Zhou Hao shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, cousin, I want to move out first during this period. Yan Qing's expression changed. Do you want to move? Zhou Hao sighed and said, although I can't blame Zhou Liren for reason, I still can't accept this fact in this short time. So I don't want to face him so quickly. Let us separate and think about it when I think about it. It's good for each other. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Yan Qingqing had nothing to say because Zhou Hao made a lot of sense. It was really difficult for Zhou Hao to accept Zhou Liren so quickly, and it was indeed beneficial to both of them to be separated temporarily. Then where do you want to live? I'll stay with you. Yan Qingqing didn't want to part with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, cousin, don't worry. As the so-called cunning rabbit Sanku, I'm a little smarter than cunning rabbit, so you don't have to worry about where I live. Don't move out with me, otherwise mom will be unhappy. Also, if you stay there, if I need to communicate with Zhou Liren, you can do it for me. He asked Yan Qingqing to act as a temporary bridge between him and Zhou Liren, and at this moment, his heart had already flown to Li Ruolin, who was also on the side of Xiangqing. Although Xiangqing is not as prosperous as Guangzhou and Shenzhen, it also has a lot of excitement. Among the schools in Xiangqing, in addition to the two provincial key schools, the most famous is a private school, Tianhe School. In fact, Tianhe School has only been officially launched for 1 year. However, with perfect hardware facilities, beautiful teaching environment, and ample teaching staff, Tianhe School quickly established a foothold among the many schools in Xiangqing. Unlike many schools now, Tianhe School enrolls most of the students from other places, especially the children of migrant workers, leaving only a small number of places for local students. Compared with the excellent educational conditions of Tianhe School, their tuition and miscellaneous fees are lower than those of public schools. Even low-income migrant workers will not incur too much burden. In addition, Tianhe School has a primary school and a junior high school. In the future, there will be a high school. Students can also choose to live in the school. The school canteen also provides 3 meals a day plus midnight snacks. The meals are generally cheaper than outside, but it is not bad, so it is very popular with students. Because the conditions of Tianhe School are so good and it can solve the difficulty of studying for the children of migrant workers, it is extremely popular with migrant workers. Even the local residents hope that their children will be admitted to this private school with better conditions than the public key school. However, the number of places reserved by Tianhe School for local students is very limited, so the recruitment of local students is much stricter than that of the children of migrant workers. However, if local students are from poor families or poor, they can apply for admission to Tianhe School. Tianhe School's policy of beckoning to poor students and students from difficult backgrounds is somewhat sloppy. This has won it an excellent reputation. Of course, although what Tianhe School is doing is benefiting the people, its approach is out of the mainstream of current education. In particular, the fact that it does not charge sponsorship fees and school selection fees is enough to cause dissatisfaction among other schools. Accused Tianhe School of destroying the market. Some local parents who wanted to let their children enroll in Tianhe School were even more irritated. Under the instigation of a caring person, they filed a complaint with Xiangqing Education Bureau about discrimination when enrolling students in Tianhe School. Other schools resenting Tianhe School have also taken action, accusing Tianhe School of violating the national education law and undermining the education work in Xiangqing. In the face of these unreasonable accusations, Tianhe School remained motionless. what to do, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Later, the secretary of the municipal party committee, Sitoli, came forward, but instead of criticizing Tianha School, he called the school principals who had complained about Tianha School to the municipal government to scold them, and arrested all the parents who made trouble. For 5 days, through this tough method, the bad wind was suppressed. A few unconvinced parents later found the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Department of Education complaining to Tianha School and Sitoli, but they were all kicked out. They would not accept such complaints at all, and finally reprimanded those parents who were making trouble. Don't frame Zhongliang again, or you will catch them. After this incident, the discerning person also noticed the profound background of Tianha School and was easily afraid to provoke it. Later, the source of funds for Tianha School appeared to the public, but it was a very well-funded Tianha Education Foundation. The Tianha Education Foundation was established by the largest domestic beverage production company, the Tianha Beverage Company. So it is difficult to have problems with the capital chain, which also ensures the smooth operation of Tianha School. Now Tianha School has planned to open branch schools in Guangzhou, Dongguan, Shenzhen, and other places where migrant workers are concentrated. The local government immediately sent people to discuss with Tianha School after receiving the news, because the schooling problem of migrant workers' children has become worse. It has become more and more obvious that although the emergence of Tianha School will have a certain impact on the local education market, Tianha School has a profound background and can effectively solve the problem of difficulty in studying for the children of migrant workers. Therefore, the government still welcomes them. People have also inquired that the person who now serves as the principal of Xiangqing Tianha School is a female teacher who used to teach at Yuning Middle School. On this day, a young guest came to Tianha School. He first met with the principal of Tianha School through the school affairs office of Tianha School. He only said that he was a parent who wanted his children to study here. Then, he personally came to visit Tianha School and was notified to wait at the school office first. This person is Zhou Hao. At this moment, he was walking on the lush green road of Tianha School, looking at the surrounding brand-new teaching buildings, lush green parks, and spacious playgrounds. Among them, many students shuttled and carried out various activities. The sound of reading aloud came from the teaching building in the distance. Zhou Hao was followed by Shinji Manhwa. She also looked around the environment of Tianha School and then said faintly, "The environment of this school is very good, and the greening is done very well. Our schools in Japan are slightly different." Not enough. Hearing this, Zhou Hao showed a proud smile on his face. Of course, there is a specific plan for the layout of this school, which I had designed in the beginning. Kanzuki Shinji looked at Zhou Hao, but said nothing. Soon, the two came to the school office. I saw that there were more than a dozen young men and women working in the school affairs office. After all, Tianha School was in its infancy stage and needed to deal with a lot of things, so the school specially invited these young and able to endure back. A man in his early 30s, who seemed to be the office director, got up from his chair after seeing Zhou Hao and Kanhwa Shinji and said to them indifferently, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Zhou Hao smiled first. "Yes, I asked Principal Li to meet here at school." When the office director heard Zhou Hao want to see the principal, he frowned slightly and said, "You are Mr. Zhou, right? Our principal is still in a meeting, or the two of you should wait in the reception room for a while. Please here." So Zhou Hao and Kanhwa Shinji followed the office director to the reception room on the same floor, which was next to the principal's office. The office director personally poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Hao and Kanhwa Shinji and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, you said on the phone that you want your children to enroll in our school? Haha, it looks like you, Mr. Zhou. Very young." Seeing that the director of the office looked at him a little more vigilant, Zhou Hao went to school and said, "Hee, my appearance is really tender, but I do have children." He also added a sentence in his heart. "It's just that my child is less than a month old now. By the way, may I have your surname?" Zhou Hao asked the office director again. "Mingui's surname Zheng is the director of our school affairs office." Director Zheng said, "Mr. Zhou, listen to your accent and look at your clothes. It should not be a migrant worker. I will explain to Mr. Zhou in advance that Tianha School mainly enrolls the children of migrant workers or students from difficult backgrounds. As for local students, our admission standards are relatively high." Zhou Hao laughed. It doesn't matter. I just came to see the situation in your school. I haven't decided whether or not to really let my child come here to study. That's it. By the way, Director Zheng, are your principals busy on weekdays? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. I originally planned to ask her out for a meal, but your office said her schedule is full and there is no way. I had to come here to see her. Director Zheng frowned in classical Chinese and said half-jokingly, Mr. Zhou seems to just want to see our principal, but the problem of children's education has not been paid so much. Hearing the stubbornness of Director Zheng's words, Zhou Hao just smiled noncommittal. Shinji Kanue said at this moment, Do you Tianhe Education Foundation or the school itself accept donations from outside? Director Zheng laughed and said, Accept, Mr. Zhou. Don't you want to donate to our school, right? Why not? Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Director Zheng looked directly at Zhou Hao's eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. Did you donate to our school really to help our education? Or do you have another purpose? Zhou Hao smiled. For example, what purpose? Director Zheng stared at Zhou Hao deeply. For example, in order to get close to our principal. Oh, did many people use donations to approach your principal? Director Zheng squinted his eyes and nodded. Yes, there are indeed many people who do this. On the surface, they donate money to our school, but in fact they are in order to get close to our principal. Speaking of this, he deliberately looked at Zhou Hao. Continued. Especially those brothers who think they are great with too bad money. The implication is that Director Zheng thinks I am like this too? Zhou Hao's smile remained unchanged. Yes, Director Zheng said decisively. Mr. Zhou, if you are really here this time just to get close to our principal, then I can tell you now that you can go back. Zhou Hao laughed loudly when he heard the words, Director Zheng, in fact, you are right. I am here really only to meet your principal. But if you let me go back now, I am afraid your principal will not spare you. Now he has guessed that Director Zheng. I am afraid he wants to act as Li Ruolin's flower protector. The principal won't spare me? Director Zheng looked at Zhou Hao with a sneer and said, Are you still the old acquaintance of our principal? Sir, I can tell you that some people used to pretend to be our principal's old acquaintance, and then I took the opportunity to get close, But our principal is not a fool. After those scammers were tried on by our principal, they were all taken away by the Public Security Bureau. They had to be detained for at least 15 days before they came out. Zhou Hao believed what Director Zheng said. Because Situ Li knew his relationship with Tianhe School, and Situ Li was originally promoted from the public security system to the mayor and then the municipal party committee secretary. The people in the Xiangqing political and legal system were all Situ Li. So those dudes who want to pester Li Ruolin, I'm afraid they really have to try their positions in jail. Seeing Zhou Hao smiling and not retorting, Director Zheng thought himself in power and was about to say a few more words when he saw the door of the reception room being pushed open. Seeing the person standing at the door, Director Zheng was overjoyed and quickly walked over to the person and smiled. Principal, this is Mr. Zhou. He originally said that he asked you to meet in order to allow his children to study our Tianhe school, but now I see he should be the same as those before. But I saw someone standing there in a daze, staring at Zhou Hao dumbfounded, as if the whole person was petrified. Zhou Hao stood up from the sofa with a smile on his face, and saw that the man was wearing a black executive suit. He looked very capable. His long hair was turned into a high bun, and his beautiful face was still on his face. Wearing a pair of glasses, the whole image is completely different from the gentleness of the past. It is a bit more mature and adds a few unique styles. From Director Zheng's mouth, we can know that this is the principal of Tianhe School, and it is indeed Li Ruolin. Director Zheng hadn't noticed Li Ruolin's abnormality and wanted to continue to say bad things about Zhou Hao, but he heard Li Ruolin suddenly say, Get out. Principal Li, this guy what? Principal Li, what did you say? Director Zheng couldn't react for a while. Get out. Although Li Ruolin's voice is not loud, she naturally exudes a majesty, which is the majesty that can only be cultivated by being used to being a manager. Director Zheng looked at Li Ruolin strangely, then glanced at Zhou Hao suspiciously, but went out obediently. At this time, Zhou Hao also said to Shinji Kanue next to him, You go out first and let me stay alone with her for a while. Kanzuki Shinji nodded slightly and left the reception room with grace. When passing by Li Ruolin, Shinji Kanue nodded and smiled at her, and consciously closed the door after leaving the reception room. Outside the door, Manhwa Shinji saw that Director Zheng was still there, so he couldn't help but sneered, and then stood in front of the door, taking on the role of lookout for Zhou Hao. The Director Zheng obviously wanted to come over and listen to the movement in the reception room, but after seeing Shinji Kanzuki, he didn't dare to step forward, so he could only wander in the corridor outside. In the reception room, Li Ruolin still looked at Zhou Hao blankly and did not move for a long time, but the crystal-clear tears kept pouring out of her eyes. Sister Lan. Zhou Hao also got a bit of a stringent throat. Looking at Li Ruolin, Zhou Hao realized that she had changed a lot, just like Yin Qingtian. In order to manage Tianhe School well, Li Ruolin must become mature and capable. From the current situation, Li Ruolin's transformation is very successful. Zhou Hao only took 2 steps before Li Ruolin moved. She rushed towards Zhou Hao with a stride, sturdily rushed into Zhou Hao's arms, and then slammed 2 pink fists on Zhou Hao's chest, and the tears in her eyes flowed more fiercely. He kept saying, "Where have you been, bastard? It's been a whole year, bastard. Bastard." Facing Li Ruolin's venting fan fist, Zhou Hao did not stop at all. He just stretched out his hand to wrap around her slender waist to prevent her from leaving him, and said at the same time, "Sister Lan, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Is it useful to say sorry now?" Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao with teary eyes. "Do you know how painful it is for me to think about you for more than a year? I thought you didn't want me anymore." After finishing talking, Li Ruolin cried again, but she didn't beat Zhou Hao again. Instead, she buried her face in his chest, cursing constantly in her mouth. "Asshole. Big asshole. I hate you. Hate. Damn you bastard. Sister Lan, I never thought about not wanting you, but this year, I really have something to come back." Zhou Hao said guiltily. He knew that even though today's Li Ruolin looked like a successful, strong woman, she was actually just like Yin Qing, deep in her heart, still very soft and fragile. Zhou Hao didn't even dare to imagine how uncomfortable Li Ruolin would be when thinking of herself for more than a year. Fortunately, Li Ruolin, like Yin Qing, had such a big mess at Tianhe School that she needed to manage, which greatly distracted her. Otherwise, Li Ruolin might really be driven crazy because of missing Zhou Hao. In front of outsiders like Director Zheng, Li Ruolin can still maintain the image of a majestic boss, but now in front of Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin's seemingly solid shell has completely collapsed. "You didn't have any news for more than a month, and there was no answer when I called you. I'm really afraid that you don't want me anymore." Li Ruolin whimpered. "Later I couldn't help but come to your house to find you, Aunt Yin, but you told me that you went to the U.S. Because it is a matter of national interest, so your whereabouts must be kept secret, and even your family cannot be contacted, so I was relieved. But I was worried about what you did in the U.S. It will be dangerous. Sorry, Sister Lan, but don't worry. I'm back now, and I won't leave you in the future." Zhou Hao said. He raised Li Ruolin's head to stare at Zhou Hao, and said every word. "You have to say something this time, otherwise I will die for you to see, and then turn into a ghost and never let you go." Fool, I should be the one who said this. In this life, in the next life, in the next life, even if I turn into a ghost, I will haunt you," Zhou Hao said with a grin. Li Ruolin wrinkled her nose and suddenly stood on her toes, hooked Zhou Hao's neck and kissed it. Zhou Hao was suddenly taken aback by Li Ruolin, because in his impression, Li Ruolin would rarely be so proactive. However, Zhou Hao was also happy to enjoy it. He hugged Li Ruolin so tightly and kissed it deeply. The kiss turned upside down, especially unsatisfied. For a long time, Zhou Hao felt that Li Ruolin's breathing had weakened a bit before releasing her quickly, and he saw Li Ruolin's cheeks flushed and he was breathing fast, which was obviously a sign of suffocation. Zhou Hao said grotesquely, "Fool, don't you know who released me?" However, Li Ruolin was hot on her face and did not speak. She unconsciously licked her lips with the tip of her little tongue in the depths, looking like an endless aftertaste. But her expression and movement revealed another seductive style. Zhou Hao was taken aback when she saw it, and she couldn't help but leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Then, Zhou Hao sat on the sofa, and then sat on her lap holding Li Ruolin, one hand supporting her waist and the other touching her plump thighs, and said with a smile, "Sister Lan, you the principal is quite competent. I have to make an appointment in advance to see you." Li Ruolin said, "Who told you not to call me?" My phone number has not been changed. I think you don't worry about me taking care of this Tiana's school, and deliberately came to WeChat for a private visit. Where, don't you worry about Sister Lon. Zhou Hao smiled. And you really manage the Tiana's school very well. Especially in terms of personnel. Director Zheng just now thought it's the dudes who are entangled with you, who keep pushing me away. I think Director Zheng is still single, right? Huh? How did you know? Li Ruolin asked suspiciously. Director Zheng was divorced some time ago, and he is really single now. Seeing Zhou Hao's playful eyes, Li Ruolin recalled and said, "What are you little villain thinking about? Don't you suspect that Director Zheng likes me?" Zhou Hao raised her eyebrows. What's so strange about this? Our sister Lon is beautiful, and she can manage such a big school by herself, but she is a rare good woman. Not to mention that Director Zheng. Outside, don't you have a lot of brothers chasing you? But it's okay. Uncle Situ has done a good job and caught these guys in prison. Li Ruolin hooked Zhou Hao's neck and pressed her face to his face and said, I tell you, the little villain, I haven't accepted the pursuit of anyone else in more than a year. I have been in my heart by you as a little villain. It's full. Really? Let me see. Zhou Hao slipped his hand into Li Ruolin's shirt and stroked the soft and slippery piece of it inside, making Li Ruolin writhe. Okay, stop making trouble. Have you seen Aunt Yin? Why, come to me tonight. Li Ruolin said while holding Zhou Hao's raging hand. Her face flushed like fire. I haven't seen Zhou Hao for more than a year. Li Ruolin was really anxious about him and was not as shy as before, so she took the initiative to invite Zhou Hao to her house. When Zhou Hao was about to nod, Li Ruolin suddenly said, Wait, there's one more thing. What's the matter with you and Su Lin? Okay, Zhou Hao, it's okay for you to mess around with flowers outside, even my best friend. Don't let it go. Zhou Hao was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, Sister Lon knows about Su Lin and me? Seeing Zhou Hao's stunned expression, Li Ruolin knew that this matter was inevitable. She snorted, then stared at Zhou Hao and said, Su Lin has come to me dozens of times since you have not heard from you. If you don't see her, she thought I knew about you. I will hide you after the incident and prevent you from seeing her. Zhou Hao was even more surprised when he heard this, but after thinking about it, he knew what was going on. Zhou Liren only told Yin Tong and others about his disappearance, but he didn't know that he had other women outside. Women like Su Lin, He Shuyun, Yang Jiabao, Liang Xiaobing, Gao Jingyi, etc. I am afraid they are worried about their whereabouts. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt a sense of guilt spontaneously. He must contact them at some time, let them rest assured, and then go to them one by one. Of course, Zhou Hao couldn't tell Li Ruolin this idea, let alone let Li Ruolin see that she contacted other women. Because of Su Lin now, Zhou Hao didn't dare to think Li Ruolin would react. Just listen to Li Ruolin asking him, Zhou Hao, tell me honestly, when did you start with Su Lin? Zhou Hao felt a headache when he heard this question. Looking at Li Ruolin's frosty face, Zhou Hao couldn't be sure what kind of attitude she had. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, Yes, when I was in Hong Kong. Well, at that time, she accidentally took the aphrodisiac by accidentally taking the aphrodisiac, and she treated me again. Seeing Zhou Hao's unclear words, Li Ruolin sneered and said, What's wrong with you? Did she fall in love with you? I think you have long ago thought about Su Lin, and then after she took the aphrodisiac by mistake, she took advantage of it. Come in. Sister Lon, you can't say that. At that time, Zhou Hao coughed awkwardly. The situation at that time was indeed. Then Zhou Hao didn't know how to tell Li Ruolin. He also deliberately concealed the existence of Liang Xiaobing, because Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing had taken the aphrodisiac by mistake. But now Zhou Hao couldn't judge Li Ruolin's attitude, so he didn't dare to rashly mention Liang Xiaobing's existence. You don't need to say, Su Lin has already told me. Li Ruolin said with a sinking face. She said, the first time I met you in Hangzhou last time, that's when you joined my old classmate with me. At the wedding banquet, she had a good impression of you. Then she was invited by you to Hong Kong to help you develop the company, and she slowly fell in love with you. After a pause, Li Ruolin continued. As for the aphrodisiac, she didn't tell me about it. She only said that she seduced you on her own initiative, and it's none of your business. Zhou Hao was shocked when she heard it, because Su Lin said that was tantamount to taking all the responsibilities on herself, acting as the disgraceful third-party role, in protecting Zhou Hao to the greatest extent. Zhou Hao could imagine how ashamed and uncomfortable Su Lin would be when she told Li Ruolin, her best friend, that she took the initiative to seduce Zhou Hao. And this is precisely because Su Lin showed his deep love for Zhou Hao. Now just listening to Li Ruolin telling him, Zhou Hao can feel Su Lin's love for him. At this time, I saw that the coldness on Li Ruolin's face disappeared, and a look of emotion was replaced. You know, Su Lin came to me before, crying and begging me, let her see you. In order to let me promise, she even knelt before me. Zhou Hao was shocked. He saw Li Ruolin also shed tears, and looked at him bitterly. You damned big bastard. What is so good about? Why are so many good girls sinking into your mud feet? Bastard! Bastard! Li Ruolin beat Zhou Hao the shoulder. Bastard! You dare to eat me as your head teacher. You still don't think it is enough? Even my best friends are bastards. Big bastard. Zhou Hao hugged her tightly and murmured, I'm sorry. Li Ruolin wiped her tears and whimpered. You'd better be serious with Su Lin. If you dare to play with her feelings, I will leave you with her and never see you. Hearing Li Ruolin's words, Zhou Hao knew that she agreed with the relationship between herself and Su Lin. Sister Lan, don't worry, I'm serious about Su Lin. Zhou Hao kissed Li Ruolin's mouth. And you, Sister Lan, I really love you. You have to believe me. Li Ruolin didn't speak. She put her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and murmured, Actually, it doesn't matter if you are really playing on us, because I, like Su Lin, fell in love with you. Poison, and the poisoning is too deep. It can't do without you at all. Hearing what Li Ruolin said, Zhou Hao was full of guilt. He couldn't help but squeeze Li Ruolin's soft body tightly and buried his face in her neck. While kissing her smooth skin, he smelled the fragrance of her relatives. Go home. Zhou Hao, let's go home. Li Ruolin was also moved by Zhou Hao's kiss and couldn't help twisting her body. Zhou Hao nodded, then let go of Li Ruolin, and the two got up from the sofa together. By the way, Sister Lan, I forgot to tell you that I want to live with you first during this period of time. Zhou Hao said suddenly. Huh. Li Ruolin felt strange when he heard this, because Zhou Hao didn't come back after he had left for more than a year. He should have lived with Yin Tong, but now he has to live with him first, which is obviously weird. However, when Li Ruolin saw the melancholy passing between Zhou Hao's eyebrows, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart, and she couldn't bear to ask him. She just wanted to make him happy, so she nodded. Zhou Hao was moved and happy for Li Ruolin's empathy. It is really fortunate to have such a woman with him. And when Li Ruolin walked out of the reception room holding Zhou Hao's arms, a director Zheng, who was wandering in the corridor outside, was stunned when he saw it. As for Shinji Kenwei on the other side, he showed a playful smile. Obviously, he had already guessed that this happened. Principal Yu. Director Zheng looked at Li Ruolin, who was holding Zhou Hao's arms in amazement. At this time, Li Ruolin showed a gentle smile and said, Director Zheng, please help me preside over the meeting. I have something to do, so I can't attend it. You will also help me complete the reception work for the inspection of the Municipal Party Committee in the afternoon. Come on, I won't be able to come back today. But the principal, member of Standing Committee Yang of the Municipal Party Committee, it's better for you to preside over this reception work. Director Zheng said business affairs, but his eyes were only clasped in Li Ruolin's hands holding Zhou Hao. Director Zheng, that's just normal inspection work, and Standing Committee member Yang will not deliberately make things difficult for us. Li Ruolin said. Could it be that our Tianhe school has deteriorated after leaving me? Can't we pass the inspection by the Municipal Party Committee? No. Director Zheng shook his head quickly. Li Ruolin said, Okay, then I'll leave first. If someone finds me, you just say I'm going on business. After all, Li Ruolin will leave with Zhou Hao. Looking at the intimate backs of Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, Director Zheng gritted his teeth. After all, he couldn't help but shouted, Principal, this gentleman is yes. Seeing Li Ruolin turned around and smiled at Director Zheng. Didn't you always ask me why I didn't fall in love? Now I can tell you that I already have a lover. This is it. Lover. Director Zheng heard these words, only feeling as if he had been exposed to cold water. And Li Ruolin didn't pay attention to him anymore, and left after Zhou Hao. Shinji Kenwei naturally followed, but when he passed by Director Zheng, who was still stupefied, she cast a mocking look at him. Zhou Hao, who was walking in front, smiled at Li Ruolin at this time. I said it earlier, that Director Zheng is interesting to you. When Li Ruolin saw Director Zheng's reaction just now, she knew what was going on. She frowned and said, "What can I do? Did you fire him?" But Director Zheng is very capable of working. He is missing from the office. It will really be over there. Zhou Hao shook his head. There is no need to dismiss others. Although they like you. But with me, would you still be afraid that you will not change your mind? Li Ruolin glared at Zhou Hao. Isn't this for your heart? I haven't asked you yet. Who is this woman? She's pretty enough. Shouldn't you find it from outside again? Right. She was referring to Kenhua Shinji. Zhou Hao gave a bitter smile and quietly glanced at Kenhua Shinji who was behind him, and she realized that there was a strange look on Shinji Kanyue's face, clearly hearing Li Ruolin's words. Zhou Hao quickly explained, "Sister Lan, don't talk nonsense. Shinji is just my assistant. There is nothing between us." Li Ruolin is now much more vigilant towards Zhou Hao, staring at him deeply, and then said for a long time, "You better don't lie to me. Otherwise, Zhou Hao nodded hurriedly, and then thought that he was going home with Li Ruolin now, and it was no way for Shinji Kanyue to follow. So Zhou Hao turned to Kanyue Shinji and said, "Shinji, I'm with Sister Lan, so you don't have to follow me. I have a house near here, so you can live there first." Kanyue Shinji nodded indifferently, then gestured to Li Ruolin's jaw, and then left alone without saying a word. Looking at the swaying figure of Shinji Kanyue, Li Ruolin's eyebrows were slightly tufted, because her perception of Shinji Kanyue felt that this woman seemed too charming. In order to manage Tianhe School more conveniently, Li Ruolin bought a house in a high-end residential area near Tianhe School. More than 120 square meters, 3 bedrooms and 2 halls. The environment is very comfortable. As soon as Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin came back, they no longer need to be afraid of others being present, and they unscrupulously vented the desires buried in their hearts. Especially Li Ruolin, who has been thinking about Zhou Hao for more than a year, not only mentally, but also physically. Even when Zhou Hao held her in her arms, she couldn't help but develop a physical reaction. The two enjoyed themselves in the living room, master room, kitchen, bathroom, and other places, making the whole room permeated with a lavish atmosphere. What makes Zhou Hao sigh is that Li Ruolin, who has not had for more than a year, is physically as close as a virgin, but once Zhou Hao is redeveloped, he immediately bursts out with great potential, and Li Ruolin is very active, unlike before. She was so shy, but her physical strength was not as good as Zhou Hao after all, and eventually she fell tired in Zhou Hao's arms. At this time, Zhou Hao was lying on the spacious leather sofa in the living room with Qin Haoran in his arms, and gently stroking Li Ruolin's smooth pink back with his right hand, while Li Ruolin was lying on Zhou Hao's chest, using the green-white jade to point Zhou circles were drawn on Hao's chest, and from time to time, he raised his head and kissed Zhou Hao's cheek a few times, acting very intimately. Looking at Zhou Hao's tough face, Li Ruolin suddenly hooked his neck and said quietly, "How? Shall we have a baby?" Zhou Hao looked at Li Ruolin's face and saw that her eyebrows were full of expectation, and she was still a little uneasy. Now she was afraid that she would not agree to this reasonable request. Zhou Hao smiled and patted Li Ruolin's hip with his right hand and said, "Of course it's fine." "Really?" Li Ruolin suddenly showed a look of surprise. In the past, Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao were in a teacher-student relationship, and they could not be known to others, and Zhou Hao did not want Li Ruolin to bear the gossip about having a child out of wedlock. But now, Li Ruolin is no longer a teacher at Yuning Middle School, and Zhou Hao can't go back to Yuning Middle School again, and the teacher-student relationship between the two has disappeared. As for having children out of wedlock, Li Ruolin can't take care of that much. Anyway, this is a matter for the two of them. As long as the two of them are willing, they can ignore the eyes of others. But the more important reason is that Zhou Hao is already the father of a child now, which allows him to untie the knot that he didn't dare to take the responsibility of being a parent easily. What's more, every woman hopes to have children for the man she loves. Especially Li Ruolin is 27 years old this year. From a health perspective, she is the most suitable for having children. After Li Ruolin got Zhou Hao's consent, she became happy and smiled. "By the way, your two girls are now studying at Fudan University. When will you visit them? Seeing how they miss you, they are no less lighter than me." Zhou Hao naturally knew who Li Ruolin was talking about, It was Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Li Ruolin probably knew that the relationship between them and Zhou Hao was not simple. She only heard her say, but it's also strange that their entire senior year of high school was in poor condition because they missed you. Several mock exams were not good at the end of the college entrance examination, but they got very high scores. I have read their papers. There is no falsification and no one has done anything for them. They are real, and they should have heard you say that you want to study at Fudan University, so they reported there. Hearing what Li Ruolin said, Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because at the beginning he quietly mixed the pre-life examination questions he had experienced in other questions for Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, and he personally gave them both. I have explained it, so they should have a deep impression of those topics. However, Zhou Hao was surprised that he had changed a lot in the world in his life. He thought that the college entrance examination questions had also changed, but now from the college entrance examination results of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, even if these college entrance examination questions have changed, the range should also be small, otherwise it would be impossible for Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to get such high scores. How? You went to the United States when you were in your second year of high school. What are you going to do now? Do you want to get in for the third year of high school? Li Ruolin asked. But Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. No, I want to go directly to Fudan to study. Whether it's a past life or this life, Zhou Hao believes that high school is the most difficult year in his life, and he doesn't want to find abusers to go to another year of high school. Anyway, based on Zhou Hao's previous shocking confrontation with George Soros and others in Hong Kong, major economic schools around the world are vying to invite him to study. Some schools even directly invited Zhou Hao to serve as their honorary professor and lecturer. What's more, at this time Zhou Hao doesn't need to change his destiny by going to university like his previous life. Today's university has become a kind of nostalgic existence for him, so he doesn't bother to pass the normal college entrance examination. Enrolled in university. At this time, I heard Li Ruolin say, Shanghai is also a big city where migrant workers gather. It happens to be that I will open a branch of Tianhe School over there. Of course, Zhou Hao knew Li Ruolin's intentions. It was clear that he was to be with him by opening Tianhe School in Shanghai. However, Zhou Hao would naturally not stop Li Ruolin's intentions. Ding boom. Suddenly remembered the doorbell. Li Ruolin frowned and said a little dissatisfied. Who is so breathless? Come to me now. Zhou Hao smiled when he heard this, and said, Could it be your director Zheng who came here? Li Ruolin glared at him, then grabbed her clothes and hurriedly put them on her body. Seeing that Zhou Hao was also wearing shorts, she went to open the door. But when Li Ruolin leaned in to look at the cat's eye, she couldn't help but exclaimed, It's Su Lin. Zhou Hao was also taken aback when he heard it, but he immediately understood that Su Lin probably came to Li Ruolin to see if he could see him. Thinking of Su Lin's infatuation for himself, Zhou Hao felt very guilty. Li Ruolin also turned her head and lowered her voice and asked Zhou Hao, How? Do you want to hide? She was afraid that Su Lin would see Zhou Hao here, and the atmosphere would become embarrassing. Zhou Hao shook his head. Let her come in. Li Ruolin nodded and opened the door, and saw Su Lin standing there wearing a black dress. Although she had light makeup on her face, she still couldn't hide the haggardness and sadness between her brows. As soon as she was about to speak to Li Ruolin, she suddenly saw Zhou Hao in the living room. She was stunned at the moment, and the strap in her hand fell to the ground involuntarily. And Zhou Hao had already appeared in front of Su Lin at this moment, pulled her into the room, and then hugged her tightly. Su Lin was completely stunned. She didn't know how to react. It took a long time for her to recover, and then she reached out her hand to hug Zhou Hao and burst into tears. Li Ruolin had closed the door early, watching Zhou Hao and Su Lin hugging each other, and did not disturb them. I knew that I knew you were here with Ruolin, and I knew. Su Lin fell on Zhou Hao's shoulder, sobbing sadly. Why didn't you come to see me? Why didn't you come to see me? Zhou Hao also said guiltily. I'm sorry, Su Lin. I also just came back to China. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhou Hao, I miss you so much. Su Lin cried bitterly, then ignored Li Ruolin's presence, hooked Zhou Hao's neck and kissed him. Li Ruolin didn't feel any discomfort when seeing the two of them like this. After all, she knew that Su Lin didn't have to pay for Zhou Hao. For a long time, the two people separated. Su Lin wiped away the tears on his face. At the same time, He looked at Li Ruolin with a little embarrassment, only to see Li Ruolin showing her a gentle smile, and came over to hold her hand, and said, "You know now, I don't hide him." Su Lin nodded in embarrassment, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Ruolan said that you have gone to the United States, and you can't even contact your family." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and nodded and said, "Yes, many things have happened this year. I am indeed lucky to be able to come back safe and sound." The two women were shocked when they heard that. They quickly took Zhou Hao to sit down, and Li Ruolin immediately said, "Okay, now you are back. Can you tell us what is going on? What's the important thing? Can make you disappear without even saying hello, and leave for more than a year?" Therefore, Zhou Hao told the two women about the rescue of Zhou Liren in the United States. The rescue of Zhou Liren in the United States was a life of 9 deaths. Although Zhou Hao tried to play down the thrills, Li Ruolin and Su Lin could still imagine it. Danger. Just kidding. The highest power of the U.S. Navy, the aircraft carrier Nimitz, wants to break into it to rescue Zhou Liren. How dangerous is it? Li Ruolin and Su Lin could not imagine. I heard Zhou Hao say. Finally, on the plane back to China with them, we had another accident. The plane was bombed by those traitors. Although everyone else left safely, Ulysses and I stayed on it. Later, when we jumped and escaped, the bomb exploded. The huge explosive power combined with the impulse of falling into the sea from a high altitude caused my brain to suffer a lot of impact, so I lost my memory. The two women immediately exclaimed, "Zhou Hao, have you lost your memory?" "Yes, over the past year or so, I have lost my memory, otherwise I would have come back to see you," Zhou Hao said with emotion. Li Ruolin and Su Lin were stunned by Zhou Hao's amnesia. Li Ruolin said, "But when I went to Aunt Yin to find you, Aunt Yin said that you are working in the United States. As it is a matter of national interest, you must maintain confidentiality. Even the family can't contact." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. "It's probably because the First Army didn't want my mother to worry about it, so come up with such a reason. It's better than telling you that I'm missing." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin and Su Lin nodded with deep approval. If they were told that Zhou Hao was missing, they might be crazy. And Su Lin also said at this time, "In fact, someone secretly contacted me before, saying that you were doing things for the country outside the country, so you can't come back temporarily. But my people's movements are secretive, so I don't trust them much. Now I listen to you. Come, those people are also in the First Army." One more thing. When Zhou Hao said this, the expression on his face showed a little sadness. Seeing this, the two women couldn't help but leaned over, grabbing Zhou Hao's hand from left to right, and said in unison, "Zhou Hao, what else is going on? Let's talk. We won't blame you. You all know the master?" Zhou Hao asked. Su Lin and Li Ruolin nodded involuntarily. Although neither of them had seen the big boss face to face, they had heard Zhou Hao mention that the big boss was the commander of the First Army. As Zhou Hao said just now, his purpose in going to the United States was to rescue the big master who was under siege. Just listen to Zhou Hao with a wry smile. It turns out that the true face of Lushan is Zhou Liren. Zhou Liren. Both women showed doubts, and Su Lin looked at Li Ruolin strangely. Suddenly, Li Ruolin reacted and exclaimed, "Zhou Liren, isn't it your father?" Regarding Zhou Hao's father, Zhou Liren, Li Ruolin also heard from Zhou Hao. When he was Zhou Hao's class teacher, Li Ruolin knew that Zhou Hao's family was in a difficult situation. Later, after going with Zhou Hao, I heard Zhou Hao talk about their mother and son for so many years. It can be said that all the suffering was given by Zhou Liren. Li Ruolin was also aware of Zhou Hao's hatred of Zhou Liren, especially afterwards. Zhou Liren seized the opportunity to steal a new beverage formula newly developed by the Tianhe Beverage Company and sold it to Fengshan Group. Finally, he disappeared without a trace with the huge sum of money given by Fengshan Group. Li Ruolin's father, Li Chufan, is the head of the R&D department of the Tianhe Beverage Company, so Li Ruolin knows how the incident hit the Tianhe Beverage Company. At the same time, both Li Ruolin and Su Lin knew that Zhou Hao admired the big master very much. Otherwise, they would not go to the United States to rescue him in a dangerous way. And now, the person he hates most and the person he admires most are the same person. Both Li Ruolin and Su Lin were stunned by the incident, and Li Ruolin finally knew why Zhou Hao moved out of the house to live with him temporarily, probably because Zhou Liren was now in Zhou Hao's house. After hearing Zhou Hao tell the original intention that Zhou Liren deliberately made his mother and son hate him for so many years, Li Ruolin and Su Lin were surprised. But when they thought that Zhou Liren's work was so dangerous, they understood his difficulties. The two women also thought about it, because Zhou Liren's sufferings were so full that Zhou Hao knew he had a reason to be forgiven. Only subjectively, Zhou Hao could not accept this fact for the time being, so he chose to avoid it temporarily. Thinking of Zhou Hao just coming back from his memory, he came across the fact that both women felt sorry for him and felt distressed. The two women and Zhou Hao had been apart for more than a year, and now they have finally met again, and they can't care about each other's presence, and at the same time, they squeezed Zhou Hao's hand to comfort him. On the other hand, Li Ruolin and Su Lin tacitly did not ask about Zhou Hao's experience in Japan, because the most important thing for them now is to be with Zhou Hao, and everything else is not important. If Zhou Hao wanted to tell them about his experience in Japan, he would naturally tell them. By the way, Sister Lan and Su Lin, Ulysses said that part of our industry has been invaded. What is going on? When mentioning this question, Li Ruolin and Su Lin's expressions became serious. Just listen to Li Ruolin said, "My dad told me that Tianhe Beverage Company originally planned to break out of the domestic market and enter the international market in the past year. But the company's beverages have just been introduced to Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, etc. Local media in these countries have alleged that our company's beverages contain ingredients harmful to human health, which seem to be called plasticizers." Zhou Hao was taken aback when he heard this, because as far as he knew, the plasticizer was a harmful substance in beverages exposed by beverage companies in Taiwan during his past life. However, its own Tianhe Beverage Company has paid great attention to health and environmental protection from the very beginning. Production equipment and inspection equipment are specially imported from abroad. The internal laboratory of Tianhe Beverage Company is even at the top level in China. Even in the international arena, its advanced level is enough to rank among the best. With such hardware facilities, coupled with the health issue that I emphasized from the beginning, Tianhe will never have a plasticizer problem, I heard Li Ruolin say. Finally, although our company invited experts representing the international advanced level to carry out rigorous tests on our beverages, it was confirmed that the beverages in our company did not have a plasticizer. However, the company entered the foreign market. However, our plan was still greatly hindered, and it also affected our domestic reputation. Large beverage groups, such as Pepsi and Coca-Cola, took the opportunity to seize our domestic market, resulting in our turnover ratio this year. It was down by more than 20% last year. Zhou Hao touched his chin. From Li Ruolin's words, he heard a strong taste of conspiracy. Tianhe's marketing plan in foreign markets has been frustrated. It seems that someone should have done it deliberately. The purpose is to hinder the development of Tianhe. When Li Ruolin said that Pepsi and Coca-Cola took advantage of their emptiness to seize the domestic market, Zhou Hao suspected that these two major companies might have done this. After all, the Chinese market is now getting bigger and bigger, and many large multinational companies have positioned the Chinese market as the focus of future development. In the past 2 years, the Chinese beverage market, which was originally hit by large foreign companies such as Pepsi and Coca-Cola, suddenly saw the dark horse of Tianhe suddenly emerge. Coca-Cola, these two giants in the beverage industry, were beaten back and became the leader of the domestic beverage industry. Of course, Pepsi and Coca-Cola are very afraid of Tianhe. To conquer the domestic beverage market, Tianhe is a major obstacle for them. So in this matter, Pepsi and Coca-Cola are enough suspicion. Su Lin said, "Not only Tianhe, our Polaris Entertainment Company has also been greatly affected." How? Now the Polaris Company is no longer our industry. We can only keep ATV now. Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard Su Lin's words suddenly. Because the Polaris I established at the beginning was aimed at the country's largest film and television entertainment company, and with the strength of Polaris, I have enough qualifications to complete this goal. Several subsidiaries, including ATV, are all industries under the name Polaris. In the past, Zhou Hao dug into Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei to manage the Polaris for themselves, and at the same time, let Su Lin manage the ATV and other industries in Hong Kong. The real purpose was to exercise Su Lin's ability so that she could take over in the future. Polaris, manages this industry for Zhou Hao. But now I heard Su Lin say that the Polaris was taken over by others. Zhou Hao was shocked. Su Lin, what is going on? How can the good Polaris be taken over by people? Who did it? It's a company called Dingxing. Su Lin said bitterly. They first made a hostile takeover of Polaris, and then instigated Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei, and others. We were caught off guard and lost Polaris all at once. More than half of the shares, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, were instigated by others. Zhou Hao said in astonishment. But he didn't think it was strange to think about it. Both Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei were talented people, and the more such a person, the greater the pride in their hearts. It doesn't matter if you sit here, and it can still deter them, but once you are not there, it is difficult to guarantee that they will have strange intentions. This is also why Zhou Hao never thought about letting Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei be in charge of the Polaris for a long time and cultivate Su Lin's ability. Originally, Zhou Hao intended to let Su Lin train at ATV for another 2 or 3 years before letting her formally take over the Polaris. However, the brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei can only be ministers after all. Unexpectedly, Zhou Liren was trapped in the United States. Zhou Hao had to go to the rescue, which caused Zhou Hao to lose his memory for more than a year. There was no way to control Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. But, didn't I tell my sister before? Did she also say that she would look after the Polaris? Zhou Hao asked. Both Li Ruolin and Su Lin knew that his sister was Zhao Yuqin, and Su Lin said, if it weren't for Sister Qin, we wouldn't even be able to keep the ATV. According to Su Lin, the Dingxing group that invaded and occupied the Polaris also has a strong political background. Since Zhao Rixin withdrew from the Politburo Standing Committee, the Zhao group has fallen into a short period of instability. The appointment of Zhou Liren as the director of the General Political Department has not been really settled. The Dingxing group took advantage of the Zhao family's busyness in stabilizing the situation. Kongdang suddenly attacked the Polaris and used tens of billions of yuan in funds. Moreover, the time taken by Dingxing group to Polaris is almost the same as when the products of Tianhe Beverage Group were hid in foreign markets. In addition, Zhou Hao's biggest source of funds, Xinghe Investment, was also attacked by unknown funds. Xinghe Investment has been surpassing obstacles in the international financial market under the leadership of Zhou Hao. Although it was not well known at the beginning, it also made great gains. Until later, Zhou Hao led the Hong Kong people from all walks of life to fight against the speculator group headed by George Soros and Julian Robertson. Galaxy Investment also wandered secretly in Hong Kong, Russia, and the United States under the control of Zhou Hao from beginning to end. Financial markets across the country made astronomical profits when Zhou Hao finally defeated Soros and others. In the War of the Century in Hong Kong, the money made by Galaxy Investment in the stock market, futures market, and black market gambling would add up to hundreds of billions of dollars. Zhou Hao is very concerned about Galaxy Investment, the biggest money-generating machine in his hand. Fortunately, from Su Lin's mouth, he knew that although some listed companies under Galaxy Investment had also been attacked by unknown forces, Galaxy Investment had not been affected. In particular, Galactic Investment was personally managed by Zhao Yuqin and He Xin, who are best at business among the many beauties of Zhou Hao, and the core managers of Galactic Investment, Song Jiahao and Willie Worth, are Zhou Hao's confidants. Unlike Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei will give birth to strangeness like that. Dingxing Group took advantage of the turmoil in the Zhao family to attack Polaris and successfully instigated Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei's brothers, and finally occupied more than half of the shares of Polaris, thus becoming the actual manager of Polaris. When Zhao Yuqin appeared on behalf of the Zhao family, the political forces behind the Dingxing Group were also dispatched. In order to stabilize the situation, the Zhao family was unwilling to completely overturn with the political group behind the Dingxing Group. As a result, Zhao Yuqin still failed to take the Polaris back in the end, and only saved ATV and the Polaris record companies in Hong Kong. Listening to Su Lin's statement, Zhou Hao's face slowly darkened, and he asked Su Lin, "Do you know the details of this Dingxing Group?" This Dingxing Group was established in China more than a year ago, and it was not long after you lost the news. Su Lin said, I heard that the Dingxing Group is a Sino-foreign joint venture with very strong funds, mainly engaged in energy business. As for the political forces behind them, Sister Qin will not tell us, and we are not easy to follow up, so we don't know which political group behind the Dingxing Group is supporting them. According to Su Lin, among the industries left by Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin and He Shuyan took care of the Star River investment, and Su Lin was looking after ATV and the entertainment record companies. The Tongguang Food Group was naturally taken care of by Yin Qing. Take control. What surprised Zhou Hao was that Zhao Yuqin and He Shuyan both found it difficult to manage the Xinghe investment, a large investment group with assets exceeding $100 billion. Therefore, Zhao Yuqin was unable to manage Tianhe Beverage Group again. As for Li Ruolin, she was originally a teacher and had no management experience. Now she is the principal of Tianhe School and the vice chairman of Tianhe Education Fund. It is still accumulated experience, so she can't handle the Tianhe Beverage Company at all. In the end, Yang Jiabao, who was still studying in Beijing, dropped out of school and temporarily became the president of Tianhe Beverage Company. Yang Jiabao was born in the Yang family in Guangxi, and the Yang family was originally a well-known business family in Guangxi province. Yang Jiabao has been fascinated by her since she was a child, and coupled with her own talent, her talent is better than her brother Yang, who was trained by the Yang family as the helm. Filial piety is high. Zhou Hao had deliberately asked Yang Jiabao to come and help himself after graduation and take care of his own industries. Now, when he is attacked by the enemy, Yang Jiabao didn't even study college and came directly to replace Zhou. Haozhen lives in the Tianhe Beverage Company. The figure of a young girl with compelling aura and straightforward movement appeared in his mind, and Zhou Hao's mouth unconsciously pulled out a smile. And when Li Ruolin and Su Lin saw the smile on Zhou Hao's face, they unanimously pinched Zhou Hao's ears and said, "Bad guy, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Hao waved his hand again and explained, "No, I'm just thinking, who is so courageous who dares to attack my property while I am away?" Although they knew Zhou Hao's words were insincere, the two women let go. Li Ruolin said, "This must be someone who had a feast with you before, or else it's a bad guy who is eyeing your property and wants to take advantage of your absence." Zhou Hao also agreed with Li Ruolin's words, but Zhou Hao couldn't even count the people who had forgotten him before. Foreign countries alone, the CIA and the National Security Agency in the United States, the Ambani family in India, the Tokugawa family in Japan, etc., can be said to be Zhou Hao's enemies, but there are more in China. Apart from other things, Zhou Hao's mortal enemy Huang Vank in the previous life, Zhou Hao absolutely cannot let go. At the beginning of the war between Zhou Hao and Soros and others, Huang Vank approached Zhou Hao and said that he and an African armed organization had found an undeveloped gold mine in Africa. Due to lack of funds, Huang Vank approached Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao lent a huge amount of 30 billion renminbi to Huang Vank for his plan to raise Huang Vank first and then throw him down. With Huang Vank's despicable and shameless character, if he knew that Zhou Hao was missing, he would definitely not pay back the 30 billion. Especially Zhou Hao and Huang Vank only knew about Zhou Hao's loan to Huang Vank. It doesn't matter if you don't pay back the money, Huang Vank will definitely look at Zhou Hao's industries. However, today's Huang Vank does not have a strong enough political backing. Even if the Zhao family has fallen into a short period of turmoil, he should not have the courage to completely offend the Zhao family. Zhou Hao touched his chin and muttered to himself, "It seems I am going to find my sister as soon as possible." He decided to find Zhao Yuqin as soon as possible, on the one hand to reunite with Zhao Yuqin, on the other hand, to see who is dealing with him. "Are you leaving again?" Li Ruolin and Su Lin heard Zhou Hao's self-talk and immediately said in unison. Seeing the resentful look on the two women's faces, Zhou Hao didn't dare to say this. After all, he and Li Ruolin and Su Lin had reunited after a long time. Of course, they didn't want Zhou Hao to leave so soon. Then I will stay here for a week, and then go to Beijing?" Zhou Hao asked tentatively. "Half a month," Su Lin yelled, hugging Zhou Hao's arm. Li Ruolin responded immediately. "Yes, half a month." The two women were so obsessed with Zhou Hao had no choice but to promise them to stay here for half a month before going to Beijing. However, in order not to let Zhao Yuqin and other confidants continue to worry about themselves, Zhou Hao originally wanted to notify them one by one, but he was afraid that they would come to Xiangqing immediately after they knew that they came back. Instead of this, Zhou Hao might as well visit them one by one in person, and this would give them a surprise. When Li Ruolin saw Zhou Hao's promise, she saw Su Lin's eyes looking at Zhou Hao very resentful, and said with a smile, "You two will have a chat here. I will go to the market below to buy some food. Tonight we cook and eat together." Su Lin immediately knew that Li Ruolin intended to fulfill herself, so she cast a grateful look at her. Li Ruolin also smiled at her, got up and left the house. When Li Ruolin closed the door, Su Lin immediately pounced on Zhou Hao, rode on his waist, and asked him condescendingly, "Before I came, you were doing that with Ruolin, right? Wah, what's the matter?" Zhou Hao was a little guilty. Li Ruolin said that she was going to buy vegetables, but she didn't come back for more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock in the evening, which caused Zhou Hao and Su Lin to have a whole afternoon. And when she came back, she saw Su Lin sleeping in the guest room like a dead pig, while Zhou Hao was refreshingly panning for rice and cooking in the kitchen. In the past few days, Zhou Hao has lived in Li Ruolin's residence, and Su Lin has not left either. ATV and several record production companies in Hong Kong. Su Lin has handed over to the people below to manage temporarily, and he will stay with Zhou Hao here. And Zhou Hao also enjoyed the blessings in these days. Sometimes he went to Su Lin's room, upset the dragon and the phoenix. Sometimes went to Li Ruolin's room to be wild. Sometimes one night at Li Ruolin's place in the middle of the night, and touched Su in the second in Lin's room. Even one night, under Zhou Hao's hustle and bustle, the two women, half pushing half and half in confusion, actually played a drama with him. Zhou Hao had done such absurd things with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing before, and Li Ruolin's personality was more reserved and introverted. The reason why he agreed to Zhou Hao's absurd request was because he missed Zhou Hao too much for more than a year. Now that Zhou Hao is back, she subconsciously is unwilling to go against Zhou Hao's meaning, plus she and Su Lin are also best friends. It is better to work with Zhou Hao with her than with other women. But this kind of life that only envy Mandarin ducks but not immortals, the three of them only lived for less than a week. Because on the third day after Li Ruolin left Tiana's school, Director Zhang and other school staff and the Education Bureau and other government agencies called. I kept calling Li Ruolin, and Tiana's school couldn't do without Li Ruolin at this time. But Su Lin is even more serious. All the senior leaders of ATV are almost taking turns to call Su Lin to urge Su Lin to go back. The two women worked for 3 days, but finally couldn't withstand the pressure, so they had to reluctantly return to work. However, after meeting Zhou Hao again and living a happy life for a few more days, after the two women returned to their jobs, their mental outlook was very different from before, and they looked radiant. Zhou Hao got free, so he planned to go to the headquarters of Tianhe Beverage Company in Guangzhou to see Yang Jiabao. Li Ruolin, Yin Qingqing, and Su Lin all have to deal with the company's affairs, so only Canhua Shinji can accompany Zhou Hao. Over the past few days, Canhua Shinji has been living in the house that Zhou Hao bought in Xiangqing before, and he would go out for a stroll when he was free. Because he has worked under Nanami Keiru for a long time, Kanzuki Shinji's wealth is also extremely rich, and any famous brand in Japan can be bought. So Kanzuki Shinji is a typical person who has not used any famous brand products. Such a person would naturally not buy any more clothes in Xiangqing. But what interested Shinji Kanzu was the authentic snacks on Xiangqing. She used to invite Cantonese cuisine masters to teach her cooking with a lot of money before, and she also ate a lot of delicious Cantonese cuisine, but never came to China in person, so she wandered the streets and alleys of Xiangqing in the past few days and took the authentic tasted all the Cantonese food. At this time, Canhua Shinji accompanied Zhou Hao to Guangzhou. Zhou Hao found that Canhua Shinji was staring at her own belly from time to time, and couldn't help but smile. "What's the matter? It's not a pregnancy, right?" Canhua Shinji glared at Zhou Hao when he heard the words, and then asked a little nervously, "Is it really big?" Zhou Hao blinked. "What do you mean? Don't you really have it?" Although he has no other relationship with Shinji Kanzuki at this stage, Keiru Nanami has also said that Shinji Kanzuki and Honya Hina are equivalent to her dowry maid. Although Zhou Hao did not dare to express anything, he was not the kind of Lu Xiaowei-style man after all, and subconsciously had a little possessiveness towards Shinji Kanzuki, so naturally he didn't want her to be ambiguous with other men, let alone go further. Relationship. Just listening to Kanzuki, Shinji said with some annoyance, "It's not easy for girls living in your China. Faced with so many delicious things every day, they have to take care of their body shape. Alas, it's really tiring." Only then did Zhou Hao understand that dare to love this woman is eating too much, worrying about whether her figure will be deformed. So he glanced at Shinji Kanzuki's abdomen and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm still lying flat, without any fat." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Kanhua Shinji patted his chest and smiled in relief. Fortunately, suddenly she reacted, staring at Zhou Hao and said, "How do you know I don't have any fat?" Ever. Hearing this, Zhou Hao quickly pretended not to hear, turned his head and looked outside the car window, causing Shinji Kanhua to roll his eyes. Soon, the car entered the urban area of Guangzhou. Looking at countless more high-rise buildings than a year ago, Zhou Hao said with emotion, "It has only been more than a year, and it has become unrecognizable. The development of these big cities in China is indeed fast, but you have neglected reasonable and scientific urban planning." Shinji Kanzuki's somewhat mocking voice came from beside him. "Wait and see. Within 10 years, this urban problem will gradually manifest itself, and it will be more difficult for your government to remedy the situation." Kanzuki Shinji is indeed a very discerning talent, and he can often focus on things. As Shinji Kanhua said, "In China, let's talk about Guangdong, not to mention other provinces. Big cities like Guangzhou, Dongguan, and Zhuhai are indeed developing very fast, but the local government often ignores reasonable and scientific urban planning. Lack of foresight." Zhou Hao clearly remembers that in his previous life, Guangzhou and Dongguan were plagued by various urban problems. There are other large cities in China. Apart from others, the urban drainage and sewage systems are few in China. This city is doing a good job. Once it encounters a rare torrential rain, those big cities will fall into the predicament of waterlogging. Seeing the proud look on Shinji Kanhua's face, Zhou Hao knew that she was proud of the planning of Japanese cities. Even though she was unwilling to do so, Zhou Hao had to admit that Japan was indeed ranked in urban planning. International advanced level. Japan is considered to be a city with more natural disasters, but even if it encounters a devastating disaster, the resilience of their citizens and the city where they are located is amazing, thanks to their highly predictable urban planning. Can deal with all kinds of disasters. Let's not talk about it. I'm not in my position to do nothing. Even I can't change this kind of thing." Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Let's do our own thing. This is enough." As they were talking, the two men's car came to a building that was 30 or 40 stories high. This building, named Tianhe Building, is the headquarters of the Tianhe Beverage Company. It was originally funded and built by the Tianhe Beverage Company independently. It can also be regarded as a landmark building in downtown Guangzhou. Walking into the Tianhe Mansion with Kanhua Shinji, it was a bright lobby. Zhou Hao looked at the number on the wall of the lobby and saw that the headquarters of the Tianhe Beverage Company was just above the 28th floor. "Take the elevator up." The elevator door opened, and there was a large wall with the words Tianhe Beverage Company written on it. Behind is a bright and spacious office, with desks neatly distributed inside, and employees sit at the table and work hard. Many male and female employees occasionally shuttle through them with various documents, and the air is filled with keyboard typing. The sound of clicks and the brushing of writing makes this office permeated with a busy atmosphere. Zhou Hao saw the number plate on the glass door of this office. It said, "Marketing Department." This is a marketing department. Its office is hundreds of square meters, and there are 70 or 80 employees working in it. I believe the situation in other offices is similar, so excluding other factories that have large production bases in Jingyu County, there are probably hundreds of employees at the Guangzhou headquarters alone, which shows the scale of the Tianhe Beverage Company. Just as Zhou Hao wanted to go deep into these offices to see the operation of the Tianhe Beverage Company, a female employee wearing a skirt and a middle and upper posture appeared in front of him and Shinji Kanzuki and asked them politely. Said, "Is there anything that can help you too?" Zhou Hao was stunned to realize that the employees here did not know him, and the Tianhe Beverage Company was very strict in protecting itself, including factories, laboratories, offices, and other places that were not allowed to enter or leave without permission. After thinking about it, he said to the female employee in front of him, "I want to find you Mr. Yang." Mr. Yang? Do you have an appointment with her? The female employee asked. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, but you tell her that Zhou Hao comes to her, and she will see me naturally. The female employee shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry, this gentleman. If you don't make an appointment with Mr. Yang, you can't see her, because Mr. Yang has a very busy schedule. If you rashly disrupt the plan, it will affect you. Very big. Miss, what I said is true. As long as you tell her that Zhou Hao is looking for her, she will come to see me. The female clerk still didn't let go, just said, Sorry, sir, I really can't help you. If you really have an urgent matter to see Mr. Yang, please make an appointment first. Manhwa Shinji gave Zhou Hao a playful smile. She knew that the beauty of Zhou Hao's woman was definitely not an ordinary beauty, and there were definitely a lot of suitors, especially for such beauties who manage huge companies, to capture his heart, but to get both man and wealth. So Yang Jiabao, whom Zhou Hao wants to see, definitely has a large number of suitors. And those suitors who come here to find Yang Jiabao, I'm afraid they are using the same method, saying that as long as they report my name, Yang Jiabao will come down to see me immediately. So the staff in charge of blocking the car listened too much and stopped. Be cheated. Miss, listen to me. What I said is true. As long as you go and tell you Mr. Yang that I am Zhou Hao, she will come to see me. Zhou Hao patiently explained to the female staff member. However, this female employee didn't take Zhou Hao's style at all, and the polite smile on her face gradually disappeared. She warned, Sir, if you don't leave here again, I will call the security guard. In fact, she didn't need to call the security guard anymore, because another female staff member at the front desk saw Zhou Hao and the others entangled here, so she notified the security guard to come here. I saw 4 tall security guards wearing uniforms coming from the door, aggressively trying to pick up Zhou Hao and throw them out. However, at this moment, a group of several people came from another exit over there, the head of which was tall, dressed in a beige lady's suit, and looked very capable, with a purple silk scarf tied around his neck. Against her slightly curly hair, there was a bit of noble temperament. Looking at her appearance again, she has bright eyes and white teeth and eyebrows like poetry, but there will occasionally be a glimmer of excitement in those beautiful eyes like stars, showing that this woman was originally a lively and active person. This woman is no one else, but Yang Jiabao is impressive. It's just that Yang Jiabao is much more mature than before Zhou Hao went to the United States. She is less stubborn and self-willed, a little more mature and decisive, and it seems that her current image and style are similar to Zhao Yuqin. Faintly similar. The female clerk who had been dealing with Zhou Hao saw Yang Jiabao coming with a group of right hands, and she hurriedly bowed to Yang Jiabao and said, Mr. Yang. Zhou Hao had already seen Yang Jiabao and was also secretly surprised at her transformation. When Yang Jiabao saw Zhou Hao, he didn't have the surprise and excitement that Zhou Hao imagined. Instead, he calmly smiled at the female staff member and the security guards who were about to drive Zhou Hao out. What are you trying to do? Mr. Yang, this gentleman must see you. I told him to make an appointment first, but he wouldn't listen, so I'm going to let the security invite him out. The female clerk answered honestly. I saw that Yang Jiabao gave Zhou Hao a gloat smile, and then said to the female staff member and several other security guards, You want to invite him out? Do you know who he is? He is our Tianhe Beverage, the big boss of the company. Tianhe Beverage Company owns more than 90% of the shares. All of us are working for him. When I heard Yang Jiabao's words, the female staff member, the security guard, and the assistants around Yang Jiabao were shocked, and Zhou Hao smiled at the female staff member. Hello, please advise. This female employee simply couldn't accept this reality, but Yang Jiabao was the president, and no one dared to question what she said. However, when she thought that she had just blocked Zhou Hao and had to let the security guard drive him out, the female staff member felt shocked and secretly said that her job was over. Zhou Hao saw the anxiety of the female employee and smiled at her. It doesn't matter. You just abide by your duty just now. The company won't fire you because of this. Otherwise, what rules does our company have? This female staff member was surprised by the words, moved by Zhou Hao's magnanimity, and thanked Zhou Hao repeatedly. Zhou Hao waved his hand and said to Yang Jiabao, Mr. Yang, I want to have a chat with you. Well, please come here, my big boss. So Yang Jiabao took Zhou Hao to his president's office and turned off all the assistants. Zhou Hao did not let Shinji Manhwa follow up, but went into the president's office with Yang Jiabao alone. Yang Jiabao's president's office is very spacious, covering an area of nearly 100 square meters. There is a magnificent desk in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. On the wall next to it is a row of solid wood bookshelves. Most of them are chemistry and drinks from various countries' safety testing standards and other books related to beverage production. And in front of the desk, there is a set of white leather modular sofa, which looks very simple and generous. Zhou Hao followed Yang Jiabao in, looking at her charming back. Zhou Hao just wanted to speak, but when Yang Jiabao suddenly turned around, a jade palm rushed towards Zhou Hao's shoulder. The Yang family in Guangxi has not only been in business for generations, but also a family that has practiced martial arts for generations. Therefore, Yang Jiabao's martial arts is not weak. Usually more than a dozen big men can't approach her. It's just that although Yang Jiabao's martial arts is good, it's still far behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't need to dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed Yang Jiabao's wrist, and said with a wry smile, "Jiabao, what are you doing? Fight when you meet." "Why don't you ask yourself?" Yang Jiabao said with a cold snort. "Since you contacted me that time, you disappeared. I haven't contacted me for more than a year, and I can't find you. Even Sister Yuqin couldn't find you. I thought you eloped with other women and didn't want us." "I have difficulties," Zhou Hao said. "I care about your difficulties. If I don't teach you today, you don't know how good Yang Jiabao is." "Let go," Yang Jiabao yelled. Zhou Hao let go of her hand, and Yang Jiabao changed his moves and attacked again. A set of serial fist palms made the tiger lively, but this was still not a threat in Zhou Hao's eyes, and it could be resolved easily. Finally, Zhou Hao grabbed Yang Jiabao's hands and pulled him into his arms, and said with a smile, "Okay, I am wrong. I apologize to you. So be it. I don't want you to say, oh." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Hao blocked Yang Jiabao's lips. She struggled hard, but where did she earn Zhou Hao? And Zhou Hao didn't relax in his mouth. He skillfully opened her teeth and drove straight in, shaking the earth in her mouth. Yang Jiabao still struggled hard at the beginning, but gradually softened under Zhou Hao's offensive. In the end, he fell into Zhou Hao's arms and kissed Zhou Hao with gusto. "How about? Are you not angry?" Zhou Hao asked Yang Jiabao, whose cheeks were red and panting. "The ghost is not angry." Yang Jiabao glared at him. Zhou Hao smiled and asked, "By the way, when you saw me just now, you seemed very calm. Did you know that I would come to you?" Yang Jiabao turned his head and hummed. "Of course, I have heard the wind a long time ago saying that you are back. I just want to see when you will come to me. You guy has no conscience. I want to take care of you. With this Tianhe, you didn't even go to university, but you only came to see me now." Zhou Hao hugged Yang Jiabao's soft body and said, "I don't want it either. It's just that so many things have happened over the past year that prevented me from coming back, but now everything is over. By the way, who told you I'm back?" "It's Sister Ruolin," Yang Jiabao said. "The day after you went to Sister Ruolin called me. You and Sister Lan." Zhou Hao really didn't know that Li Ruolin and Yang Jiabao were so familiar with each other, and they even exchanged messages. And from what Yang Jiabao said, Li Ruolin clearly knew the relationship between Yang Jiabao and him, which made Zhou Hao's face a little red. Before, he thought he could hide from Li Ruolin. "I heard Yang Jiabao say, when you were in Beijing, you told me that you wanted to do something outside, but then you lost the news completely. I don't know what you were doing." Sister Lan said, "Are you going to the United States to rescue the head of the First Army?" Zhou Hao nodded, and Yang Jiabao clasped Zhou Hao's neck and said, "It must be dangerous, you fool. The big boss is a man of the country. You can save him. Why don't you take the country's people too?" Scream, "Isn't this more certain? And your risk will also be greatly reduced." "It's okay, don't I come back safely now? It's just that the process was a bit tortuous." Zhou Hao smiled. "Also, that big master turn out to be your father?" Yang Jiabao asked again. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and nodded. "Unexpectedly, I never expected it before." Then Yang Jiabao didn't say anything. She knew that Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable, so she took practical actions to comfort Zhou Hao. I saw her straddling Zhou Hao's lap and kissing Zhou Hao's forehead, nose, mouth, and cheek bit by bit. Zhou Hao was also moved by her kiss, and his hands clung to the softness of her chest unconsciously, kneading lightly and hardly across the lady's suit jacket. At this time, Yang Jiabao got to Zhou Hao's ear and said with a mischievous smile, Zhou Hao, or, let's try in the office? Anyway, people outside would never come in without my instructions. Zhou Hao didn't answer, but the hand was already untying Yang Jiabao's trousers. Yang Jiabao chuckled and smiled, holding Zhou Hao's face, and said, Big pervert. The big pervert is going to eat your little girl. Zhou Hao also smiled. Whoever eats, maybe. Yang Jiabao pushed Zhou Hao down on the spacious sofa, unbuttoned his pants anxiously, and then stared at Zhou Hao with glowing eyes. Before Zhou Hao could do anything, Yang Jiabao hurriedly took off his beige trousers, sat down after Zhou Hao, and took a deep breath. Later, in this spacious office of the president, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao had a fun game. Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao had been separated for more than a year. After a long period of time, their bodies were restored to the original virgin body. However, she was also active and enthusiastic, allowing Zhou Hao to enjoy her beauty. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao spent more than 2 hours in the president's office before stopping. The final result was that Yang Jiabao shrank in Zhou Hao's arms, sweating and weak, and the curtain came to an end. Even Yang Jiabao's shirt was soaked due to strenuous exercise, but her president's office was fully equipped, as well as a dedicated bathroom and bedroom, as well as replacement clothes. Zhou Hao hugged her and took a shower in the bathroom, and then rested in the bedroom together. Yang Jiabao is a long-term drought and meets the nectar. Although Zhou Hao has been tossed about it, she has a strong foundation of kung fu and has a very good physique. So after a little recovery, she immediately exudes a charming style. Today, Yang Jiabao is no longer the savage and willful eldest lady in the past, but a strong woman who can independently manage a large enterprise. And her body has matured a lot, getting rid of the youthfulness and immaturity of the past, and more the charm of a mature woman. Even though Yang Jiabao is only 21 years old this year. At this moment, she was lying comfortably in Zhou Hao's arms, with a happy and content smile on her face, and a jade finger was gently swiping between Zhou Hao's neck and chest. Jiabao, doesn't your studies matter? It's really wrong to ask you to suspend school halfway to take care of Tiana. Zhou Hao gently embraced Yang Jiabao's smooth body and said softly, although Yang Jiabao's temperament is a bit stubborn, she is a typical woman who treats her well and can do everything for you. So when she heard Zhou Hao's words, she shook her head and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have learned almost everything in college. Even if there was no such thing, I plan to end my studies early in my sophomore year. She rolled over and leaned in Zhou Hao's arms and smiled with Zhou Hao's nose touching the tip of her nose. Didn't you say that you would let me take care of those industries after I graduated? I'm just helping you in advance. I'm busy. Didn't you fulfill your wish? That's right. Our Jiabao is so smart, and with such a bit of knowledge in college, 2 years are enough to study it. Zhou Hao smiled and said, And you also take care of this Tianhe in an orderly manner, which is more effective than I took care of myself. It's better. Hearing Zhou Hao's compliment, Yang Jiabao's mouth curled up, restoring her former delicate and proud look. Zhou Hao couldn't help but hold her head and kiss her. That's right. Zhou Hao asked suddenly, when our Tianhe entered the international market, was it blocked by others? Yang Jiabao nodded earnestly and said, Yes, when we used the company's newly developed pulp drinks and iced tea series to enter the markets of Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, some people slandered our drinks. What is a plasticizer? How? Do you know what a plasticizer is? It is actually a plasticizer, which is widely used in plastic chemicals. Zhou Hao nodded. I know what this is. Actually, many things in our lives contain plasticizers. For example, plastic products often contain plasticizers. As for food, there are actually plasticizers. Many low-quality products have this thing in it. But our Tianhe has always put quality first and has been selling health from the beginning. As long as the company can adhere to this principle, this will never happen. Questionable. Yes, we have not changed the development direction that you set when you founded Tianhe. Every plant of our Tianhe company has the slogan health first, quality first. Even for new types of beverages such as pulp drinks and iced tea drinks, we have also led the domestic industry standards, and every indicator is up to the standard. Yang Jiabao said, Those guys slander our products with plasticizers. In a short time, An expert group from the World Health Organization was invited to participate in the test. After a pause, Yang Jiabao continued. When the World Health Organization's expert team took out the test report, I also asked the company to make it public as soon as possible and issued accusations against those who slandered us. Speaking of this, she sighed. However, although we have clarified the matter, the plan to enter the international market has also encountered a lot of resistance. Taiwan is better, and the local beverage companies in Japan and South Korea treat us. They are extremely vigilant and often use industry associations and other organizations to join forces to squeeze us. Later, they also introduced tea beverages, and with their local advantages, they took up most of the market, making our Tianhe enter the international market. The plan is to come home. Zhou Hao frowned and asked, "Do you know who did it?" "What is certain is that Pepsi and Coca-Cola are definitely involved." When Yang Jiabao said that, Zhou Hao glared at Zhou Hao. "It is still your fault. They hate us and retaliate whenever they get the chance." Hearing this, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Jiabao, what you said is wrong. Even if I didn't do that back then, our Tianhe was going to make a big splash in the beverage market, and it was bound to be against them. So no matter if I offended them at the beginning, they would not treat our Tianhe kindly." Remembering that Yang Jiabao just said that Pepsi and Coca-Cola were definitely involved, and there seemed to be other people or forces besides that, he asked, "Apart from these two giants, who else participated in this event?" "Things. You should know the Dingxin Group, right?" Yang Jiabao asked. Rhetorically, Zhou Hao's voice became low and deep. "Is it really them?" Yang Jiabao slowly nodded. "There should be nothing wrong, although we don't have definite evidence. Su Lin should have told you that your Polaris has been swallowed by this Dingxin Group. You also know Su Lin?" Zhou Hao was more concerned about this instead. I saw Yang Jiabao raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to pinch Zhou Hao's nose and groaned. "Do you really think I am a stupid girl? Not only Su Lin, I also know that Liang Xiaobing, as well as with Sister Yuqin I know He Shuyun, who helped you take care of Xinghe investment. By the way, there are also the original Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. And your cousin Yanqing. You said, how many women are there in your fellow?" Zhou Hao hurriedly raised his hand to surrender and quickly turned the topic back to the Dingxin Group and asked Yang Jiabao, "This Dingxin Group, do you know what they are? I heard that their political background is very different. Deep. Of course, if there is not enough political power, they would dare to touch the Polaris? You know, because of you, the Polaris is protected by the Zhao Group, especially if the sister looks at it. Ordinary guys are not dare to hit the Polaris on top." Yang Jiabao said, "The most hateful thing is that Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei brothers. I don't know how you looked at people in the first place. You actually brought these two white-eyed wolves back." Zhou Hao said, "I knew these two people are unreliable early on, but their talents are outstanding, so I have to rely on them to help me control the North Star for the time being. According to my original plan, I wanted to let Su Lin exercise on ATV first, and then take over the Polaris from the Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei brothers. If I were in charge, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei would not dare to have any disagreements. The bad thing is that you have been missing for more than a year, making the two wide-eyed wolves lose their shackles." Yang Jiabao snorted. Remembering that Zhou Hao had been missing without a word for more than a year, Yang Jiabao hated him, and suddenly opened his mouth and took a bite on Zhou Hao's shoulder, and then continued, "Do you remember Dong Qishan? Dingxin Group is them supported by the Dong family." "Is it him?" Zhou Hao was startled. Dong Qishan can be said to be Zhou Hao's first real enemy since his rebirth. At the beginning, Dong Qishan became attached to Zhou Hao because of Zhao Yuqin, and was later used by Qi Haishuan to poison and kill Mr. Zhao. And then he found the best. The master, the head of the East Luo men, Xiaoho, known as the Sacred Hand of Deluo, refused to accept him to deal with Zhou Hao, but ultimately failed. Having suffered many losses in Zhou Hao's hands, Dong Qishan's Dong Yi was afraid that Zhou Hao and the Zhao family would not let him go, so he let Dong Qishan leave China. Since that time, Zhou Hao has never seen Dong Qishan again. Only before Zhou Hao left China and went to the United States to rescue Zhou Liren, the affair between him and Zhao Yuqin was exposed. Zhou Hao suspected that Dong Qishan did it, and he immediately asked He Shuyun to lead the Star River investment people in the stock market. attacked several listed companies in Dong's family, and made them limit down several times. I heard Yang Jiabao say, "I don't think you know yet. Dong Qishan's father, Dong Yi, was added to the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee not long ago and became one of the 9 giants. And I heard Sister Yuqin say that Dong Yi, the political power of the family, is not small, and it also belongs to a political group with common interests." Zhou Hao really didn't know about this. He knew that Dong Yi was originally a member of the Politburo, but he didn't expect that he could make up for the Standing Committee and become one of the 9 giants. In this way, the power of the Dong family will be raised to a higher level, and from the current situation, Dong Qishan must have returned from the outside and launched revenge against Zhou Hao. "It's really a 100-legged insect that is dead and not stiff," Zhou Hao said with a bit of gritted teeth. In fact, he wanted to completely get rid of Dong Qishan's scourge, but Dong Qishan is different from Liang Fengshan in the past. Liang Fengshan's father is the governor of the province, and Dong Qishan's father is a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. Not to mention that the political forces in the 2 families are different. Liang Fengshan's father did not know Liang Fengshan and Zhou Hao's holiday, so Zhou Hao secretly removed Liang Fengshan. His father would not doubt himself. But Dong Qishan is different. Dong Yi is aware of the grievances between Zhou Hao and his son. If Dong Qishan had anything to do, Dong Yi would definitely be the first to doubt Zhou Hao. And if Dong Yi knew that Zhou Hao had killed Dong Qishan, then Zhou Hao would be in trouble. After all, assassinating the relatives of state officials would be tantamount to confronting the entire state apparatus, and even the Zhao family could not keep Zhou Hao. At this time, Yang Jiabao said again, "In addition to Dong Qishan, there is another person, namely Huang Shifu and Huang Wank and his son." Huang Wank. Zhou Hao immediately trembled when he heard the name. "Yes, I haven't retaliated against Huang Wank yet. If Dong Qishan is a big disaster for him, then Huang Wank is the person he has to kill the most." Zhou Hao thought. Huang Shi group has not really developed before, and Huang Wank has not yet reached the peak of his life. If Zhou Hao had retaliated against him at that time, the pleasure of revenge would be far less than that of having Huang Wank climb to the highest peak and then fall down. Therefore, Zhou Hao chose to postpone his revenge on Huang Wank and even occasionally helped him develop. For example, during the Hong Kong War, Zhou Hao lent a huge sum of 30 billion renminbi to Huang Wank to invest in a gold mine discovered in Africa. Later, Zhou Hao went to the United States to rescue Zhou Liren, and he lost his memory for more than a year. If Zhou Hao had an accident in the US in his party, or he could not recover his memory for a lifetime, it would be really cheap for Huang Wank. When Zhou Hao came back this time, he had decided to retaliate against Huang Wank, but he didn't expect Huang Wank to be ignorant of good and bad, so he would take the initiative to collude with Dong Qishan and start with Zhou Hao. Huang Shifu should be from the Zhao family. How could he hook up with Dong Qishan? Zhou Hao asked. Yang Jiabao said, "Listening to Sister Yuqin, when Mr. Zhao retired, there was a lot of turbulence in the Zhao family camp, and Dong Yi was also added to the Politburo Standing Committee at this time. In addition, the Dong family is also a strength. A very strong political group. Huang Shifu thought that the Zhao family was going to lose power, so he immediately betrayed and voted under the Dong family. Hey, it really fits their character of selflessness." Zhou Hao sneered. As the saying goes, if you have a son, you must have a father. Huang Wangsheng is despicable and selfish, and his father Huang Shifu is no better. When Zhou Hao met Huang Shifu once, he also saw that this guy was a typical person who saw money openly and put profit first. I also heard Yang Jiabao said, in the process of hostile acquisition of the North Star, Huangshi Group invested more than 7 billion yuan, which provided Dingxing Group with very strong financial backing. Moreover, I heard that Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are also Huang Wank went to instigate rebellion. After a pause, Yang Jiabao suddenly laughed and said, "But the Dingxing Group, or those companies of the Dong family, have bad news during this period. Hum. They are in the US and Hong Kong stock markets. Investing in technology and internet stocks was originally intended to make a fortune in the stock market, but I did not expect that the technology and internet stocks, which have been booming for several years, have plummeted this year. The entire Nasdaq in the United States is in decline." Variety. Speaking of this, Yang Jiabao held Zhou Hao's face and kissed him a few times, then giggled and said, "You're still a great stock god. I heard Sister Yuqin say that you spend more than a year. I analyzed that the bubble of TechNet stocks will eventually burst and made a corresponding investment plan for Galaxy Investment." Wow, the TechNet stocks were still very popular back then. You can actually see the current situation. Yes. Do you know that all companies that invested in TechNet stocks have suffered heavy losses this year? But your Galaxy Investment has made more than $20 billion in profits through futures trading and website reselling. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile when he heard Yang Jiabao's words. The dot-com bubble will burst in 1999, and he knew this in his previous life. Although the actual history has changed in this life because of his rise, the fact that the internet stocks are in a bubble will not change. Even if it does not burst in 1999, it will not be long. At the end of the Hong Kong stock market war, Zhou Hao had already begun to formulate an investment plan for the bursting of the technology and internet stocks bubble, and let Galaxy Investment sell all technology stocks and internet stocks that were originally bought at low prices, and then their share prices rose sharply. Gloves appear when the stock prices of these tech internet stocks are at their highest. At the same time, in Zhou Hao's plan, Galaxy Investment was required to buy orders for futures indexes. When the technology network stocks fell sharply, Galaxy Investment could make money from these orders. In addition, according to Zhou Hao's plan, those internet stocks that have great potential in the future but have now experienced the collapse of the technology network stocks that have caused their stock prices to fall, Galaxy Investment will also acquire them. For example, Zhao Dingzhou's son Zhao Zibang bought the 4 major Chinese portals, such as Sohu and Sina, for Zhou Hao. They also acted according to Zhou Hao's instructions when their stock prices were high, and when the technology and internet stocks burst, and their stock prices fell back to the bottom. Come back. By selling and buying like this, Zhou Hao not only made a lot of money, but also eventually regained control of these potential internet stocks. Zhou Hao made a fortune with these advanced insights, and he even smiled in front of Yang Jiabao. Actually, it is not just me who sees that the bubble of TechNet stocks will burst. You haven't seen TechNet stocks. Before the explosion, have many large investment companies withdrew from the Nasdaq in the United States? It is because they also foresee the collapse of the tech stocks. Yang Jiabao leaned down and kissed Zhou Hao's forehead. I don't care about other people. I know that my man is the smartest in the world. Compared to your Galaxy Investment, Dingxing Group is in science. The investment in internet stocks has been ruined. I don't know if it is true or not. I heard that they have lost more than tens of billions of yuan in the collapse of the internet stocks. Zhou Hao sneered. Dong Qishan and Huang Wank actually took advantage of my absence. Humming. This time, I won't let them go. What are you going to do? Yang Jiabao twisted his body in his arms, so that Zhou Hao gasped and quickly pressed her buttocks, which stopped the excitement of ecstasy. I heard Yang Jiabao excitedly said again, Sister Yuqin and I have long been unfamiliar with Dong Qishan, Huang Wank, and their Dingxing Group, but you are not here. We have lost our backbone, and Sister Yuqin. Also, sister, what's wrong with her? Zhou Hao asked. Yang Jiabao smiled and said, It's nothing. Sister Yuqin has come to help you take care of the Galaxy Investment for more than a year. She is already very tired. If she fights back against the Dingxing Group, the pressure will be too great. Zhou Hao didn't worry about him and didn't doubt anything, and Yang Jiabao continued with a smile. Now that you're back, you can brutally beat this Dingxing Group back to your hometown, as well as the 2 traitors Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. Punish them severely. Don't worry about it. Zhou Hao smiled. After all, the Dong family's power in the country is not the same as before, and there is a lot of financial support. It is not easy to break this Dingxing Group, waiting for me to prepare. After everything is done, give them another thunder blow. Humph. At that time, I will not even have a chance to fight back. That's all right. I don't know how much I want to see how Dong Qishan and Huang Wank would look when the Dingxing Group collapsed. Yang Jiabao said excitedly. Under this excitement, Yang Jiabao's passion was born again. At this time, she was in Zhou Hao's arms. She twisted her body and couldn't help it. She hooked Zhou Hao's neck and kissed Zhou Hao. There was a humming moan between his nose. Zhou Hao's physique is better than Yang Jiabao. When Yang Jiabao twisted in his arms just now, he felt ripples in his heart. At this moment, He could not bear it. He held Yang Jiabao and turned over and suppressed her. Also merged into one again. Continue to enjoy the ecstasy pleasure of the joy of fish and water. Sure enough, as Yang Jiabao said, Zhou Hao and her stayed in the president's office for a long time, and everyone outside dared not disturb. After another lingering, Yang Jiabao was completely soft on Zhou Hao's chest. She panted slightly, leaned close to Zhou Hao's ear, and smiled. "Big villain, I think you are a tiger. Then do you like it?" Zhou Hao held her slender waist, playing with the jade rabbit on her chest with the other hand. "I don't like you." Yang Jiabao deliberately cocked his mouth and said. Zhou Hao squeezed gently on her jade rabbit. "You are not honest." Yang Jiabao screamed and gave Zhou Hao a blatant look, then smiled again. "Hey, big bad guy, did you know that your star girlfriend is now shooting TV series in Manhwa Film and Television City?" Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because he knew that his star girlfriend Yang Jiabao said was actually Liang Xiaobing. Seeing Zhou Hao's expression, Yang Jiabao giggled. "How about? Do you want to see her?" Nanhai Film and Television City is located at the intersection of Guangzhou and Foshan, very close to Xiangqing. It is a film and television production base directly under CCTV. It has built ancient sceneries including Jinling Commercial Port, Dongwangfu, Bell and Drum Tower, Qinhuai Tower, and Yangon City. Nanhai Film and Television City has been in use since 1996 and has filmed many TV series for China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. It is also a very famous film and television base in China. At this time, several film crews were shooting TV series in Nanhai Film and Television City. Among them was the film crew of Hong Kong Asia Television, and the others were from China and Taiwan. The film crew of ATV is now on the side of the East Palace. In a hall of the East Palace, two actors in ancient costumes, a man and a woman, are playing rival roles there. The actor is tall and handsome, with a star temperament. But even though this actor has a very outstanding appearance and temperament, compared to the actress who played the opposite role with him, there is a considerable distance in appearance and acting. I saw that the actress has picturesque brows and bright and charming eyes. Especially when she put on that elegant ancient costume, she revealed a dignified and elegant ancient style, without the impetuousness of modern people, really like a touch. A beauty that emerges from an ancient painting. The film crews not far in front of them were very serious. No one was distracted, especially the director who was sitting there in charge of directing, staring motionlessly at the two actors in the camera. Cut. After finishing this scene, the male director yelled, then stood up from the chair with a smile on his face and smiled to everyone. "Very good. This part is very good. Everyone take a break. We'll shoot another scene in half an hour." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The two actors also smiled at each other, and their assistant hurriedly greeted them with tea. "Xiaobing, I heard you have 2 coughs yesterday. This is the Sydney water I made in the morning to nourish the lungs and throat. You can drink it." The actor took a thermal kettle from his assistant and handed it to he acted as the actress in the rivalry. And this beautiful and charming actress is really Liang Xiaobing. At the beginning, Liang Xiaobing became popular with several scripts written by Zhou Hao. Before Zhou Hao went to the United States, she originally played a movie under the arrangement of Polaris, but later, Polaris was maliciously acquired. I also want to pry away the very popular Liang Xiaobing. Fortunately, Liang Xiaobing originally signed a contract with ATV, so under Zhao Yuqin's dealings he was able to get rid of the Polaris and return to ATV. It's just that Liang Xiaobing's original roles in the films invested in Polaris have been deleted, and the domestic film prospects have also become bleak. In desperation, he had to go back to filming TV series with the support of ATV. However, over the past year or so, ATV has produced many high-quality TV series, which are extremely popular in China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and even Southeast Asia. Many of these TV series have Liang Xiaobing starred, so Liang Xiaobing's popularity has risen instead of falling. It is loved by movie fans. And Liang Xiaobing also has a high status among the new actors recruited by ATV recently. Because she is kind and amiable in front of the newcomers, she has no arrogance, and she has worked hard to teach the newcomers acting skills personally. So Liang Xiaobing is now not only ATV the head of Huadan, is also a great sister who many new actors and actresses on Asian TV admire and respect. This actor is also an actor selected by Asia Television from China, named Yin Yaluan. After filming a few TV series, his popularity has risen sharply and he has great potential. Seeing the Sydney water offered by Yin Yaluan, Liang Xiaobing said with a smile, "Thank you, Yaran, but I have already made some herbal tea by myself, so I don't need it. You can drink it yourself." Having said that, Liang Xiaobing returned to his chair over there to rest, accompanied by his assistant, and discussed with the director who came next to her how to shoot the next scene. Looking at the mature and beautiful Liang Xiaobing, Yin Yaluan's eyes had not moved at all, but his expression was a little helpless. The male assistant next to her said at this time, "It is said that Sister Xiaobing does not have a boyfriend, but she has never seen any opposite pursuit she accepts. I heard that many bosses came up with a wallet for her, but she refused. Xiaobing said she has someone she likes, but in the past 6 months, I haven't seen the person she said." Yin Yaluan said, "I don't know if she really has a sweetheart, just to refuse me. It stands to reason that Sister Xiaobing should be tempted on your terms, Aaron." The male assistant said, "Sister Xiaobing, isn't she, like the rumors, is she gay?" Yin Yaluan glared at his assistant. "Those rumors are simply nonsense. You can just talk in front of me. If you let others hear it, I won't protect you then." Hearing this, the male assistant hurriedly kept silent, for fear that his words would really be heard by others. After all, Liang Xiaobing's position in ATV is extremely high. He and the President Su Lin are both boudoir sisters. There is no place in ATV. At this time, he saw a young man walk in from outside and walk straight towards Liang Xiaobing. Yin Yaluan also saw this man, and only felt that although this young man was slightly inferior to him in appearance, his temperament was far behind him. When he saw him walking towards Liang Xiaobing, Yin Yaluan frowned and asked the assistant beside him, "Who is that person? Is it also from the film crew?" His male assistant shook his head. "It shouldn't be. I haven't seen him in the film crew. Go and take a look," Yin Yaluan said, and walked up with his male assistant. But just after walking a few steps, Yin Yaluan saw that the man had gone to Liang Xiaobing, and after seeing the man, Liang Xiaobing was completely stunned, as if he had become petrified in an instant. After a while, tears suddenly gurgled from Liang Xiaobing's eyes and spread on her beautiful face. Yin Yaluan's face changed drastically when he saw it, thinking that the man did something to Liang Xiaobing, so he rushed forward and yelled, "What are you doing?" While speaking, Yin Yaluan also stretched out his hand, obviously trying to grab the man by the collar. But the man didn't need to look at him. He grabbed Yin Yaluan's wrist with his backhand. Yin Yaluan only felt that his entire arm was numb. So where was the strength to grab this man? But he was unwilling, struggling, and wanted to do it. "Aaron, stop!" Liang Xiaobing spoke at this moment and quickly stopped Yin Yaluan. The man let go of Yin Yaluan, and Liang Xiaobing quickly asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" Yin Yaluan, who had her back to Liang Xiaobing, heard this and thought she was talking to herself, turned around and said, "Xiaobing, don't worry, I'm fine." But as soon as he turned around, he realized that Liang Xiaobing's attention was entirely on the young man, and the man was asked about the words just now, not Yin Yaluan. I saw Liang Xiaobing looking at the young man with concern and confirming that he was not injured, but the man smiled and said, "It's okay. This gentleman didn't hurt me, don't worry." And Liang Xiaobing looked up at Yin Yaluan's side and said in a reproachful tone, "Aaron, how can you do this? Just do it without asking anything." Yin Yaluan, who originally wanted to help Liang Xiaobing get ahead, was stunned and only then realized that Liang Xiaobing's attitude towards this man was unusually gentle, and that kind of gentleness had never been seen since I knew her. Almost immediately, Yin Yaluan remembered that Liang Xiaobing once said that he had someone he liked. But now it seems that the young and outstanding man in front of him is the sweetheart that Liang Xiaobing said. Indeed, it was Zhou Hao. When he learned from Su Lin that Liang Xiaobing was shooting a TV series in Nanhai Film and Television City, he rushed over. After seeing him, Liang Xiaobing was really excited and immediately burst into tears. As for the rest of the film crew, they were also attracted by the movement here, but Liang Xiaobing ignored the surprised gazes of everyone around him and hugged Zhou Hao's arm intimately and said to the director and others, "Everyone, it came just right. Let me introduce to you. This is Zhou Hao, my boyfriend. In addition, he is also our largest shareholder of Asia Television." The people around were amazed. Not only was there a lot of gossip about it, but there was never any definite evidence that she had a partner. Liang Xiaobing unreservedly admitted that Zhou Hao was her boyfriend, and because Zhou Hao was the big boss of Asia television. Because the staff in this film crew, except for the director who has been on ATV for a long time, were recruited only recently, so they are not clear about the details of ATV. They only think that Su Lin is the boss of ATV. As an old man of ATV, Liang Xiaobing has a high status in ATV. Everyone will believe what she said. And the one who was most shocked was Yin Yaluan. He hadn't recovered from the fact that Liang Xiaobing's boyfriend really existed before he heard Liang Xiaobing say that Zhou Hao is the boss of Asia television, that is, his big boss. This makes Yin Yaluan not even dare to compete. Who dares to compete with his big boss for women? In particular, Yin Yaluan's current film and television career has just begun, and if he can't get along with Zhou Hao, he will destroy himself. In the face of everyone's surprised eyes, Zhou Hao smiled calmly and said, "Hello everyone. ATV can have today's results. Thanks to your efforts, I am here to thank you all." Although he is not familiar with Zhou Hao, he is his own big boss, so everyone is humble, especially the director of this TV series. His assistant to the former Asian TV executive Liang Jiashu was only promoted to be the director more than half a year ago. And when he followed Liang Jiashu from TVB to ATV, he once met Zhou Hao, so he knew that Zhou Hao was indeed the owner of ATV. At that time, he had heard that Zhou Hao had an ambiguity with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing on ATV. Now it seems that this rumor is true. I saw the director came to Zhou Hao in a few steps and smiled respectfully. "Mr. Zhou, you are here to explore Xiaobing's class." "Yeah, I just came back from the United States and I was in Shanqing. I heard that Xiaobing was shooting TV series here in Nanhai TV City, so I came over and watched it." Zhou Hao laughed. Liang Xiaobing held Zhou Hao's arm from beginning to end, as if he was afraid that Zhou Hao would fly away as soon as he let go. And Yin Yaluan saw the happy smile on Liang Xiaobing's face when she was next to Zhou Hao. He had never seen him since I knew her, and knew that Liang Xiaobing was not with Zhou Hao just for money or other benefits like other stars. Yes, she really likes Zhou Hao. Thinking of this, Yin Yaluan felt disappointed. But at this moment, there was a loud noise outside the hall of the East Palace, and the director quickly called in his assistant and asked, "What's the matter?" The assistant said anxiously, "The director is from the Manhwa film and television company under Polaris. They said they also booked the East Palace as a shooting scene. Now that the time has come, let us leave quickly to make room for it." Fart. The director was angry. "We clearly booked today for the whole day. If they want to shoot, let them come tomorrow." "What did Nanhai Studios say?" The assistant said bitterly. "The problem lies with Nanhai Film and Television City. They actually helped the people of Manhwa Film and Television Company. They said that when the East Palace was rented to us, the staff made a mistake in scheduling. They can only rent one morning. They also said that as long as we leave now, all the rent will be returned to us. This morning is considered free to provide us with scenes." "Huh, who cares about their money?" The director said angrily. "Since they decided to rent us one day, they had to rent us one day. The schedule was wrong. This is their own problem, and it has nothing to do with us." "Relationship," the assistant said, but the director, Nanhai Film and Television City, said, "If we don't leave, they will let the security come." Zhou Hao, who was with Liang Xiaobing over there, heard the dialogue between the director and the assistant, and frowned and asked Liang Xiaobing, "What's the matter? Is it true that we at Asia TV are often bullied like this?" Liang Xiaobing, who was originally immersed in the joy of meeting Zhou Hao, returned to his senses and sighed and said, "Yes, since you were away and the North Star was acquired by others, our ATV's work in China has changed. They are often obstructed, especially the Polaris, who have trouble with our ATV here in the country, often deliberately deceive the door, just like this Manhwa Film and Television Company, which is a subsidiary of Polaris. They have their own Hungyan Film and Television City does not use it, but to come here to Nanhai Film and Television City is actually to fight us." Zhou Hao frowned when he heard this. Those guys not only invaded their Polaris, but also continued to suppress the development of Asian TV in China. Even as they often come to the door, they also deceive people too much. There is also the case of Hungyan Film and Television City. At first, Zhou Hao took a lot of effort to get nearly half of the shares, He was interested in the resource potential of Hungarian film and television city in the domestic film and television entertainment industry. People are occupied, so if ATV wants to shoot large-scale costume TV dramas, it can only choose the next-level Nanhai film and television city. This made Zhou Hao very annoyed, and listened to Liang Xiaobing said, "Relying on the good foundation you left behind, Asia Television has now completely surpassed wireless and become the #1 TV station in Hong Kong." However, Polaris recently announced a high-profile cooperation with wireless seems to be a blow to our development in Hong Kong. In fact, Su Lin, who is in charge of managing ATV, is by no means simple. After ATV's domestic development found the Polaris suppression, Su Lin immediately adjusted ATV's strategy and changed to follow up with Taiwan's Chinese TV company and Japan's TV Tokyo, and South Korea's Seoul Broadcasting and Television Corporation have cooperated to produce a number of popular TV series, which has greatly increased the popularity of ATV in Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. Now, under the leadership of Su Lin, ATV is cooperating with film and television companies in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and other places to fully expand ATV's business in Asia. It can be said that although ATV has been suppressed everywhere because of the Polaris in China, it has blossomed everywhere in other countries in the Asian region and has played a very resounding brand in the international market. When Liang Xiaobing told Zhou Hao of the situation, Zhou Hao saw a group of people walking in from outside. It was the people from Manhwa Film and Television Company and Nanhai Film and Television City. I saw a manager of Manhwa Film and Television Company shouting to the director of ATV, "Hey, you guys from ATV, hurry up and let me go. We have already booked this East Palace. Why are you driving us away? We originally booked the East Palace for a whole day." The director took out a lease certificate and said to the people in Nanhua Film and Television Company and Nanhai Film and Television City, "Look, it's all in black and white. I understand it. There is also the official seal of Nanhai Film and Television City on it. Anyway, we won't leave before time today. If you come to us strong, we will complain to you at the Radio, Film, and Television Bureau." After hearing the words, the manager of Nanhai Film and Television City also sank his face and said to the director of the ATV, "Hey, don't toast or eat fine wine." At the same time, a decent-looking actress from Nanhua Film and Television Company saw Liang Xiaobing here and sneered, "Oh, isn't this the big star Liang Xiaobing? Hey, you don't remember me if you want to come. At first, I helped you as a supporting role, but then you didn't stay in our Polaris, and you insisted on going to that broken Asian TV. Now not many domestic audiences remember you." Liang Xiaobing frowned upon hearing this woman's cynicism, but did not argue with her, but stayed quietly beside Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao's brow furrowed deeper. He didn't expect that a small character, Polaris, would dare to provoke Liang Xiaobing like this, let alone how Polaris suppressed Asian TV in China. At this time, the director was still arguing with Nanhua Film and Television Company and Nanhai Film and Television City. And Nanhai Film and Television City had already called a group of security guards, and it seemed that they were going to force the ATV film crew to drive away. "Don't get entangled with them. Let's go," Zhou Hao said lightly. Although Zhou Hao's voice was not loud, it was full of dignity. After hearing his words, the people on ATV could not help but develop a sense of obedience. Someone immediately packed their equipment and prepared to leave. But the director was a little unwilling and turned around and said to Zhou Hao, "But Mr. Zhou, let's go. It's not worth entangled with such a person," Zhou Hao said as he walked out of the hall with Liang Xiaobing. The people at Nanhua Film and Television Company over there were also taken aback. They didn't expect that ATV would back down so much. They originally wanted to make a big deal and let the domestic media criticize ATV. Now this trick is bankrupt. After Liang Xiaobing changed his costume, he walked out of the Eastern Palace with Zhou Hao. He also saw Shinji watching the moon waiting for Zhou Hao outside and the spacious MPV commercial vehicle. After getting on the car, Shinji Kanzuki nodded to Liang Xiaobing and smiled. "Hello, Miss Liang. I am Mr. Zhou's assistant Shinji Kanzuki." "Hello." Liang Xiaobing glanced suspiciously at Zhou Hao when he saw the beautiful Shinji Kanhwa. "Look at what? Shinji is really just my assistant." Zhou Hao smiled. Kanhwa Shinji did not give any explanation for this, and directly said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, we have already investigated. Polaris was listed in Shanghai half a year ago, and the stock price has been rising all the way. It is a very popular company. Stocks." Zhou Hao coldly snorted. "I never let them go public in the country. I didn't expect that as soon as Dingxing Group acquired the North Star, it would immediately arrange the money for the listing. It is really eager for quick success. There are also stars under their banner," Kanazuki Shinji said. "I just inquired about the personal style of many new stars of Polaris. Also, Polaris often uses female stars to accompany drinks, eat, and even let the female celebrities under the banner go to sleep with those wealthy businessmen and senior officials, so that the development of the Polaris in various places opens up." Zhou Hao's expression immediately became gloomy, because this kind of unspoken rules of the entertainment industry was what he hated most. When he ran Polaris, he was very strict to contain and crack down on this trend. He did not expect the Dingxing Group. After the acquisition of Polaris, it was completely operated as a brothel. Dingxing's Polaris is now a veritable leader in the domestic entertainment circle based on the reputation that you had acquired when you were here. Liang Xiaobing said to Zhou Hao, "They are picking our peaches." Zhou Hao sneered. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei colluded with outsiders to embezzle the Polaris, and they even ruined the Polaris like this. The neighbor Shinji Kinyuki said, "Sir, do you want us to do something to deal with this North Star?" Zhou Hao was taken aback for a while, only to remember that the Tokugawa family also had many industries in China, and they also participated in many large companies in China. Therefore, the economic power of the Tokugawa family in China is not small, but relatively few people know it. Belongs to the kind of behemoth that does not show the mountains and dews. But now the Tokugawa family has completely fallen into the hands of Karu Nanami, and has become Zhou Hao's most solid backing. From the perspective of economic strength alone, even in Zhou Hao's heyday, all the industries in his hands add up to only about 20% of the Tokugawa family's economic value, and that is more than $200 billion in assets. It shows the huge assets of the Tokugawa family. Now that Kanua Shinji says to do something with the Polaris, in fact, it is enough to use the economic power of the Tokugawa family in China, not to mention the Polaris, even if it is Zhou Hao's galactic investment. If it suffers, the Tokugawa family's attack also had to be devastated. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. They put the Polaris on the market. They should want to use the Polaris to collect money, so as to make up for their previous losses in the science and technology stocks. Hum. The Polaster was established by me when I got up. I wouldn't just let it fall into the hands of others, as well as Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. I want them to know that I am not a good choice for backboarding. After learning from Liang Xiaobing that Polaris had been listed in Shanghai, Zhou Hao let out a sneer in his heart, secretly saying that Dong Qishan and the others were overpowered and even dared to operate Polaris on the market. You know, Zhou Hao is known as the stock god. It can't be said that Zhou Hao can do whatever he wants in the stock market. But if Dong Qishan wants to fight Zhou Hao in this field, it is like ordinary people playing basketball with Michael Jordan. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to use Galaxy Investment to deal with Dong Qishan in the financial market. But after the battle in Hong Kong, although Galaxy Investment was very hidden, it has also attracted the attention of the country. The Dong family is now a political group in the domestic limelight, so it is not difficult to get the trend of galactic investment. Zhou Hao was worried that once the galactic investment moved, it would startle the Dong family. Now that the forces of the Tokugawa family are deployed, this risk can be avoided. So Zhou Hao said to Kanua Shinji, "Okay, let you do this. I want the stock price of Polaris to hit the bottom." Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes looking at her, Kanua Shinji's heart moved, because she faintly felt that Zhou Hao left the matter to her to see her ability to operate in the financial market. After all, Shinji Kanua had studied the Hong Kong Century War in detail before. Although not many people knew about Zhou Hao's operations at the time, and those media could not capture any intelligence, but Hong Kong's response to the Soros Group was able to seeing Zhou Hao's tricks from the side. Even though Kanzuki Shinji was very unconvinced, he still had to admit that that battle was really a legend. George Soros and Julian Robertson, the two great figures in the financial field, played in that battle. China seems to exist solely for the purpose of achieving Zhou Hao's reputation and completely reduced to a stepping stone for Zhou Hao's ascension to the throne. Nowadays, every top economic school in the world regards that war as a textbook without exception. Countless financial professionals are studying all the details of that war, hoping to work out the strategies and operations of both sides. As Kaoru Nanami's right-hand man, Kansuki Shinji's talents are also impeccable, especially in the field of business, sharing a large part of the pressure for Kaoru Nanami. Through the research and analysis of the battle in Hong Kong, she found that every move of the Soros group seemed to be predicted by Zhou Hao. So she took an early response and suppressed the Soros group. Of course, she would not know and would not believe that Zhou Hao really had the ability to foresee, as well as that superhuman intuition, and Shinji Manhwa only attributed Zhou Hao step by step to his terrible analytical ability. As we all know, financial operations are actually the analysis and processing of a variety of information and predictions based on this. However, in the face of the amount of information in the financial market, even the most advanced computers are difficult to analyze. But Zhou Hao, it is really terrifying to be able to use that information to predict the movements of the Soros group. Therefore, even if Shinji Manhwa didn't show it on his face, he actually admired Zhou Hao. Now Zhou Hao left her to deal with the Polaris, which immediately gave her a big show of excitement in front of Zhou Hao. Sir, since the Dingxing group invaded the Polaris, should we also deal with it? Manhwa Shinji soon entered the state and immediately asked Zhou Hao. This attack was limited to Polaris, still has to involve the Dingxing group. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, let's play the Polaris first, and the Dingxing group will not move. After all, the Dong family's power is not small, and the Tokugawa family's industry is foreign. There was an uproar. Kansuki Shinji nodded. She has also helped Nanami Care manage her investment in China before, and she knows how much political power can influence business in China. If political forces really intervene desperately, commercial forces will not be opponents at all. By the way, sir, if you want to deal with the Polaris, there are other things you can do. Kansuki Shinji said, the entertainment industry comes and goes the same. Those stars are infinitely beautiful in public, secretly. In fact, male theft and female prostitution are endless things. If we start from this aspect, we should be able to attack them head-on. After listening to Kansuki Shinji's words, Zhou Hao fell silent. The meaning of Manhwa Shinji is to start with the celebrity artists under the Polaris to combat the reputation of Polaris. Although such a method is not glorious, but the effect is absolutely good. Zhou Hao knew that he was able to suppress this bad ethos when he was in the Polaris before, but since the Polaris has now fallen under the hands of Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, the celebrity artists there must not be clean. According to Zhou Hao's knowledge of the previous life entertainment industry, these celebrities are well equipped with 5 drugs, including drug abuse, gambling, prostitution, and so on. However, Zhou Hao never thought of giving up the Polaris. He is now suppressing the Polaris in order to be able to take it back in the future. If the Polaris is stinking now, then there will be a lot more work to be done afterwards. So Zhou Hao waved his hand after thinking about it for a while and said, don't use this method for now. Seeing Zhou Hao's attitude, Manhwa Shinji didn't insist and nodded to show that he knew. Later, Liang Xiaobing originally wanted to bring Zhou Hao to the hotel where he was staying to relive his dreams, but Zhou Hao felt that Liang Xiaobing was well known, and many people might have known which hotel he stayed in. If they are now the two blatantly went in and out, it might be bad for Liang Xiaobing to spread it out. But this does not mean that Zhou Hao didn't want to relive the old dream with Liang Xiaobing. He asked the driver to turn around and went to another 5-star hotel, in which he contained a luxurious suite on the top floor with a sky swimming pool. As for Manhwa Shinji, of course he wouldn't be the light bulb anymore. He left early and planned to deal with the Polaris in the stock market. Liang Xiaobing followed Zhou Hao to this luxurious suite. Looking at the spacious, comfortable, and noble room, he smiled at Zhou Hao next to him. You are really luxurious. For such a room, I'm afraid it costs 10,000 yuan a night. What does it matter to be with you? Zhou Hao pinched Liang Xiaobing's round chin and said in a flirtatious tone, besides, you are also a well-known star in the country, not to mention your wealth. There are fewer rooms like this. Liang Xiaobing stretched out his hand to hook Zhou Hao's neck, raised one leg, and pressed it to Zhou Hao's waist, looking at Zhou Hao with a pair of charming eyes, and said with a smile, "My money is all invested in Asia TV, even me. The cars I got in during the day are still the cars that the company rationed to me." Zhou Hao was taken aback when he heard this. Only then did he know that Liang Xiaobing was also struggling to support Asia Television. You know, with Liang Xiaobing's current fame, it is not difficult to make tens of millions every year, and he can live comfortably. However, Liang Xiaobing arranged her time fully, and almost all of it was the task of ATV. She was helping ATV with her popularity. In fact, Zhou Hao also knew that the biggest reason why Liang Xiaobing worked so hard to help ATV was because of him. Today's Asian TV is completely supported by the two pillars of Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Moved in his heart, Zhou Hao said gently to Liang Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, don't worry, now I'm back. You don't have to work so hard. In the future, if you have me as your shelter, you don't have to be afraid." In less than 2 days, Zhou Hao saw the news that the stock price of Polaris had fallen sharply on the Shanghai stock market. First, the media exposed that the accounts of the Polaris were suspected of being fraudulent when it went public, and then an anonymous person inside the Polaris revealed that Polaris sold a part of Hongdian Film and Television City's shares in order to obtain a large amount of cash. Polaris, the assets are not as good as before. In addition, several unknown forces suddenly attacked the stocks of Polaris on the Shanghai stock market. Their offensive was both rapid and fierce. The Polaris could not react for a while, and the stock price was suppressed, and even the entire Shanghai stock market was under pressure. There was a storm. When Zhou Hao saw the news, the stock price of Polaris had dropped to the price when it first went public, and it could be said that it was beaten back to its original shape. While observing the dynamics of the Polaris quietly, Zhou Hao was also surprised that the power of the Tokugawa family had achieved the effect so quickly. He secretly rejoiced that this power was now controlled by Karu Nanami. In the hands of someone who is hostile to a confidant, it is really endless troubles. On the other hand, in order to increase the time spent with Zhou Hao, Liang Xiaobing has also turned off all filming tasks these days and stayed with Zhou Hao all day. In the meantime, Zhou Hao also enjoyed Li Rulan's gentleness. Of course, at that time, Liang Xiaobing would hide quietly, cooperating with Zhou Hao to prevent Li Rulan from discovering her existence. After staying here in Guangdong for nearly half a month, Zhou Hao is going to Beijing to meet Zhao Yuqing. Before leaving, he went back to Xiangqing to meet with Yin Tong again, when Zhou Liren had already returned to Beijing. At this meeting, Yin Tong did not mention Zhou Liren's affairs, nor did he persuade Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren to get rid of their happy knot, because she knew that this matter was reluctant to come, and Zhou Liren had told her beforehand that Zhou Hao had to think about it. Generalists are good. No one else can interfere. Without Zhou Liren's only disagreement, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong are motherly loves. When Zhou Hao told Yin Tong that he was going to Beijing to visit Zhao Rixin, Yin Tong originally wanted to ask Zhou Hao to drop by to see Zhou Liren's, but he held back his words so as not to arouse Zhou Hao's resentment. After that, Zhou Hao went to see Yin Qingtian again. Yin Qingjing heard that he was leaving again, very reluctant, and pestered Zhou Hao all night, letting himself enjoy the love of man and woman. Before I heard from my uncle that he was working in that secret army, and that old man Zhao knew from beginning to end. After the Wushan cloud and rain, Yin Qing said, while adjusting water for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao frowned when he heard this. In fact, he had expected it a long time ago. Father Zhao used to be one of the 3 chiefs in charge of the First Army, and Zhou Liren was the master. Father Zhao should have known this for a long time. Thinking of the various cares he had done to him in the past, Zhou Hao even wondered if he knew that he was Zhou Liren's son, so he was so kind to him. Of course, this is only Zhou Hao's own speculation. What is the truth? You have to ask Elder Zhao. My uncle also works in Beijing. If you go there, just drop by to see him. Yin Qing said. What Yin Tong was inconvenient to say, Yin Qing was very frank, because she and Zhou Hao's childhood sweetheart knows Zhou Hao's temperament very well. In the northern words, Zhou Hao is called Shun Donkey, and typically eats soft but not hard. If someone insists on him to make peace with Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao would never take this set. But if he was moved from the side with affection and reason, the effect would be much better. Yin Qingqing took advantage of Zhou Hao's good mood to raise this matter to him. Sure enough, Zhou Hao heard her words, although there was no sign of agreeing, but at least he did not immediately refuse, proving that Yan Qing's words were effective. Yan Qingming said, "You can take this matter yourself. Anyway, Auntie doesn't want to see your father and son stand in a stalemate. Being caught between the two of you, Auntie is also very embarrassed. You have to think about it for your aunt." Zhou Hao suddenly came to Yan Qing's back, hugged her soft body and smiled. "You worked so hard to promote this matter to please my mother so that she can treat your daughter-in-law well in the future?" Being held in his arms by Zhou Hao, Yan lightly twisted, groaning. "Who do you think of me? I won't use these things for personal gain. Besides, my aunt treats me very well now." Speaking of this, Yan Qingli leaned to Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, "How? Although my aunt didn't say it clearly, I found out that she seems to care about children recently. I think she seems to be interested in holding her grandson." Zhou Hao's heart jumped when he heard the words, thinking of the stars far away in Japan. Although it has only been less than a month apart, Zhou Hao already misses his daughter very much, and Nanami Karu is still busy with the Tokugawa family. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to complete, and then bring Xing'er over to China. Here, Yan Qing sensitively perceives Zhou Hao's body with a different kind of tenderness, and when he sees him slightly distracted, he can't help but ask, "How? What's wrong?" Zhou Hao recovered, shook his head quickly, and said, "It's nothing, just thought of something." Zhou Hao couldn't tell the family, especially Yin Tong, about the existence of Xing'er. If she knew that she had a child now, it would be one thing to be happy, but Zhou Hao would certainly not be blamed. "Cousin Qing, since my mother wants to hug her grandson, let's have one to satisfy her." Zhou Hao smiled. Yan Qing's cheeks reddened suddenly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but worry. "But is it okay to have children?" What she meant was that the two are cousins who are related by blood after all. Although there will not be 100% problems, they still have to take risks after all. Zhou Hao said with a firm expression, "Don't worry, I don't think God will ravage us like this." The most important thing is that Zhou Hao used his intuition and sensed that if he had children with Yan Qing, the children would not have any problems. However, Yan Qing finally failed to withstand the temptation to be a mother. Zhou Hao was dragged to bed after half-pushing and half-hearted. The next day, Zhou Hao set off for Beijing, and there was no confidant by his side. He was accompanied by Shinji Manhwa, who temporarily served as her secretary. After getting off the plane, Zhou Hao drove directly to the residence of Mr. Zhao, but when he passed Wang Fujing, Zhou Hao stopped. Shinji Kenzuki asked, "What's wrong?" "Go for a walk," Zhou Hao said suddenly. In the past, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had visited Wang Fujing a few times. Now, when he came back, seeing the greatly changed Wang Fujing street, Zhou Hao was deeply moved and wanted to go for a walk. "Although I haven't returned for more than a year, Wang Fujing has many more high-rise buildings, and the streets are more lively." Walking on this Wang Fujing street, Zhou Hao felt a lot of emotion in his heart when he remembered that he and Zhao Yuqin were shopping here. In Zhou Hao's view, although the starting point for reincarnation in this life is much higher than the ordinary previous life, but if I hadn't met Zhao Yuqin and got her favor in this life, it would be much more difficult to develop. From the very beginning, Zhou Hao made the first pot of gold through Zhao Yuqin's securities company in Xiangqing. After that, Zhao Yuqin gave the securities company to Zhou Hao and gradually developed into a manipulating over $100 billion. Galaxy investment. At the same time, the Zhao family behind Zhao Yuqin also helped Zhou Hao a lot. Not to mention other things, just escorting Zhou Hao in officialdom saved Zhou Hao a lot of trouble. Finally, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin fell in love even more. For Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin paid a lot. Not only entrusted Zhou Hao to his body and mind, but also worked hard to take care of his property for Zhou Hao, and he did not pay any compensation at all. Later, in order to be with Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin also disobeyed Mr. Zhao's meaning, ignored the gossip of outsiders, and insisted on being with Zhou Hao. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt that he owed the most to Zhao Yuqin. So now when he comes to Beijing, Zhou Hao actually feels ashamed of not daring to see Zhao Yuqin. Following Zhou Hao, Kanhua Shinji hadn't spoken all the time, just silently watching Zhou Hao's melancholy and unspeakable face, and his heart also fluctuated. She knew what Zhou Hao was worrying about, but she didn't know how to comfort him. Suddenly, Kanhua Shinji saw Zhou Hao stop, and she also stopped. Zhou Hao looked at a middle-aged woman holding a child on the opposite sidewalk. The middle-aged woman had nothing to pay attention to. Instead, it was the child she was holding, although it looked only 3 or 4 months old. Big, but the pink jade is very cute, and the eyes are flickering and very aura. What makes people smile is that the child doesn't cry or make trouble in the woman's arms, but just looks at the world around him curiously and sometimes makes a crisp babble sound. That kid is very cute. Shinji Kanzuki was also attracted by the kid and couldn't help laughing. Zhou Hao also smiled. Yes, that kid is very cute. For some reason, when he first saw the child just now, he felt that the child was very kind and couldn't help but stop. At this time, I saw a man and a woman in her 60s walking towards the woman holding the child. When they came to her, the man raised his hand and slapped the woman holding the child. All stunned. The man's slap was very hard, and a crisp pop attracted the attention of all pedestrians on the street. And the woman holding the child was beaten for a while. And when she didn't know how to react, the old woman next to the man pointed at her and yelled, "You guy, you took my grandson around when you got sick. What should I do if I run into a trafficker?" The man also said, "Didn't I let you stay at home and watch the child? Why don't you listen to me again?" "You? What are you talking about? I don't know you." The woman was very inexplicable. Seeing that the attention of the pedestrians around has been focused, the man deliberately said loudly, "You are sick again, and you have forgotten us. Remember, I am your husband. This is my mother. That is your mother-in-law. Let's go. Come back with me, and you will be better after taking the medicine." "What are you talking about? You are not my husband. I don't know you," the woman said loudly. "Also, if I am sick, you are sick. Stop making trouble." The doctor said, "You are deranged because of depression and the initial symptoms of delusion." The man said solemnly, "Let's go. Come back with me. It's time for the child I've eaten. Come on, give me the baby first." With that said, the man stretched out his hand to hug the beautiful and lovely boy in the woman's arms. When the woman saw this, she shrank aside, not letting him touch the child in her arms, and shouted, "Who are you? I don't know you at all. You are not my husband, and she is not my mother-in-law." That's enough," the old woman scolded. "What is the point of our Jiang family sorry for you? Since you got married, when did we let you do heavy work? It's okay if you get the depression. I am still running around holding my grandson. If my grandson has any accident, how can you be worthy of the ancestors of our Jiang family?" The woman looked anxious and said to the people around, "I'm not I don't know these two people. Come on, you can call the police." However, the people around just heard that the man said that she was a mentally ill patient, and they really thought she was the man's wife, and felt that this was just a family dispute. So everyone heard what the woman said, but no one went to the police. The man and the old woman heard her say they wanted to call the police. After looking at each other, the man took a few steps forward and reached out to take away the little boy in her arms. The woman was struggling and protect the child in his arms and not let the man take it away. But the old woman also stepped forward at this time, and her 2 dead branches gripped the woman's arm tightly. She couldn't see that although she was old, she was very strong, and the woman was caught really could not move, and the man took the opportunity to take the little boy in her arms away. The woman screamed when she saw the child being carried away, struggling hard against the old woman's restraint, and wanted to rush to the man. She looked really crazy, making the people around her even more convinced that she was a mental patient. Some of the onlookers even said, "Hurry up and take that child away. His mother looks like, maybe she will be killed someday. You family members too, if you know she is mentally ill, don't let her take the child." The man took the opportunity to say to everyone, "Thank you for your concern. After I go back, I will definitely look at the child." He looked glamorous, looked at the old woman who was still holding the woman, and wanted to turn around and leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that his way was blocked by a very young, handsome man. The man was taken aback and said impatiently, "Go away and go away. What are you doing? Are you her husband?" The young man pointed to the woman who was still being pulled over there and asked the man, "Is this child your son?" It was Zhou Hao who came here, and he had seen the scene just now. Facing Zhou Hao's question, the man nodded confidently and said, "That's right." Zhou Hao sneered and said, But her husband is obviously dead. How come there is a husband? Did she remarry? But I have no reason not to know. Who are you, her? What are you talking about? The man felt a little bad in his heart. Zhou Hao said coldly, I'm her brother. You guy even said my sister is crazy? Give my nephew back to me. You two traffickers. The situation turned around, and the pedestrians around were also deeply shocked, but they couldn't tell who was lying to Zhou Hao and the man. The man was shocked by Zhou Hao's drink and said, What kind of trafficker? I think you are a trafficker. Huh. You said you are my brother-in-law. What evidence do you have? Or else you can take out the marriage certificate. Zhou Hao stared at the man and said unceremoniously, I'll call the police. You are at the police station. Let me explain to the police if you are my brother-in-law. Boy, don't be nosy, the man whispered through gritted teeth. Zhou Hao ignored him. As soon as he stretched out his right hand, the man felt empty in his arms. He looked down. He didn't know when Zhou Hao had already embraced the child he was holding. As soon as the man's face changed, he immediately showed a hideous expression, rushed towards Zhou Hao, and shouted at the same time, Bring the child. Huh. Zhou Hao snorted coldly, kicked the man's chest with his foot up, and immediately kicked the man a few meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, with a large amount of blood sticking out of his mouth. The pedestrians around were in an uproar. They didn't expect Zhou Hao's simple kick to have such power, and the old woman who still grabbed the woman was also stunned, looking at Zhou Hao's eyes full of fear. Shinji, call the police. These two traffickers can't be let go, Zhou Hao ordered. I see, sir. Shinji Kanzuki has taken out a cell phone and called the police. When the pedestrians around saw Zhou Hao's glamorous dress and extraordinary temperament, they felt that Zhou Hao was definitely not a bad person. Now that Zhou Hao said that these two men were traffickers, and seeing the man's hideous face just now, he immediately believed Zhou Hao's words. In fact, this is also due to the news that Zhou Hao read in his previous life, saying that some traffickers looked for single women who took their children out to buy groceries or walks, and then pretended to be their husbands or family members to come forward and blame her for taking the children, wandering around, making others preconceive that they were really their family members. Then, these traffickers relied on the misunderstanding of the pedestrians around to their children away. When those pedestrians found out and called the police, they had already escaped. Zhou Hao didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this Wangfujing street. When the old woman saw that Shinji Kanzuki was really calling the police, she panicked immediately, letting go of the woman and fleeing. But the surrounding pedestrians confirmed that they were traffickers, and where they could escape, they immediately blocked her path. The woman who was robbed of her child was relieved at this time. But Zhou Hao just lied that she was her brother, which made her a little wary, afraid that Zhou Hao was a trafficker of another group. So she walked forward with anxiety. Go and say to Zhou Hao, this gentleman, thank you very much, you can give it back to me, kid. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and he was about to return the child in his arms. However, to everyone's expectation, the child grabbed Zhou Hao's collar with his two small arms and refused to loosen it. He still made a babble sound, as if he didn't want to leave Zhou Hao's embrace. The woman was also surprised. Zhou Hao looked at the child in his arms and saw that the child showed a bright smile towards him, looking very kind and not resisting Zhou Hao at all. Seeing the child's smiling face, Zhou Hao also had a very strong sense of intimacy, which was a very subtle feeling, as if there was a lingering connection between himself and the child. As for this woman, after seeing the child unwilling to leave Zhou Hao, she showed a look of embarrassment and couldn't help but ease her voice. Little master, we are going home now. Don't pester others. Hearing what the woman called the child, Zhou Hao frowned and asked, Huh? Are you not the child's mother? The woman shook her head quickly. No, I am not the mother of the young master. I am just a nanny. Go away and go away. At this moment, there was a soft shout from outside the crowd, and a dozen or so big men with grim faces rushed over. After seeing the child's nanny, the leader asked, Sister Wu, where is the young master? While speaking, he had already seen the child in Zhou Hao's arms. His expression on his face suddenly became wary, and the other people had already controlled the two human traffickers. I saw the headed man approaching Zhou Hao and said to Zhou Hao with a serious face, Sir, hello, we are from the National Security Agency. This child is a family member of one of our chiefs. Please return it to me. Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard the words. This child was sent to the National Security Bureau to protect him, and he must have come to the family of the central leadership. It's just that he wants to return the child to someone else, but the child will not let go. This elven and lovely child refused to let Zhou Hao go. This not only made Zhou Hao surprised, but even the babysitter and the more than a dozen people from the National Security Bureau were confused. When the babysitter wanted to take the baby away forcibly, the baby clung to Zhou Hao's collar and refused to let go, and immediately burst into tears, apparently protesting against the baby's actions and reluctant to leave Zhou Hao. As soon as he heard the child crying, Zhou Hao didn't know why his heart violently twitched, so he immediately frowned and said to the nanny, "If the child doesn't want to, don't force it. Let's take me to see his parents. Well, I will return the children to them in person." This is also Zhou Hao's vigilance. The background of a child who was sent to protect so many national security personnel is certainly not simple. Zhou Hao is afraid that this child will encounter any accidents. The nanny didn't dare to make up his mind, so he looked at the captain of the National Security Bureau officer next to him. The captain saw that the child was unwilling to leave Zhou Hao and didn't want to force him. So after thinking about it for a while, he nodded and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Then I will trouble you, Mr. I. Please come here." Then, Zhou Hao held the child, took Kinhua Shinji, and got into the car of these national security personnel. In the car, the child clung to Zhou Hao tightly, sometimes reaching out to grab Zhou Hao's face, sometimes grabbing Zhou Hao's ears, having fun, and Zhou Hao was also very close to the child. The neighboring Shinji, Kinhua watched Zhou Hao and the child with some doubts. For some reason, Zhou Hao and Shinker together appeared in his mind, which was almost the same as it is now. At this time, I heard the captain of the National Security Bureau say, "Originally we were responsible for protecting the young master, but we got separated from the nanny just now because of something. I didn't expect to meet those traffickers by coincidence. Thanks to you. It's okay. I've only heard about human traffickers snatching children in the street before. I just saw that the situation is very similar, so I just came to help." Zhou Hao smiled. He knew that the background of this child must be unusual, otherwise the people from the National Security Bureau would not be so grateful to him. Come to think of it, if something happens to this child, they will be severely punished. As for the two human traffickers, they are now in the hands of the National Security Bureau. Touching the head of the child in his arms, the child actually fell asleep peacefully in Zhou Hao's arms, apparently still sleeping soundly. The babysitter on the other side laughed. Although the young master is very good, he rarely gets so close to people other than the young lady. He is not even so attached to his grandfather. Looking at the beloved little face of the child in his arms, Zhou Hao felt soft in his heart. He smiled and said, "Maybe I have a relationship with this child. By the way, what's the name of this child?" The nanny looked at the captain of the National Security Bureau, and the captain said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, I'm sorry, we can't disclose the name of the young master without the consent of the young lady. Otherwise, our young lady has agreed to see you and want to thank you in person." She's so polite. Hearing what the captain of the National Security Bureau said, Zhou Hao guessed that this miss is definitely not the daughter of an ordinary family, but must be a princeling category, otherwise it cannot be used. People from the National Security Bureau came to act as bodyguards for his son. Soon, the car came to a spacious and high-end villa area. This villa area is far from the central city area, but not too remote. It is the best place to live, especially the villas inside. Each villa has its own characteristics, luxurious and beautiful, and tasteful, even if it is not counted here. In the location, these villas are very rare boutiques, and a typical one may cost tens of millions. Knowing that the child's mother lives here, Zhou Hao is even more sure of his background. Finally, the car stopped in front of a 3-story villa. I saw that this villa is completely different from the surrounding European-style villas. It has a strong Chinese style. The cyan exterior walls are dark yellow and blue tiles, and even the eaves are unique Chinese dragon and phoenix sculptures. Different trees, flowers, and grasses were planted in the spacious yard, and there was a house sign beside the gate with the words Zhou Fu written on it. Could it be that this family is also surnamed Zhou? Zhou Hao muttered to himself, holding the child in his arms, and followed behind the captain of the National Security Bureau. The decoration inside the villa is also very unique, showing the owner's every effort. The nanny brought Zhou Hao and Kanhua Shinji into the living room and poured hot tea for the two of them and said, "Miss is coming back now. Let's wait for the two of you." Zhou Hao nodded and looked down at the child in his arms, only to see that the child was still sleeping soundly, but his little hand was still tightly grasping the clothes on Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao also showed a soft smile on his face, and there was a harmonious atmosphere between the two. Shinji Kanhua, who was sitting next to him, felt warm when he saw Zhou Hao and the child. Not long after, the nanny walked in quickly and said to Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanhua, "2. Our young lady is back." Zhou Hao smiled and stood up with the child in his arms. At the same time, a touch of lying walked into the hall from there, and she was completely stunned when she came in and saw Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was also stunned, the expression on his face completely frozen there, in disbelief. Because this beauty who walked into the living room is surprisingly Zhao Yuqin. Compared with a year ago, Zhao Yuqin is now plump, but her charm is stronger. At this time, she was wearing a creamy white chiffon dress. The skirt was a little fluffy, but it did not hinder her impressive figure. In particular, Zhao Yuqin's temperament between her eyebrows has become more mature, and she has a gentle maternal instinct during this period, which makes her more charming. After seeing Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin's expression was dull at first, and then she trembled all over, covering her mouth, tears constantly gushing from her eyes, falling into pearls and falling into pieces on the ground. Zhou Hao also felt that his throat was astringent. His eyes couldn't turn away on Zhao Yuqin's face, and after seeing Zhao Yuqin's crystal tears, Zhou Hao's heart was also painful. Suddenly, Zhou Hao thought of something, and then he was shocked. He involuntarily lowered his head to look at the child in his arms, and looked at Zhao Yuqin, who was not far ahead. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. It seems that there is a reasonable explanation for why I am so close to this child, and why the intimacy between each other is so clear. Sister, sister. Zhou Hao finally spit out these two words from his dry throat. However, Zhao Yuqin still stood motionless, just shed tears blindly, and the hazy tears caught Zhou Hao firmly. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Shinji Kanzuki immediately understood and wittily exited the living room with the babysitter, who was also standing by. Zhou Hao took a step, then speeded up, and immediately came to Zhao Yuqin, looking at Zhao Yuqin with excitement and guilt, and calling out affectionately, "Sister." Hearing Zhou Hao's elder sister again, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help crying, "Wow," and then stretched out her hands to hug Zhou Hao and put her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder. Zhou Hao was holding the child with one hand, and the other with Zhao Yuqin's slender waist. He said in a choked voice, "Sister, I'm back, it's okay, I'm already back." Zhao Yuqin was crying so speechless, only to hug Zhou Hao harder to express his excitement. "Sister, be gentle, don't hurt the child," Zhou Hao reminded softly. Zhao Yuqin reacted, and quickly let go of Zhou Hao, carefully inspecting the child in Zhou Hao's arms, and seeing that the child was still sleeping so sweetly, she was slightly relieved, and then showed a loving look and gently touched the child's head. "Sister, this child?" Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask, because he can now truly feel the subtle feeling of blood connection between himself and this child. Zhao Yuqin stroked the child's head and said, "This child is called Zhou Zihao." Zhou Zihao, doesn't it mean Zhou Hao's son? Zhou Hao, who had already basically determined the relationship between this child and himself, was hit hard in his heart like a lightning strike after hearing the name of this child. When he looked at the child's face again, Zhou Hao's feelings were completely different. "This is my own child." Zhou Hao stared at Zhou Zihao's sleeping peaceful face. Tears finally couldn't help streaming down, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, "Zihao? Zihao, what are you crying? This is your child." Zhao Yuqin reached out affectionately to wipe away the tears that Zhou Hao shed. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "I'm so happy. I didn't expect Zhou Hao to have a son." Zhao Yuqin, who was also in tears, was amused by Zhou Hao's words. Puff laughed and said, "What are you talking about? You Zhou Hao is still a eunuch? You can't have a son." Regardless of Zhao Yuqin's ridicule, Zhou Hao embraced Zhao Yuqin in one hand and said, "Sister, I'm sorry, I can't be by your side when you give birth." Zhao Yuqin shook her head. "As long as you can return safely, I will be satisfied." She touched the child's head and said with a smile, "I didn't notice it at first. It was 2 months after you went to the United States. I found something wrong, and by that time, my stomach was already showing up. In the days before Zhou Hao went to the United States, Zhao Yuqin had stopped taking the contraceptive pill Zhou Hao got from Shen Nong Bai Chao in order to take advantage of Zhou Hao's optimal age for pregnancy. Hao gave birth to a son and a half-daughter. This time when he came to Beijing, what happened to Zhou Hao was so unexpected that Zhao Yuqin actually gave birth to a son for himself. At this moment, in this villa with a strong Chinese style, Zhou Hao is walking in the garden with his son, accompanied by Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Zihao had already woke up from sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Zhou Hao, the smile on his face had not disappeared, and he made a laughter in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao originally thought this child was cute, but he was hit by a match before. Now that he knows that this is his own flesh and blood, his joy is even greater. Just looking at the lotus-like smile on Zhou Zihao's face, Zhou Hao just there is a very happy feeling. Son, I'm your father. I'm your father. Hurry up and call Dad. Zhou Hao gently swayed Zhou Zihao from side to side, smiling at Zhou Zihao. Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but smile and said, "How old do you think the child is? How can he talk?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhao Yuqin's voice fell, Zhou Zihao's small mouth was closed, and he made a yes sound at Zhou Hao, as if he was really calling Zhou Hao Dad. Zhou Hao immediately became enraged, turned his head and smiled at Zhao Yuqin excitedly. "Sister, did you hear that? Zihao is calling my father." Zhao Yuqin immediately stretched out her jade finger to click on Zhou Zihao's little nose and said, "You little villain, just like your father. You have no conscience. When I gave birth to you so hard, you didn't even call me. I'll be over when I see my father. I'm a mother." Zhou Zihao seemed to really understand what Zhao Yuqin said, and immediately stretched out 2 small hands to Zhao Yuqin and made a yeah sound at the same time. Zhao Yuqin hugged him back in his arms, and the little guy immediately hugged Zhao Yuqin's face and chewed and kissed him very intimately. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao triumphantly, as if saying, "Look, my son still kissed me a little bit." Zhou Hao smiled, soft in his heart, and apologetically said to Zhao Yuqin, "Sister, you have worked so hard for more than a year, sorry." He knows how much the physical and mental pressure is when a woman is giving birth without a lover by her side. Especially Zhao Yuqin was unmarried and pregnant first, and she was also the daughter of the Zhao family. What a noble status! The pressure from the outside is even greater. Moreover, Zhao Yuqin knew the fact that Zhou Hao had disappeared, which made her worry about Zhou Hao more than Yin Tong and others. Zhou Hao couldn't imagine how Zhao Yuqin would survive these pressures independently for more than a year. Zhao Yuqin stretched out his hand and stroked Zhou Hao's resolute face, and the smile on his face became gentle, just like what he said to Zhou Hao back then. I just listened to her slowly saying, "I was indeed a little hesitant when my belly was getting bigger, but when I thought that this was the child you gave me, I thought in my heart, I must give birth to this child." "Thank you, sister." Zhou Hao was very moved. After a pause, he asked again, "Then, does he know about this matter?" When Zhou Hao mentioned this, Zhao Yuqin's brows frowned slightly, and she only heard her say, "Dad knows it. It is because of this incident that he retired from the standing committee." Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard this. Originally, when he learned that Mr. Zhao had retired from the standing committee, he thought that something had happened to Mr. Zhao and he had to retreat. Now he heard what Zhao Yuqin said, "Mr. Zhao." It turned out that Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Haozhu left the standing committee because of the secret knot, which shocked Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's look, Zhao Yuqin explained, "After I found out that I was pregnant, I was hiding from my parents and they didn't let them know. However, Dad saw that I refused to go home for a few months, so I started it. Yijuan came to me and finally learned that I was pregnant." With a sigh, Zhao Yuqin said, "At the time, my father was very angry. Originally, a traitor was found in the General Political Department, and he almost killed the leader in the United States. At that time, my father was so angry that his body was ill and his physique was weak many, and after learning about my pregnancy, he passed out because of excitement. Then, how is the godfather now? Is there a serious problem?" Zhou Hao asked quickly. Zhao Yuqin shook his head. Dad was later sent to the Air Force General Hospital. The doctor said he was just getting dizzy because of his anger. As long as he takes a good rest, it will be fine. But because of these 2 events, My father's body is also it is much worse than before, and he is 73 years old this year, and he has been well without any illness before. Now after these two incidents, his body is immediately weakened. So, the godfather withdrew from the standing committee for physical reasons? Zhou Hao asked. Yeah, that's right. Zhao Yuqin nodded and said, Dad originally planned to finish this session and then come down, but because his body can't bear such a heavy workload, and, in order to be in charge, For the master? Zhou Hao felt a little puzzled. At this time, Zhao Yuqin looked at Zhou Hao and slowly said, You should have seen the master. He is you. He is my biological father. Zhou Hao sighed. Sister, you probably know about this too. Zhao Yuqin nodded hesitantly. Actually, I only learned about it after the master came back from the United States. On the contrary, it was my father who seemed to have known about this early on. When Zhou Hao heard this, he thought that, as he had guessed, Mr. Zhao had known that he was the son of the big boss. This could also explain why Mr. Zhao liked him so much. I heard Zhao Yuqin say, The boss was rescued by you from the United States, but you were missing because of this, and you have always been alive and dead. Dad blames himself very much for this. Xiao Hao. In fact, the boss has been very early on. Worked in the First Army, and according to my father, before the leader became the commander of the First Army, he served in the Central Guard Corps and was responsible for the safety of national leaders. Duke Deng was in power back then. At that time, Dad had always been a big help for Deng Deng. Some foreign anti-China forces wanted to attack our country, so they sent several groups of people to assassinate Dad. It was because of the protection of the big boss that Dad turned good luck. During a mission to protect my dad, the head boss lost his right arm. Zhou Hao was shocked. When he saw Zhou Liren's disabled right arm in the United States, Zhou Hao was shocked for a time. At that time, Zhou Liren also said that his right arm was lost many years ago. Now I heard Zhao Yuqin say that Zhou Liren's right arm was originally lost to protect Mr. Zhao. So for so many years, Dad has always been very grateful and guilty for the boss. Zhao Yuqin said, but before you disappeared to rescue the boss, Dad is even more guilty. I think it is because he made your father and son suffer so much. Suffering. Looking at her son with bright and big eyes in her arms, Zhao Yuqin continued. So after the boss came back, Dad decided not to let him serve in the First Army, but to promote the boss to a higher level. On the high seat. Hearing this, Zhou Hao was able to guess what happened. In order to compensate Zhou Liren, Mr. Zhao insisted on pushing Zhou Liren to a high position. As a member of the Standing Committee and a famous old man in the Republican Army, Mr. Zhao's influence in the Politburo is not negligible. What's more, Zhou Liren has served in the First Army for so many years, and his achievements are enough. Although there is no example of a high-ranking leader of the First Army, if Zhou Liren has this requirement, with his contribution to the Republic, I believe no one can stop it, not to mention the strong support of Mr. Zhao. Therefore, Zhou Liren was able to take up the position of director of the General Political Department at the age of 40. It was only last month that the Grand Master was awarded the rank of general. Zhao Yuqin said. His position as the chief political officer can be considered stable. Looking at Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin said, Xiao Hao, I heard you say your father before he. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and said, Zhou Liren said, he was to prevent our mother and son from worrying about his safety, so he deliberately made us hate him like that. For this reason, I passed life without a father for nearly 2 decades. Xiao Hao, in fact, well, if we look at the country from the perspective of the country, we really can't blame him, but from the perspective of you and Aunt, it's hard to forgive him. Zhao Yuqin said softly. Anyway, I hope to see your father and son reconcile. Zhou Hao grinned reluctantly. I also hope to change the current rigid relationship, but I can't forgive him in a short time. I think let's go with the flow. By the way, does he know the existence of Zaheo? Zhao Yuqin immediately blushed when he heard the words, and said in a low voice, I don't know. I didn't tell him, because I was afraid he would think I was the kind of shameless woman and deliberately seduce you. I gave birth to Zaheo, but I don't know if my father told him about this, so I don't know if he knew. Zhou Hao hugged Zhao Yuqin's shoulder and said, Don't worry, he won't disagree with a daughter-in-law like you. Anyway, even if he disagrees, it won't affect me. No way, he is your father and my father-in-law after all. We still have to agree with him after all, Zhao Yuqin said. Don't talk about it now, sister. Dong Qishan is back again? Zhou Hao asked. Hearing Zhou Hao's mention of Dong Qishan, Zhao Yuqin immediately showed a look of resentment on his face and said coldly, "This despicable and shameless villain. After my dad retired from the standing committee, the Zhao family group experienced a short period of instability. Instead, we took advantage of the emptiness to attack our Tianhe Beverage Company and North Star, and finally instigated the two Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, and swallowed the North Star." Judging from Zhao Yuqin's angry expression, what Dong Qishan did indeed angered her. Just listen to Zhao Yuqin's words. At that time, I was pregnant with Zaheo, and I was slack in the care of the Polaris, and Shuyan had to take care of the Xinghe investment, so that Dong Qishan could take advantage. Not only that, Dong Qishan didn't know how to follow. How did you find out about my pregnancy and slandered me in the capital? Zhao Yuqin's unmarried pregnancy is naturally not something to be high profile, so she has to hide from Mr. Zhao at the beginning. What's more, Zhao Yuqin is the daughter of the Zhao family. In ancient times, he was the dignified princess. The ordinary people would naturally be very interested in such a person and even use his scandal as a post-dinner talk. Therefore, Zhou Hao can imagine that Zhao Yuqin's unmarried first pregnancy will become a topic throughout the whole process once it is exposed. It is also conceivable how much pressure Zhao Yuqin faced at the time. Even Zhou Hao suspected that Elder Zhao was angered because of this. At this time, I saw Zhao Yuqin showing guilt and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, I'm sorry, I can't watch the Polaris and let it be swallowed by Dong Qishan and his gang." "Sister, you don't have to feel guilty," Zhou Hao comforted. "Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are the two guys who are most responsible for this matter. I was in vain for treating them so well, but now they turn around and deal with me. Humph, I will not let them live so comfortably." Zhao Yuqin also smiled and said, "Now that you are back, we will find the backbone." She leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Although Xiyun, Su Lin, and Jia Bao helped me before, without you by my side, we always feel as if we have no support." Looking at the gradual violent sun on his head, and then at his son who was blowing bubbles with his mouth pouting in his arms, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Okay, the sun is enough. Let's go back." Zhao Yuqin nodded softly, and then returned to the house with Zhou Hao. When he returned to the house, Zhou Zaheo, who was originally in Zhou Hao's arms, shook his little hand at Zhao Yuqin, making a "yeah" sound in his mouth. Knowing his son Mo Romu, Zhao Yuqin knew what he wanted to do when he saw his son's behavior, and smiled at Zhou Hao. The child is hungry. After that, she reached out and took the child into her arms, and at the same time unbuttoned her shirt. In order to prevent others from disturbing his family happiness, Zhao Yuqin ordered the nanny and guard to leave the house early in the morning, so Zhou Hao's family of 3 were the only ones in this living room. I saw Zhao Yuqin reveal a piece of white and plump skin after uncovering the shirt on her chest. Compared to the previous, Zhao Yuqin who was breastfeeding was plump, and Zhao Yuqin, who used to dress in lace bra in the past, now also uses it to protect it. A full cup bra for breasts. She pulled down the cup on the right, revealing a round and plump jade rabbit with that crimson bud. And Zhou Zaheo immediately leaned over, opened his mouth to hold the bud in his mouth, and feasted on the small cheeks on both sides. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he couldn't help sitting beside Zhao Yuqin, quietly looking at his breastfeeding child. People say that children who take breast milk will be closer to their mothers. Zhao Yuqin looked down at the child and said motherly, "So I have never fed him with milk powder, I just use my own." After a pause, Zhao Yuqin raised her head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, since you rescued them on the plane, they have disappeared. We have also sent various troops to search and rescue you. But there is no news from you at all. Where have you been in the past year or so?" Zhou Hao lowered his head and hesitated, because he had been with Keru Nanami for more than a year. Zhao Yuqin didn't urge him either. After a long time, Zhou Hao said, "Sister, do you remember Nanami Keru?" Suddenly, when Zhou Hao mentioned Qi Haixuan, Zhao Yuqin was taken aback for a while, and said, "Remember, she was the one who used Dong Qishan to poison my father. Also, when she was in Hong Kong, she used the underworld United British News Agency to destroy Hong Kong stable." Speaking of this, she took a deep look at Zhou Hao and said meaningfully, I heard that Kara Nanami is still a big beauty. I think she is the typical femme fatale. To be honest, Zhao Yuqin's impression of Nankai Keru is not bad. After all, her first knowledge of Nankai Keru was that Nankai Keru poisoned Mr. Zhao. If it weren't for Zhou Hao at the time, Mr. Zhao's life would be dangerous. But now that Nanami Keru has become Zhou Hao's woman and Xing'er's mother, Zhou Hao has to let Zhao Yuqin and Nankai Keru live in peace. Otherwise, Chikai Keru and Zhao Yuqin are both talented women. Once they get into trouble, Zhou Hao is in trouble. I only heard Zhou Hao say, sister, on the plane, because the bomb was too powerful and there was no parachute on the plane, Ulysses and I fell into the sea from a high altitude. With a strong blow, I passed out into a coma and lost my memory after waking up. Zhao Yuqin was shocked when he heard the words, and heard Zhou Hao continue to say, sister, I can save my life. It is someone who saved me and gave me the best treatment. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Zhao Yuqin is so smart. Hearing this, I faintly guessed what Zhou Hao was going to say next. She frowned and said, the one who saved you is Kara Nanami? Zhou Hao nodded. I lost my memory after I woke up, so I didn't recognize her then. Seeing Zhou Hao's look different, Zhao Yuqin immediately felt bad and immediately asked, Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, have you been with that Kara Nanami for more than a year? Seeing Zhou Hao nodded, Zhao Yuqin asked again, then, did you have a relationship with her? Zhou Hao was shocked and looked at Zhao Yuqin in surprise. He didn't expect that Zhao Yuqin's touch would be so sharp, and he suddenly noticed the relationship between him and Nanami Keru. But facing Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao couldn't choose to deceive, so he nodded hard. Zhao Yuqin's face changed, and she said sharply, do you know that she was the one who intended to kill my father and destroy our national security? Even if you lost your memory at that time, you should leave her immediately after you recover your memory. Sister, everything that Sister Keru did before was not what she wanted to do. It was only Naomasa Tokugawa, and the Tokugawa family forced her to do it. Zhou Hao said, she is also very kind by nature, just for I have to harden my heart to survive. And if it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would die at sea. Zhao Yuqin stopped talking, because Nanami Keru really saved Zhou Hao, which was undeniable. And saving Zhou Hao's life was more important to Zhao Yuqin than saving her own life. Also, Sister Keru is willing to give up everything she has worked so hard for me for many years. Zhou Hao said, Sister Keru has given me so much. I can't let her down. Otherwise, I believe you too will look down on me. When Ulysses came to China to look for us, he also said that he and you were rescued by a woman after drifting to an island. That should be Keru Nanami, Zhao Yuqin said suddenly. But later, Keru Nanami wanted to kill Ulysses. Fortunately, Ulysses was able to kill Ulysses. I wonder now if she wanted to kill Ulysses so that no one would know you. Where's her? Zhou Hao had a pause, because Nanami Keru had also admitted to him that she really wanted to kill Ulysses at the time. Then Zhao Yuqin said in a deep voice, she wants to monopolize you. Zhou Hao opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but before he could speak, Zhao Yuqin said first, I think you should have recovered your memory in an accident, and if you have not recovered your memory, Keru Nanami wants to come. She won't let you come back to China, will she? She won't let us find you, will she? Zhou Hao couldn't answer both of Zhao Yuqin's questions, because this was indeed Keru Nanami's intention. She wanted to monopolize Zhou Hao, and Zhao Yuqin guessed it right. Humph. If she wanted you to come back, she would not fail to tell you about your past, nor would she not let you come back to China for more than a year. Zhao Yuqin snorted. Sister me. Zhao Yuqin turned her face away and said, I don't care what you have to do with that Nanami Keru when you are outside, but don't even think about letting me get along with that woman and don't bring her to see me. Looking at Zhao Yuqin's back, Zhou Hao also knew that she could barely be forced by her for a while. Zhao Yuqin had already made a big concession without forcing Zhou Hao to leave Cahaixin. After all, for more than a year, Zhao Yuqin has been under so many burdens and pressures alone. When she needed Zhou Hao by her side most, Nanami Keru monopolized Zhou Hao, and even prevented others from finding Zhou Hao. It is really hard for Zhao Yuqin to let go. Zhou Hao sighed. The relationship between Zhao Yuqin and Nanami Keru can only be reconciled by himself in the future. As Zhao Yuqin had a poor view of Qi Haixuan, Zhou Hao feared that if Shinji Kinzuki stayed here, he would feel bad about Zhao Yuqin. So he had to let Shinji Kinzuki go to his residence in Beijing first. "I'm sorry, Shinji, I wronged you this time," Zhou Hao said sincerely when he sent Kinwa Shinji out. Kanzuki Shinji pulled the hair from the sideburns behind his ears, smiled, and said, "My son, don't say that. You have finally reunited with Ms. Zhao and the young master. I naturally can't hinder you here anymore. What's more, I haven't finished the thing that you told me to deal with the Polaris in the stock market before. Now I just happened to get it done." Seeing Kanzuki Shinji's soft smile, Zhou Hao somehow felt that she was much gentler than when she first met him. In the past, Kanazuki Shinji would definitely leave after receiving such treatment. "My son, Ms. Zhao is still waiting for you in the house. Don't delay for so long. I'll leave first. If you need it, you can call me at any time," Shinji Kanzuki said with a smile, and then drilled, "Get in the car and leave." When Zhou Hao returned to the room, Zhao Yuqin couldn't laugh or cry. "Looking at your reluctant appearance, it makes me like an unkind itch. I didn't drive her away. You need to take it so quickly. Does anyone leave?" "Sister." Zhou Hao was also dumbfounded. He dared to reconcile his family relationship, but in Zhao Yuqin's opinion, it seemed that there was no money here. Zhao Yuqin smiled and pulled Zhou Hao's hand in. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Anyway, it is a good thing that our family of three will be reunited today without being disturbed by others. By the way, I will be here tonight. Cook yourself and let you taste this family meal." "Sister, when did you learn to cook?" Zhou Hao was surprised. "I remember you used to only make instant noodles. People will always improve." Zhao Yuqin gave Zhou Hao a white look. "My children have been born for you. Can't you learn how to cook? This is what a qualified wife and qualified mother must know." Zhou Hao was moved and smiled and said, "Well, I'll try your sister's craft tonight. Don't expect too much. Don't expect me to be as good as your cousin. I only know how to cook some simple dishes," Zhao Yuqin said with her hands. Although Zhao Yuqin said so, he still happily started cooking in the kitchen, while Zhou Hao was having fun with his son in the living room, because when the little guy was born he was not able to be by his side. This will make up for his father and son. Time to get along between. In fact, it's not just playing games. The little guy is already happily leaning on Zhou Hao's arms. He can't laugh from ear to ear for a long time, and Zhou Hao is naturally overjoyed when he sees his son smiling so happily. Father and son get along. It is very harmonious and warm. Tired of playing, the little guy fell asleep in Zhou Hao's arms, and his little hands tightly grasped Zhou Hao's clothes on his chest. All right, the meal is ready." Zhao Yuqin, who was wearing an apron in front of him, walked out and said, his sweat-soaked hair still stuck to the forehead and sideburns, looking like a toil. Seeing her yelling loudly, Zhou Hao hurriedly gave a hush. Zhao Yuqin immediately fell silent when seeing the little guy sleeping soundly in Zhou Hao's arms, and stuck out his tongue to express self-blame. When eating, Zhou Hao originally wanted to put the little guy back in the crib to sleep, but the little guy was holding on to Zhou Hao's clothes when he fell asleep. He obviously didn't want to leave Zhou Hao's arms. As soon as Zhou Hao's hands were loosened, his little brows were immediately twisted together, which made people feel very distressed. So Zhou Hao didn't dare to let him go. Zhao Yuqin immediately found a sling to carry the child, and tied the little guy to Zhou Hao's chest in this way, which made Zhou Hao feel a little bit more like a dad at home. Zhao Yuqin couldn't stop laughing, even waist. "I can't straighten it anymore. This is also the child sticking to you. He has never tried to hold me like this." Zhao Yuqin smiled. Zhou Hao really enjoyed the little guy's attachment to him, and didn't find it bothersome. So he sat at the dinner table with Zhao Yuqin and enjoyed this warm family meal. I have to say that Zhao Yuqin's cooking skills are indeed much better than before. Although they are not as good as Yin Tong and Yin Qing's big connoisseurs, they are considered qualified wives and mothers. After eating, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin watched TV together. The atmosphere was very warm. The only thing that disappointed them was that the TV news broadcast of Dong Qishan's father Dong Yi's visit to Finland. Dong Yi was added shortly after Zhao's father resigned from the standing committee, and then became the deputy prime minister of the republic and officially became the republic, one of the top national leaders. To be able to do this, I have to say that Dong Yi is a very remarkable person. Zhou Hao had no actual contact with Dong Yi, but from Dong Qishan's body, Zhou Hao felt that Dong Yi's father was extremely incompetent. As the so-called self-cultivation, the family ruled the country and the world. Even the family could not be cured, let alone. There are other bigger aspects. As Dong Yi, as the leading figure in the political group of the Dong family, Zhou Hao will definitely face him one day if he wants to deal with Dong Qishan in the future. This also made Zhou Hao feel a lot of pressure. After all, although he was at the pinnacle of martial arts, the martial arts group had very little impact on matters at the national level. Zhou Hao couldn't assassinate Dong Yi. That would be a complete opposition to the whole of China. Therefore, Zhou Hao had to deal with Dong Qishan and the Dong family behind him only through other means. Zhao Yuqin, who was by her side, noticed Zhou Hao's look and immediately guessed what he was thinking. She put her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and comforted Zhou Hao and said, "Don't worry about Xiao Hao. Although the Dong family has risen rapidly, Wei Zhao the department is not easy to bully. Although my father has retired, his influence is still there. What's more, Xiao Hao, your father is now the head of the Politburo and an important member of the Central Military Commission, plus my elder brother and other us Zhao senior officials of the department. Forgive Dong Yi for not daring to completely tear his face with us." Zhou Hao smiled. "In fact, it's nothing. If it is economically, no one can stop me from dealing with Dong Qishan and Huang Wang. Even if Dong Yi intervenes in me, I am not afraid. I am as for the new generation of stock gods. Dong Yi can't match this." I know that you are a stock god." Zhao Yuqin smiled. "Okay, hurry up and take a bath. We have to see Dad tomorrow. You have to be prepared, but don't be like last time." That irritated his old man. "Otherwise I can't spare you." Even if Zhao Yuqin didn't talk about Zhou Hao, he would definitely not dare to make Elder Zhao angry. After all, Elder Zhao's body was so bad that he couldn't stand the stimulation. However, Zhou Hao was about to take a bath, but the little guy still held on to him, making Zhou Hao very helpless. Fortunately, Zhao Yuqin, a mother, has a way to get a pacifier for the little guy to bite, and the little guy immediately let go, holding her two little hands gently and shrinking her chest. Seeing the appearance of the little guy, Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry and said, "It seems that the charm of that pacifier is bigger than that of my father." Zhao Yuqin gave her a white look, then took the little guy back to the room and went to sleep. And Zhou Hao went to the master room after taking a shower and saw Zhao Yuqin lying on the bed in a black tulle nightdress. After giving birth, although Zhao Yuqin did not feel as blessed as other women, he was also plump. What is enviable is that Zhao Yuqin's waist is still so thin, but her chest, hips and thighs are becoming more plump, which looks more seductive and charming. Especially Zhao Yuqin's temperament is more mature and more charming than ever. Seeing such a stunning beauty lying on the bed, still a loved one, Zhou Hao couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and looked around, but he didn't see his son here. The child is in another room. He slept very sweetly. Zhao Yuqin saw through Zhou Hao's mind and said with a smile. Zhao Yuqin's ambiguous smile was teasing, and Zhou Hao couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately jumped onto the bed, put her arm around Zhao Yuqin and kissed her delicate lips. Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao also reunited after a long absence, and they thought about Zhou Hao as hardly. Being hugged and kissed by Zhou Hao, they immediately became like dry wood burned by a blazing fire. As Zhou Hao kissed Zhao Yuqin, his hands were not free, wandering around Zhao Yuqin's plump and smooth body, only feeling warm and soft. He buried his face in Zhao Yuqin's neck, greedily sniffed the fragrance on Zhao Yuqin's body, greedily kissed Zhao Yuqin's snow-white skin, and held her round and soft ear beads, making Zhao Yuqin giggle. Slowly unwrapping Zhao Yuqin's black nightdress, Zhou Hao saw a snow-white body that was as frosty as a jade, and there was a shallow trace on her snow-white flat belly. It is the stretch marks left during pregnancy. Seeing Zhou Hao's gaze fell on the stretch marks on her lower abdomen, Zhao Yuqin hurriedly covered it with his hands and said ashamed, "Don't look, that's ugly." Zhou Hao took her hand away and smiled softly. "How can it be ugly? In my opinion, this is the most beautiful." "Really?" "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded heavily. Zhao Yuqin sat up, kissed Zhou Hao a few times on the cheek, and then said with a smile, "You are still the same as before, full of sweet words. But my sister really likes it." After that, she kissed Zhou Hao again. After being separated from Zhou Hao for more than a year, Zhao Yuqin's body has become a long-term body. Once it is ignited, it will be out of control, and only Zhou Hao's strong physique can handle it. All night, Zhao Yuqin was tirelessly pestering Zhou Hao. She was not the kind of weak and shy person, but now that she reunited with Zhou Haojiu, the passion in her heart burst even more. The high-pitched groan echoed in the room for most of the night, and finally her own throat was hoarse. Of course, Zhao Yuqin enjoyed all the joys of fish and water, and Zhou Hao was also immersed in a beautiful blessing. The two were so in love with each other that they wet the mattress. Finally, the two sweaty people went to the big bath in the room and soaked comfortably. Soaked in the warm water, Zhao Yuqin leaned softly on Zhou Hao's chest, a jade finger slowly drawing circles on Zhou Hao's strong chest muscles. And Zhou Hao didn't rest either, gently playing with the pair of rich jade rabbits on Zhao Yuqin's chest. Don't rub it. Rub it again, and you will get milk. Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's chest, blushing and groaned. You are really too. You are so old that you still have to breastfeed, and you are not ashamed. Zhou Hao kissed Zhao Yuqin's beautiful face, recalling the inhumane act of intimacy between Zhao Yuqin and Zhao Yuqin just now, and there was a ripple in his heart. Hey, do you know that after I gave birth to you Zaheo, Shuyun didn't know how envious it was? Zhao Yuqin suddenly smiled in Zhou Hao's ear. Shuyun is not too young anymore. 2 or 3 more she will be 30 years old in the next year, but now is the best time to get pregnant. Besides, she doesn't even want home for you, so you won't cherish her well. Thinking of Shuyun, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel guilty. As Zhao Yuqin said, Shuyun did not hesitate to break with the He family for him, and later he wholeheartedly helped Zhou Hao take care of the Galaxy investment. Before Zhou Hao went to the United States, Shuyun told him more than once that she wanted to have a baby for Zhou Hao. At that time, Zhou Hao decided to realize Shuyun's wish and did not let Shuyun take the contraceptive pill, but this thing also needed to be careful about chance. Until Zhou Hao went to the United States, Shuyun was not pregnant. Then Zhao Yuqin said with a smile, I have told Shuyun that you are back. Huh? Sister Yun and her. Cuckold, don't be disappointed. Zhao Yuqin said with a crisp smile. She said that Galaxy investment can't get out of her body, so I can't come to Beijing to see you for the time being. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment. Shuyun had been away from him for more than a year, but after knowing that he had come back safely, he didn't come over immediately. This makes Zhou Hao very strange. However, Zhou Hao understood after a second thought. Shuyun must understand that he is now in Beijing with Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Zaheo, enjoying the rare family happiness, so she does not want to step in and affect their family of 3 warm. Shuyun is completely thinking about Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao knows that Shuyun's temperament is very strong on the surface, but in fact it is very soft. After being separated from Zhou Hao for more than a year, how could she miss Zhou Hao? I'm afraid that Shuyun can't wait to come to Beijing to meet Zhou Hao right away, but in order not to affect the reunion of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's mother and son, he pressured him to stay in Hong Kong. Although separated by thousands of miles, Zhou Hao could clearly feel Shuyun's affection for him. After some time, I must go to Hong Kong to see Sister Yun, Zhou Hao said to himself in his heart. At this time, I heard Zhao Yuqin say, By the way, do you know about the 4 masters? 4 masters? Zhou Hao thought of Li Shuihan immediately. In fact, he had long wanted to inquire about Li Shuihan, because Li Shuihan suddenly withdrew from the First Army and disappeared, which made Zhou Hao very worried. Elder Zhao is one of the 3 heads directly under the First Army. He should be very clear about this. Maybe Zhao Yuqin knows a little too. But Zhou Hao was afraid that if he showed too much concern about this matter, Zhao Yuqin would be suspicious. I only heard Zhao Yuqin say. After returning for more than half a year, she suddenly proposed to leave the First Army. I heard that it was because of her personal reasons that she wanted to withdraw from the First Army. I don't know the specifics. Before that, Zhou Hao had heard from Ulysses that Li Shuihan had withdrawn from the First Army due to personal reasons, but he didn't know the reason. He wanted to ask Zhou Liren a long time about this, but the relationship between him and Zhou Liren has not been unblocked. Moreover, Zhou Liren's eyes are like a torch. Perhaps he has noticed that Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan may have a relationship, so Zhou Hao doesn't know what to do, how to ask. But now it seems that Li Shuihan has left the First Army for some time, and other people don't know her traces. Zhou Hao can only go to Zhou Liren to ask. After all, Li Shuihan once told him that the relationship between her and the big master, that is, Zhou Liren, is like a father and daughter. At the beginning, Li Shuihan said that most of her martial arts was taught by Zhou Liren, and Li Shuihan had followed Zhou Liren since she was a teenager and even joined the first army with him. Therefore, Li Shuihan and Zhou Liren spent more time together than Zhou Hao's biological son. Moreover, Zhou Hao faintly felt that Li Shuihan's family background was very complicated, but Li Shuihan had never said it before, and he was inconvenient to go into it. These things should be clear after seeing Zhou Liren, so Zhou Hao is not in a hurry. Early the next morning, Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Zihao, and the family of three went to the Civil Affairs Bureau of Beijing to obtain a marriage certificate. Because Zhou Hao had told Father Zhao before going to the United States that he wanted to marry Zhao Yuqin as his wife. Since he has returned safely now, he must fulfill this promise. Moreover, Zhao Yuqin paid a lot for him, and Zhou Hao should also give her a name. As for the other confidants around Zhou Hao will naturally give them an explanation, but this matter cannot be done blatantly in the country. When the time comes, Zhou Hao will take care of them one by one. In the case of complete documents and Zhao Yuqin's high-level relationship, the Civil Affairs Bureau quickly issued a marriage certificate to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. When Zhao Yuqin received this certificate, she burst into tears because it carried Zhou Hao's commitment to her life. "Sister, after I get my godfather's permission, I will have a vigorous wedding with you right away," Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin with a smile. But Zhao Yuqin shook his head and said, "I don't want it anymore. After all, the story of my unmarried and first pregnancy spread in the capital. If you hold a wedding with me in such a high profile, everyone will know that you are the father of the child. I was originally the father of the child, so who is afraid to know?" Zhou Hao said. "Xiao Hao, don't you know, all of my dad's old men want to get you out." Zhao Yuqin said, "They all love me very much. When they knew that I was pregnant when I was unmarried, they said they would have you pull it out for a good lesson." Zhou Hao laughed. "It doesn't matter, since I dare to marry your Zhao family princess. I have the courage to face them. However, not only my dad's old subordinates, but the Dong family and other forces will follow you, and you will immediately become the target of public criticism." Zhao Yuqin said with concern, "Sister, needless to say, you have suffered so many wrongs for me. If I don't even have such a responsibility, how can I be worthy of you, worthy of Zihao?" Zhou Hao resolutely said, "This wedding, I have decided, and I will let everyone know that I am your sister, your man, and Zihao's father." Seeing Zhou Hao's persistence, Zhao Yuqin didn't persuade him anymore, but was too sweet in his heart, and at the same time held Zhou Hao's hand tightly. At this moment, she felt that with Zhou Hao's actions, all the grievances she had suffered before were worth it. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, the family of three went straight to the residence of Mr. Zhao. After retiring from the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, Mr. Zhao did not live in the old Cadre's villa area, but in a courtyard house bought by Zhao Yuqin. Mr. Zhao is an authentic Beijinger, so his favorite is to live in a courtyard. However, around the seemingly ordinary courtyard house, the equivalent of a company of manpower was deployed to secretly protect Mr. Zhao. It usually does not affect the lives of Mr. Zhao and Yan Xining. However, people who come in are strictly monitored and used outsiders. Tight and loose protection measures. As Zhou Hao had Zhao Yuqin with him, he was naturally not afraid of being blocked by these guards, so he entered the courtyard smoothly. As soon as he entered the gate, Zhou Hao saw Yan Xining feeding chickens in the yard, and he was very happy. Elder Zhao, on the other side, loosened the soil and fertilized his flowers, with the same carefree expression. "Dad, Mom," Zhao Yuqin shouted as soon as he entered the door. When the two elders raised their heads, they saw Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao, and Zhou Zihao. When they saw Zhou Hao, both Mr. Zhao and Yan Xining were stunned, and then Yan Xining hurriedly greeted him, grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and smiled. "Xiao Hao, you are finally here. Li Ren said you it's safe to come back. Zhao and I still want to see you, but I didn't expect you to be here. Godmother, Godfather's body is not good. How can I make you work hard? I won't see you anymore." Zhou Hao smiled and looked at Old Man Zhao. "I just listened to Old Man Zhao coldly snorting. Who said I'm not in good health? I can still interrupt your stinky boy's legs. Who said that my body is not good? I can still interrupt your stinky boy's legs. Old Zhao said in an earned voice, probably because of his emotions. He coughed twice after he said this. Zhou Hao's expression changed, and a flash came to Elder Zhao to help him, and hurriedly said, Godfather, you can beat or scold me as much as you like, but don't be angry. I'll see you here, just to accept your lesson. You are so useful for me to teach you. Father Zhao stared at Zhou Hao angrily and said, If you listened to me, you would abduct my daughter and your sister? If you listened to me, you would do not listen to advice and come to the United States with Li Shuihan without authorization. Facing the reprimand of Mr. Zhao, Zhou Hao did not dare to pay back a word, so he bowed his head honestly. And Father Zhao saw Zhou Hao's appearance, and after a few curses, he couldn't continue to curse. He snorted and said, But because you are for the benefit of the country, I don't blame you. Thank you, Godfather. Zhou Hao was pleasantly surprised when he heard this, but he saw old man Zhao glared at him. Don't call me Godfather from now on. Zhou Hao's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said, God, are you still unwilling to forgive me? I have already received a marriage certificate from my sister, and I have fulfilled my promise to take care of my sister forever. I treat my sister. It's definitely not a celebration. Father Zhao and Yan Xining were shocked when they heard Zhou Hao's words. Yan Xining immediately looked at Zhao Yuqin next to him. Yuqin, what Xiao Hao said is true. Did you really get a marriage certificate? Zhao Yuqin nodded shamefully. Just now, we got a marriage certificate in the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Xiao Hao also said that in a few days, we will have a big banquet here in Beijing and hold a grand wedding. Xiao Hao, Yan Xining said to Zhou Hao, you still have to line up with Yuqin? You don't know some things. Some time ago, the Dong family boy announced the unmarried birth of Yuqin. Although I was pressed down soon, but everyone in the capital knew about Yuqin. Although I didn't dare to say anything on the face, I was secretly waiting to see the jokes of our old Zhao family. If you are so public, I'm afraid immediately it will become a target of public criticism. Zhou Hao resolutely said, Godmother, I have already decided on this matter. Over the past year or so, because I am not with my sister, I have caused my sister and you to suffer such a grievance. Since I am back now, of course I want to return my sister's innocence. I want to tell people all over the world that I am my sister's man, and I am Ziheo's father. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yan Xining's eyes immediately revealed a gratifying smile, and the old man Zhao also laughed loudly. Okay, after all, Yuqin has not misunderstood the person, and you brat is also a little worried. Humph, this wedding is going to be done, and this feast is going to be a big deal. Anyway, you have money. I want to let those chewing tongues know that my old Zhao's daughter is not a shameless person, and my old Zhao's son-in-law is also a dragon among people. After a pause, he said again, However, you still can't call me Godfather. Zhou Hao panicked again when he heard this, but Elder Zhao pointed to Zhao Yuqin before him and said, You and Yuqin have even got their marriage certificates, and Yuqin even gave birth to you. Can I be your godfather? Yan Xining over there also said, Xiao Hao, you will be like Ding Zhou from now on. Just call him Old Man. Old Man. Zhou Hao shouted out loudly to Old Man Zhao, then turned his head and shouted at Yan Xining, Mom. Yan Xining nodded in relief and said, Okay, it's a bit cold. Let's go in the house and don't let the child catch a cold. After entering the house, the nanny immediately poured hot tea for Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. The babysitters of national leaders like Mr. Zhao are all carefully selected, and there will be no problems with their origins and backgrounds, and without exception, they are all masters of household chores. As soon as Yan Xining entered the house, she took Zhou Ziheo from Zhao Yuqin's arms and teased her little grandson with great interest. Zhou Ziheo and Yan Xining are also very affectionate, but the two grandsons have a great time. Father Zhao looked at the cute and slender little guy and couldn't help but smile amiably. He was worried about whether the little guy was full and worried about whether the little guy had enough clothes to wear. He obviously loved the little guy to the extreme. Through this, after the old man Zhao turned his eyes from the little guy to Zhou Hao, his smile suddenly constricted and said, You stinky boy knows the people who harmed our old Zhao family and ran to the United States without saying a word, and also made my daughter's belly bigger. There is no such irresponsible person in the world as you. Zhou Hao felt aggrieved and whispered, I didn't know that my sister was pregnant. What? Father Zhao snorted. Nothing, nothing. Zhou Hao hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. I heard Mr. Zhao say, if it weren't for your dad's loss of an arm to protect me, I would interrupt your leg to vent Yuqin. Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but complain about the arrival of Old Man Zhao. Old man, speaking of this, the boss is Zhou Liren's business. Why don't you tell me? You make me so hard to hide. What Zhou Liren? That's your dad. Father Zhao stared at Zhou Hao and said, I know your kid hates Liren, but everything he does is for our motherland, for your two mothers and children. Over the years, the characters executed in the First Army are risky. Not only are foreign forces, but even in the country, there are many who hate your dad. If these guys know that your mother and son are close relatives of Liren, then it will be an end to you. It's a disaster. Seeing Zhou Hao's somewhat unconvinced appearance, Mr. Zhao sighed and said, although Liren left your mother and son for more than 10 years from your point of view, it is hard to forgive, but from a national perspective, Liren, he was sacrificing the ego for the overall situation. To be honest, I didn't even know Liren had a wife and children. I always thought he was alone. He didn't tell me before. Several other old guys and I tried to introduce him to girls, but he refused. At that time, we thought he was avoiding personal relationships with his children for the sake of the country. Later I learned that he had married and had children before. After sighing slightly, Mr. Zhao said again, it was after you saved Yuqin and met us in Beijing before Liren told me that you were his son. Zhou Hao was also taken aback when he heard this. He just thought in his heart that if Mr. Zhao knew that their mother and son were Zhou Liren's relatives early in the morning, then in the past life, even if Zhou Liren died without his rescue in the United States, Mr. Zhao should take care of their mother and child. It now appears that Zhou Liren kept this matter from his father Zhao. In Zhou Hao's previous life, Zhou Liren probably never revealed the existence of Zhou Hao's mother and son to his father Zhao. So at Zhou Liren's funeral, after being in the United States, Mr. Zhao didn't know Zhou Hao and Yin Tong. Seeing Zhou Hao's silence, Elder Zhao said with emotion, I didn't expect Liren to hide so deeply. When Liren took Li Shuihan with him, I thought Li Shuihan was his daughter. I only learned that later. The orphan of a close friend of his. By the way, old man, do you know the situation about Li Shuihan's withdrawal from the First Army? Zhou Hao asked quickly when he mentioned Li Shuihan. Elder Zhao took a deep look at Zhou Hao and said, I don't know the specifics. I just heard Liren say that she seems to go home to deal with some things. However, Liren didn't tell me what her family background was. Boy, you were brought to the United States by Li Shuihan to save Liren. Now you are so nervous about her situation. Do you have any special relationship with her? Mr. Zhao is such a powerful person. He suddenly guessed that there might be an unusual relationship between Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan. But Zhou Hao was suddenly asked by Old Man Zhao, and he didn't know how to answer under his piercing eyes. But when he saw Mr. Zhao slow down a little, he stared at Zhou Hao and said, I don't care about your outside affairs, but if you dare to live up to Yuqin, be careful that I abolish your kid and let Zhao follow our old Zhao family name. Zhao. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Hao's forehead, and he quickly smiled at Mr. Zhao. Don't worry, man, I won't. Later, Zhou Hao told Father Zhao that he had lost his memory for more than a year, but he did not mention Nanami-kuru, only that he lived in a Japanese family during his memory loss. After all, even Zhao Yuqin would not accept Nankai Keiru. Father Zhao almost died under Nankai Keiru's plan. If he knew that Chikai Keiru and Zhou Hao were already in the same relationship as husband and wife, he would have given birth to a daughter for Zhou Hao. Father Zhao was furious. Underneath, Zhou Zhao may really change his surname to Zhao. After listening to Zhou Hao's narration, Mr. Zhao sighed. In the past year or so during your absence, the domestic situation has changed a lot. Not only did Dong Yi become one of the 9 standing committee members, but the kid and his family also made G embezzle. You are North Star. Humph. At that time, there was some instability on our side because I retired from the standing committee, so we could not separate our hands to deal with him. Now our side has been relieved, and you have when I come back. It's time to let out such a bad breath, and let their Dong family know that we are not easy to bully. Chang'an Club is one of the top private clubs in the capital. It is located on Chang'an Avenue and adjacent to Tiananmen Square. It has a unique geographical location. and its members are either rich or noble, making membership of the Chang'an Club a symbol of status. Tonight, the Chang'an Club will hold a charity auction, and the money raised will also be used to fund the China AIDS Foundation. All members of the club received invitation letters, and many celebrities and wealthy businessmen who were not members of the Chang'an Club also received invitation letters, so that today's charity party is not limited to their own members. It's just that it's also unusual to receive their invitation letter, so the invitation letter itself is also a restriction. Under the deep night, the Chang'an Club, which is only 6 stories high, has not been annihilated by the other brilliant lights on Chang'an Avenue. On the contrary, it looks even more profound and extraordinary. Famous cars drove here from Chang'an Avenue, including top-brand business cars and dazzling top sports cars. At this time, another black, red flag car slowly drove in from the outside and stopped in front of the gate of Chang'an Club. In fact, the Hongqi car is not considered a luxury car. However, the leaders of the past dynasties have used the Hongqi car during the military parade. This gives the Hongqi car a layer of significance beyond the economic value. Some wealthy businessmen advocating patriotism also like to use Hongqi cars. Therefore, even though this black, red flag car is only 1/10 of the price of some supercars present, no one dares to underestimate the people inside. The staff of the Chang'an Club ran over to open the car door and saw a man and a woman walking out of the red flag car. At the moment, the eyes of other guests who were about to enter the club were attracted by the couple. I saw the man looked in his early 20s, tall and handsome, and wearing a decent black suit. Although there was no other action, he immediately showed an extraordinary temperament when he stopped there like this. It was like the same sword. Although it was not out of the sheath, the Fenghan had already come out, making people afraid to underestimate it. And the woman next to him was also outstanding, wearing a black chiffon dress, which made her slender and exquisite. Her frosty thighs were like mutton white jade. Just a glance can make all the men's hearts beat faster. Minute. Going up, the waist is like a willow branch and arms like a lotus root, especially the tall and straight chest. Although only a shallow cleavage is exposed, the different whiteness can give people endless reverie. The deep and charming black pearl necklace on her neck complemented each other more and more. Looking at her looks at last, all the men present couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that Shun Yulian, closed moon and shameless flowers are specifically used to describe a woman like her, especially the maturity and charm stolen from her, which is absolutely lethal to the men present. What they hate is that this peerless beauty held the young man's arm intimately as soon as she debuted, and the two were clearly a pair. That's right, this pair of men and women who attracted all eyes as soon as they appeared on the stage were Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Although it has become the focus of everyone's attention, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin did not care. Zhou Hao looked at the Chang'an Club in front of him and said with a smile, "This is the Chang'an Club. It has been famous for a long time, but has never been there. Isn't it just right today?" Zhao Yuqin beside him smiled. Zhou Hao nodded, and the two walked into the club together. The venue of the party is in the lobby of the Chang'an Club. The decoration inside is magnificent and elegant. The Chang'an Club is worthy of the name of the top private club in Beijing. When Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came in, there were already many guests waiting in this hall. Among them, there were many wealthy businessmen and celebrities who often appeared in various newspapers and magazines, as well as famous domestic and foreign celebrities, and even more low-key but high-ranking senior officials. When Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came in, they immediately became the focus of attention. Although Zhou Hao, the new generation of stock gods, who won the unprecedented battle in Hong Kong a year ago, has been gone for more than a year, those who have witnessed the war of the century and even participated in it will never forget Zhou Hao. Zhao Yuqin was even more serious. She was originally an existence that no one knew in the upper circles of the capital. Even though her unmarried childbirth had made her famous, no one dared to underestimate the Zhao family's daughter. Isn't that Zhao Yuqin, the princess of the Zhao family? It is rumored that she gave birth out of wedlock and has almost lived in seclusion for more than a year. We haven't seen her appear in the circle of the capital for a long time. Why did she come today? Look at that. Is that Zhou Hao? He suddenly disappeared after defeating Soros and Julian more than a year ago. No one can find him. Why is he appearing again now? Does he want to be in China? A big fight in the stock market in China? And also, you see, he and Zhao Yuqin seem to be very close. Aren't they brothers and sisters? Why don't I look alike, but more like a couple? There have been rumors that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin is not just as simple as a sister and brother. In the past, magazine reporters took photos of them holding hands or even kissing. I think Zhao Yuqin's illegitimate child is most likely Zhou Hao's. After seeing Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, everyone immediately talked about it. Zhou Hao possessed magical skills and had a more sensitive hearing than a bat, so he naturally heard all the gossips of these people. He ignored these people and took Zhao Yuqin directly to the table near the big platform and sat down, and asked the waiter to bring a cup of hot milk to Zhao Yuqin. Isn't this Zhao Yuqin? Suddenly, a frivolous man's voice came next to him. Zhou Hao frowned, turned his head to look, and saw that he was a young man in his early 20s. Although he was wearing a blue suit, he felt like the kind of dangling punks, typical. He doesn't look like a prince wearing a dragon robe. What made Zhou Hao annoyed was that this guy's eyes were hovering unscrupulously on Zhao Yuqin's plump breasts, and his eyes could hardly wait for Zhao Yuqin's clothes to be pulled apart and then ruined her. Humph! Zhou Hao gave a cold snort, and this guy immediately shook his whole body. But Zhou Hao's cold snort brought a strong and saucy vigor, which immediately shook the guy's internal organs, although it would not cause internal injuries. But it was good enough for him. This guy feels nauseous right away, as if he is about to vomit out yesterday's breakfast. But this is a very high-end place. It's too rude to vomit in front of many wealthy businessmen and celebrities, and this guy can't afford it. So I held back. At this time, Zhao Yuqin told Zhou Hao about the details of this guy. Xiao Hao. This guy is from the Dong family, a cousin of Dong Qishan, called Dong Qiliang. His father is a businessman, and his net worth is several billion. The momentum of the Dong family is very prosperous, and among the younger generation of the Dong family, this guy is the most arrogant. He is a typical second-generation ancestor who wanders around Beijing all day, not doing his job properly. It turns out to be from the Dong family. Zhou Hao gave Dong Qiliang a cold look. That Dong Qiliang didn't know martial arts, but he also guessed that Zhou Hao had caused the abnormal situation he had just now. He was furious, but on such occasions, he couldn't blatantly attack him. So he stepped forward, looked at Zhou Hao up and down, and then gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "Naturally no. Aren't you just a puppy in Dong's family?" Zhou Hao sneered. "What? Do you dare to insult our Dong family like this?" Dong Qiliang was even more angry, pointing at Zhou Hao and said angrily, "Do you know who my uncle is? A member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, one of the 9 giants. If you let Dong Yi know that you talk about his name everywhere, what would you say he would do to you?" Zhou Hao smiled. This Dong Qiliang's expression suddenly changed, because Zhou Hao was right. As Dong Agawei was a member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, how could he do anything wrong with his own name? Guys like Dong Qiliang, who are fake and powerful, are the most important. Not to mention letting Dong Yi know, that is, letting Dong Qiliang's father know that he uses Dong Yi's name to fake tigers everywhere, and Dong Qiliang can't eat it. Staring at Zhou Hao fiercely, Dong Qiliang suddenly thought of someone and saw him sneer. "I know who you are. Zhao Yuqin. Maybe this guy is Zhou Hao, the illegitimate father." Zhao Yuqin raised her eyebrows and stared at Dong Qiliang fiercely. And Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and said in a harsh tone, "Dong Qiliang, yes, I am Zhou Hao. I warn you, you'd better close your dog's mouth and honestly find a place to squat. Otherwise, well, hum, your dad Dong Chun's company is called Southwest Road and Bridge Group, right? And it's still listed in Shanghai? If you talk more, I promise that within 3 days, your dad's stock price will fall to winding up." Dong Qiliang was frightened by Zhou Hao's momentum, and he subconsciously stepped back 2 steps. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, he remembered that Zhou Hao is an internationally recognized new generation of stock god, and he has turned the tide in the financial market. It's amazing. He said that Dong Chun's Southwest Road and Bridge Group would be liquidated within 3 days. It was not just a joke. "Brother Zhou, Xiao Liang is just a kid, so don't scare him like that." Hearing this sudden sound, Zhou Hao squinted his eyes, followed the sound, and saw a person he knew very well, Huang Wank. The appearance of Huang Wank surprised Zhou Hao. He didn't expect that he would also attend the party, and Zhou Hao had long wanted to meet this guy who killed him in the past life. In order to increase the pleasure of revenge, Zhou Hao didn't rush to get rid of Huang Wank, but was waiting for Huang Wank to reach the highest peak of his life, kicking him down in one fell swoop, leaving him with nothing. For this reason, Zhou Hao borrowed a huge sum of 30 billion renminbi from Huang Wank during the stock market war with George Soros and Julian Robertson to allow him to invest in the gold mine discovered in South Africa. The purpose is to allow Huang Wank to develop quickly so that Zhou Hao will be more comfortable and zero interest rate when he takes revenge. And now after returning to China, Zhou Hao knew that Huang Shifu, Huang Wank and his son who had been in the Zhao group had defected from the Zhao group and went to the Dong family. At the same time, the Zhao group suffered some losses. Seeing Huang Wank smiling, Zhou Hao also smiled and said hello. I didn't expect to see Boss Huang here. Disrespectful and disrespectful. Please sit down. Huang Wank was not polite. He sat opposite Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin and smiled at Dong Qiliang next to him. Xiaoliang, if you feel unwell, go down and rest first. I'm old acquaintances with Brother Zhou and Miss Zhao. For the sake of my face, the two of them will certainly not blame you for your recklessness. Two of you. Am I right? His gaze also turned around on Zhao Yuqin's face. You know, he was ambitious towards Zhao Yuqin at the beginning and tried to get himself to the top and become the ant of the Zhao family by capturing Zhao Yuqin's peace of mind. It's just this dream, he can't realize it after all. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and smiled. Of course, for Boss Huang's sake, this kid's ignorance is fine. Dong Qiliang's face was green, and he hated Zhou Hao even more. However, on this occasion, he could not attack casually, and Huang Wank's status in the Dong family's camp was not low. Although Dong Qiliang was a member of the Dong family, he knew that he could not offend Huang Wank casually, so he could only snorted and swung his sleeves. Walked away. It seems that the Dong family's tutoring is still lacking, but it's no wonder that just like those nouveau riches, the money is made, but the cultural quality still can't keep up, so I can't force it. Zhou Hao smiled and said to Huang Wank, Boss Huang, am I right? Huang Wank also smiled and said, Brother Zhou said brilliantly, but this Dong family is not comparable to those nouveau riches. After all, Vice Premier Dong can hold the position because of his tangible talents. Otherwise, we in China hasn't the entire central team in China become blind people who don't know talent. Zhou Hao just hummed non-committal about Huang Wank's words, and then said, I heard that Boss Huang had done a big deal in South Africa more than a year ago. Now it seems that Boss Huang has definitely won a lot. Right. It all depends on your support from Brother Zhou. Otherwise, I would have missed this business. Huang Wank smiled and gave Zhou Hao a fist. My credit is nothing, but I just came back and I need some capital turnover. Zhou Hao stared at Huang Wank. I borrowed a sum of money for Boss Huang to invest in your business. I don't know Boss Huang can repay the loan now. No. Huang Wank had an expression and said, Brother Zhou, it is true that although this business has great potential, it is not easy to return the funds. Now it is only maintained in the situation of no profit or loss. So well, Brother Zhou, I cannot repay the money you lent me for the time being. I hope that Brother Zhou will be more accommodating. Looking at Huang Wank's understatement, there is no half-difficult look. The smile on his face seems to be saying to Zhou Hao, I don't plan to pay this pen before. What can you do with me? Zhou Hao's index finger tapped on the table, and at the same time he looked at Huang Wank with a sneer and said, Look at what Boss Huang said. Are you going to pay this pen? Brother Zhou, don't say that. Huang Wank smiled. Huang Wank, is not the kind of person who doesn't believe in words, so how can I fall back on this account? It's just that now my company's it's really impossible to draw so much money. Besides, when I borrowed money from Brother Zhou, I did it in a private name, not in the name of the company, so I really had to withdraw such a large sum of money from the company. It's not easy. Zhou Hao understands what Huang Wank meant. At that time, he borrowed money from Zhou Hao in his own name. Even though he was one of the partners of the gold mine, Huang Wank's own debts would not be helped by the company. He repaid not only that gold mine, but also Huangshe Group. Of course, Huangshe Group and the gold mine will not abandon Huang Wank, but as long as Huang Wank says in advance, they will not repay Huang Wank's personal debts. In this way, Zhou Hao will have nothing to do with him. Huang Wank personally announced that's it for bankruptcy. Huang Wank made it clear that he was reckless. Boss Huang, it turns out that you had planned it out at the time. Zhou Hao clapped his hands. A cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When Huang Wank heard this, he pretended to be puzzled. Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Okay, Huang Wank, let's not turn around. Zhou Hao snorted. I originally saw you Huangshi group standing on our Zhao group's side to lend you money, but now your father and son actually betrayed us and went to Dong's side. Is that showing that the card is going to be our enemy? Huang Wank didn't speak, but stared at Zhou Hao with a sneer, believing him. Zhou Hao said again, in this case, we have nothing to say. Your Huangshi group and Dong's Dingsheng group are all waiting, old accounts and new accounts. I will calculate with you. When talking about old accounts and new accounts, Zhou Hao had a bit of gritted teeth, but Huang Wank would not understand the true meaning of old accounts and new accounts, after all, and only regarded Zhou Hao's words as a declaration of war. In fact, why bother, Brother Zhou? Huang Wank shrugged and said, the Dong family is now in full swing, but your Zhao family is just a 100-legged insect that is dead and not stiff. I advise you to think about it. With your talents, if you take refuge in us, the Dong family will definitely give you enough benefits. Zhou Hao sneered at Huang Wank's words. Don't talk about my grudges with Dong Qishan. Even if I have no grudges with him, I will not rely on their Dong family. And you Huang Wank, now that you are on the opposite side of me, don't blame me for being cruel. Huang Wank also laughed happily. If this is the case, then I won't persuade you, Brother Zhou. Just hope you can do it for yourself in the future. After that, Huang Wank got up from the chair, turned around, and walked to the table where Dong Qiliang was. And Zhou Hao also saw at this time that there were still a few people at Dong Qiliang's table, who turned out to be Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, each of whom was accompanied by a beautiful woman. One of them, Zhou Hao, still vaguely remembers being a star cultivated by Polaris, but now he has clearly become a plaything of Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. When Huang Wank passed by, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei immediately discussed with him, turning their eyes to Zhou Hao from time to time. Seeing Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, the two traitors, Zhao Yuqin was full of indignation. I didn't expect to meet those two despicable and shameless guys here. Xiao Hao, look at them. We banned the Polaris. The female entertainers of China play the role of accompaniment. Look at Wang Zhongjuan. He simply regards the entertainers in the Polaris as their own forbidding. When Zhou Hao looked at them, they could see that the faces of Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei appeared a little unnatural. They obviously had a guilty conscience towards Zhou Hao, but soon, they all met Zhou Hao's gaze, and their expressions were not fear again. These two guys, I see how long you can be arrogant. Zhou Hao sneered repeatedly in his heart. Kanzuki Shinji has secretly organized a huge amount of funds, and is now ambushing Polaris. According to the original plan made by Kanzuki Shinji, her share of funds will attack the Polaris stock price tomorrow. The total tradable shares of Polaris amount to 5 renminbi or 6 billion, plus other fixed assets and brand value, etc. The total assets are about 12 billion renminbi. In China, enterprises of this size are already remarkable, and in the eyes of ordinary people and small and medium-sized enterprises, they are also incredible behemoths. However, in the eyes of a consortium like the Tokugawa family, Polaris can only be regarded as a small role. Shinji Kanzuki is only an assistant to Nanami Karu, but she used to coordinate the commercial and financial warfare, and her opponents are all 500 worldwide. For a large multinational company like Chong, now let her deal with the Polaris. It is simply overkill. Of course, if the Polaris is still under Zhou Hao's protection, let alone Shinji Kanzuki, even if Kare Nanami goes out in person, it will not be profitable. It is a pity that things are contrary to Zhou Hao's Polaris, the victim of the devastating devastation by Kanzuki Shinji. At this time, the lights in the hall were extinguished, and the lights on the big stage in front were brighter, but the auction started. Sure enough, a male host in a suit and leather shoes came to the stage to announce the start of the auction, and then 2 women in Cheongsam carried a glass display box on stage, and inside the display box was a jade necklace with crystal clear green. Sister, do you like that necklace? I will buy it for you. Zhou Hao smiled at Zhao Yuqin beside him. The jade necklace on the stage is composed of more than 100 jade beads of the same size, and at the bottom is a bright ruby, which looks very gorgeous and charming. Those jade beads seem to be old pit glass, and there is a ruby with a very high color. At the table of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, a man in his 50s stared at the jade necklace on the stage. The way of talking to oneself. Zhou Hao also smiled at Zhao Yuqin. Sister, do you like that emerald necklace? Zhao Yuqin laughed. As long as it is given by you, my sister will like it. Well, this jade necklace, I have to order it. Zhou Hao smiled. The man next to him said, Young man, don't just speak the vernacular. According to the fineness of the necklace, the price will definitely not be low. I'm afraid it will cost more than $10 million. I'm talking about US dollars. Sure enough, it seemed that it was to confirm the man's words, and the host on the stage said loudly, Guests, this jade necklace was donated by the Zhongxin Group. It was given to his concubine by a prince of the Qing dynasty, so it was specially ordered. It's made by humans. It's very precious. The base price is 12 million US dollars, and every bid is 500,000 US dollars. Please start. Although this jade necklace is very beautiful, the price of 12 million is not a small amount. Therefore, although the people present are either rich or expensive, no one just asks for it. 13 million. Seeing that there was no one around asking for a price, Zhou Hao raised his hand and started the bidding first. He immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Many people who knew him and Zhao Yuqin were naturally not surprised, and those who were not familiar with him were very surprised, especially Zhou Hao was so young that they had to guess. This is the son of a top rich man. Wow. Who is that? 13 million US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 100 million renminbi. Next to a table at the back of the venue, a woman in a yellow dress couldn't help exclaiming. Sitting at this table are very young men and women. Most of them seem to be college students. They are very curious about the luxurious decoration of the Chang'an Club and the surrounding top figures in the upper class. Among the people at this table, a woman with excellent facial features and beauty also looked deeply at Zhou Hao's back and front, her eyes full of curiosity and expectations. Zheng Ying, what are you looking at? Seeing Zheng Ying staring at the back of Zhou Hao who had just bid the price, a female companion next to her asked with a smile. Zheng Ying pursed her lips and pointed at Zhou Hao in the distance. Who is that? $13 million. He doesn't seem to care at all. Who else? It must be the son of a rich man. A young man on the opposite side curled his lips and looked down upon that kind of dude. He only heard him say, This kind of person can only rely on his parents. Money is playing everywhere, not doing business. If it is not for the protection of parents, they are nothing. Another girl said, Brother, don't say that. People with such a family background can be regarded as an ability and a resource, right? The girl next to Zheng Ying whispered to her. Then Brother Yang graduated last year and is now working in a trading company in Beijing. I heard that his girlfriend at school was robbed by a rich man, probably because of this. He hates those rich people in particular. What's there to hate? Zheng Ying shook her head and said, If he really has a seed, then he can become that kind of person on his own. What's the use of always complaining about others here? Our luck this time is really good. If we hadn't participated in the exchange activities between Peking University and Fudan University, we would not have been able to come to Beijing, let alone have the opportunity to see a top private club like the Chang'an Club. When her female companion heard this, she smiled and said, Then you have to thank Zhong Yishan. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to see such a place. But he is also pursuing you. Otherwise, he would not let us bring it here too. With that said, we are still in your light. Hearing the words of her female partner, Zheng Ying couldn't help but looked at the young and handsome man on the other side, who was exactly what they called Zhong Yishan. Zhong Yishan also smiled at her, very polite. The female companion said again, In fact, Zhong Yishan is also very good. His dad is the boss of our Shanghai Honda Group, and he himself is not the kind of useless dude. I heard that he started in his freshman year. After investing in stocks on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, I made more than 2 million yuan in a year, and it was entirely based on his own ability. This alone, even if he does not have a billionaire dad, is enough to attract those girls. Zheng Ying, you have to take good hold of it. If you can be with Zhong Yishan, you will fly to the branch and become a phoenix. The female companion smiled to Zheng Ying. After hearing this, Zheng Ying paused for a while on Zhong Yishan's face while her gaze turned, and she was very charming in her smile. When Zhong Yishan looked at it, he immediately felt hot in his heart and straightened himself involuntarily. 15 million. At this time, the bidding voice over there came again, but it was Wang Zhongjuan who was bidding with a placard. Wow, $15 million. The men and women at Zheng Ying's table couldn't help being surprised. The brother Yang said, "That is Wang Zhongjuan, the president of Polaris." Since Polaris was listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange 6 months ago, its stock price has risen by more than 70%. If both Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei's stocks are both if you cash out, everyone is afraid that they will have more than 1 billion net worth. Another girl said, "Wow, Polaris, the largest film and television entertainment group in China. Many movie stars and singers belong to them. If I can sign with Polaris, I can become famous overnight. Then you can get along with Wang Zhongjuan or Wang Zhonglei." Another boy smiled. "Look, the female partners around them are all celebrities, and they seem to be close to them. Just listen to the girl whispering. If you can become a big star, it's okay to befriend one of them." As they were talking, Zheng Ying saw Zhou Hao raise her hand again. 20 million. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath of air, but Brother Yang gritted his teeth in shock and said, "Every time someone bids $500,000, he pulls up to 20 million all at once. This is obviously showing off. We ordinary people can't make tens of thousands of dollars a year with hard work, but they spend tens of millions of dollars for fun. Humph. These unearned guys, if they are not from a good background, how can they be so unscrupulous?" However, Zhong Yishan said with a smile, "Brother Yang, you are wrong. That Zhou Hao is not a second-generation ancestor. He earned his money on his own, and he did not rely on his parents for shelter." Brother Yang and the others were taken aback. Senior Brother Yang said in disbelief, "What? He earned it himself? How old he is? He seems to be in his early 20s. If he is only relying on himself, where did you make so much money?" "What I said is true," Zhong Yishan said with a smile. "We are all studying economics and management. Everyone should remember the great battle that took place in Hong Kong more than a year ago. George Soros and Julian Robertson, the two major stock market lords, brought huge sums of money and led a huge speculator group to attack the Hong Kong stock market, instructing the Hong Kong stock market to collapse. But in the end, George Soros and Julian Robertson both ended in defeat, and Julian Robertson fled. Missing, George Soros committed suicide by jumping off the building, and the huge speculator group suffered heavy losses. And Hong Kong was able to win this victory because of one person. This war has attracted global attention, and ordinary people know it, let alone these students studying economics and management. Nowadays, many prestigious schools have used the process of that war as a teaching material to analyze and explain to students. That's Zhou Hao. Everyone was surprised when they heard Zhong Yishan's words. A boy said, "I have seen his photos in magazines. He looks younger than us. It's hard to imagine how he could withstand the pressure to defeat George Soros and Julian Robertson." Now the outside world having said that, this Zhou Hao is another generation of stock gods after Warren Buffett, even more powerful than Warren Buffett. After all, Warren Buffett has not played against George Soros or Julian Robertson. However, it is still unknown whether we can defeat them like Zhou Hao. That senior Brother Yang said unconvincingly, "How can you participate in such a war if you are just ordinary people? Maybe Zhou Hao's family is a high-ranking official." Brother Yang, in such a war, it is certain to get the support of the central government. Zhong Yishan said, "But in that kind of stock market war of hundreds of billions of dollars, even the country is powerless, even if it can with such a large amount of funds. If there was not enough operating technology, it would still be a complete failure. So I said that Zhou Hao relied on real materials." One of the girls also said, "I also read his photos in the magazine. She is very handsome and so rich. If she could be his girlfriend, then she would be so happy." Listening to the words of her companion, Zheng Ying's eyes never left Zhou Hao's back. Her eyes filled with brilliance. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.